insane. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. With a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boys been washed up, I'm nashed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we
see, but best believe lie. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and
Elevated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Let's go, hey, step back, flick at the wrist, wrist. Let go, let it go, switch, hey, turn the heads, can't miss this. Run it up, it's my fitness. Windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business. Hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out. They was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now. Funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll? No time ain't an option, no. Sit back, watch this unfold. Hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Gas in the tank, if the wrong guy really wanna contest me, cause he envy everything that I got, what I am and he not. Coldest one on the block, you know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing they thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Yeah, hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
say a fact, but I say I'm walking. Shot in the leg. On God. I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing. On God. Flexing, flexing. On God. I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing.
Now, we can fly.
I'll be flexing.
I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot.
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Bienvenidos a la VCT EMEA.
Bienvenue au VCT IMIA.
VCT EMEA'ya hoş geldiniz.
Nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome back to another day of VCT EMEA. We've got a lot of matches for you, so we're not wasting any time this time around. Let's get those players out on the stage, and we're starting with Navi. Let's hear it. The man himself, Artis. You know, he's going to be a big factor in today's game. We haven't seen the maps of the agents. We'll get into that later.
Who are you most excited for on the next team?
I don't know. It could be Mystic. Kiko's a fan favorite. My eyes are on Enzo. There they are, stepping up to the stage. Nats as well. And of course, Yumpy. He went out leading the charge. Speedy today. Wonder if he'll be quick on the server too.
Maybe pulling out a Neon?
Oh, you think?
No.
And, whoa, it seems there's a bit of an artifact glitch. We've got two of the same. Snap!
Yeah, we actually
Brothers
just
on
have a
the
mirror
stage.
going straight down the middle. That's what it is. The fist bump, it actually breaks the matrix as they hit each other. But, you know,
If you look real close, there was a tiny gap between those two. That's the mirror.
That's how good our production is. It's almost seamless.
They are. They are. They were rehearsing, sorry, he was rehearsing that for hours. I'm not sure which one it was. I suppose at one time they were both Doom Bros. Now there's only one on the side of Navi, the brother. Giving the last words on the other side. You're going to see these teams break and mount the stage. I'm excited to see what maps we end up getting because, you know, between these two brothers, there's always going to be mind games in those Vitas.
It almost has to be. Like that's the thing. I think we've seen one come from being a professional player, the other always sort of having that goal of being a coach, and it definitely makes for an interesting fight between a lot of them. But that is the thing, that this is one of the sort of pinnacle matchups of the group we're looking at today. Also later on, obviously, we have the same in that upper bracket match between Vitality and Fnatic, and obviously in the middle we have another one of our elimination games. So it is going to be an absolute banger day of Valorant. We're up nice and early to get things started for you. I mean, I'm actually surprised. What, it's like, this is early. You're normally up at like 5 p.m.
No, it's a 1 or 2 p.m. So I'd be up to watch the game still.
Like, oh, what's going on? Why am I in the arena?
I slept here last night just to avoid the travel. I'm excited because we've just seen Latex and Eamon got off the stage, backstage. I don't even know where they go to. Behind a curtain somewhere, as the players are now ready to get on in. And we're ready to see what maps they're going to be playing on. Starting it out, the bans. And it's going to be Team Liquid and Navi, respectively. Sunset and Icebox taken out. We're getting split first.
I'm always excited to see a split. I prefer it as the third map in the series because I feel like it's always a nice way to end off a banger. No surprise to see Breeze coming in for Na'Vi. They looked phenomenal on it just the other day. We haven't seen either of these teams play split, at least within the VCT, and I'll be honest, I know you've written down some stats, but I'm only looking at VCT at this point. I know that teams are going to change everything up, and the same again. So I feel like they've almost gone different ways with this. Na'Vi have ended up on two maps that they've already played within this tournament, and for the side of Liquid, they've kind of shied away from them, obviously going in with the Icebox and the Bind last time around. So they haven't really shown anything on the three maps that are coming up. So if you are Doom Bros, you're trying to get in the head of your brother, you're going, Well, I literally have to use mind reading at this point because I can't use any data from anywhere else.
Well, I guess you could look at what he used to like to play way back in the day, but with a new composition available, so many new agents, changes to maps as well, obviously with Split not so much. This is where we get excited because they get to show us something new. And the agents are being locked in. The players have already locked in. We'll get to find out exactly what they're playing very soon, Tom. I can't wait to see it. I'm hoping that we've got some more Yoru action. I think it was successful on this map in breaking through some utility, certainly getting past some Cypher traps. Although for Martine, I think the result didn't go the way he wanted. I think there's something to it.
Yeah, well, at least the first time they ran it, it looked incredible. But that's always the thing with Yoru tech, is like the first time you do it, everybody's like, wow, and then the next time it's like, okay, I understand how this works. So I like, but that's the thing that's most fun about the meta we're in right now. I don't feel like there's particularly an agent that you have to be playing. Maybe you could look at like a controller. A lot of people are playing Viper or Omen across quite a lot of maps. In fact, that's another one that Angel brought in the Omen on Breeze and dropped the spike as he ran through a smoke, but we'll ignore that. The fact is, we could have so many different things coming into this matchup. We've seen a lot of teams sort of run the likes of a Breach to try and go for more setup style plays. The Sky's still getting some showing every once in a while. Fade has been one that, like, I feel like, for me at least, I thought would be slightly more popular, but has been run here and there. I think still on Lotus being a very good pick. And then I think the only thing, like, realistically on this map I want to be seeing is Raze. I think Raze is always a great shout. I think even with controllers, like, if your team sets up around an Astra, that can work out for you. I think with Omen, it's the more popular choice, and if you're KC, you run both.
Yeah, KC can do KC things. We learned that season in and season out. But yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation as well. As you mentioned, the Sky still being in rotation. I think that will be something that tapers out as time goes on, or just the value that you're going to bring with a Breach right now. It's massive on this map in particular. But I'm starting to see a loading screen on their screen. I can see that, Xiao. You gotta tilt your monitor a little bit more. It looks like they're ready to play. They're on the server.
You're the opposite of Sue. Sue's literally been going, I don't want to see that. It spoils the agent select. And you're going, give me it.
There was a bit of a shine. There was a bit of a shine, so I couldn't see it all, but you get a little whiff of what's to come.
That's just off my head. That's actually not that. That's the reflecting off a light and back onto his monitor.
That's why I keep you around, Tom. It's a beautiful strategy. You'd be a great teammate. Is that the ball buff? Looks like we're ready. Agent selects. Here they are. And yeah, the Sky is still going to be sticking around. It's Enzo that's locked in Sky. Angel's going to have the ability to send out some sort of quasi-dogs of his own to get that information, maybe break some trips that are in play from Nats.
See, there's a few things I always enjoy within these matchups. Number one, Zipan playing Raze. Always happy to see that back. He's unbelievable on that. I think the fact that you've got Nats back on a Cypher, it's always a treat. Like, the guy has been, since before you even knew who this guy was, you go back to watching the old CIS matchups, his Cypher was the Cypher. Everybody was watching, everybody was keeping an eye on, because he was the best of that agent. Yumpy going on to the Viper, though. They're still running, as I said, a quasi-double Sentinel. He is someone I know could play everything, but that's not an agent that really clicks in my mind as a very Yumpy agent, because he's normally quite aggressive with whatever he plays, unless he's going to maybe take a leaf out of when Nuclear played it, and he was just running out of his own Viper's pit, killing people.
Yeah, but that's the difference, killing people, right? It puts some pressure on you. If you're going to make those crazy plays and they don't work, the punishment is massive on the other side. But yeah, talking about Nats on this map in particular, when you're looking at the sort of traps that Na'Vi are going to have to work with, i.e. none. This is a situation where Nats could go back to the Nats of old, where he used to have a silent from the shadows at time. He'd be behind you, and you just couldn't tell how he got there.
Yeah, no, I remember a guy specifically saying something like, how is he there, how is he there, like losing his mind. Sounded like a right idiot, if I'm honest, so an absolute fool.
You reckon, do you?
Yeah, moron.
I don't think everyone thought that, so it's okay. Matter of opinion and taste, I suppose.
It was me.
I'm trying to defend you.
I'm trying to defend me to me, okay. But either way, we are going to be getting into our first match. I'll be honest, this is the match I'm most excited for so far in the tournament. I think this is going to be a banger.
I think that's fair to say. The organizations alone always generate a hype matchup, but the players on the server even more so. For Team Liquid, having that core 3 as well that had risen so high in Ascension, but just barely failed to cross that final finish mark. This is somewhere that they can prove that they're so much more than even we gave them credit for. Team Liquid lurking around mid, waiting for that fight, and it was Sugetsu the first to fall. You talked about Yumpy wanting to get aggressive. Well, unfortunately for Na'Vi, it's their Viper that's gone down early.
But that also removes a lot of the delay you're going to have. The whole point is you normally have that poison orb setting up. Instead, it's been thrown out by the attack. They control the pace a little bit. Zipan has done well, though. That Seize combination thrown early. Something you can expect to see quite regularly, but the all-out brawl is going to come in, and actually Enzo's caught reloading. His teammates are fighting, he's not ready for anything, and Zipan, well, I feel like this is such a fun matchup. It's the new boy on the block of Kiko, and what I would call a legendary Raze.
Really nice, pacey retake of that control from Na'Vi. The fact that they group up and move in to take the duels, you see it just catches Liquid off guard. That's one thing that we can always praise Angel for, is thinking on his feet. He'll make those calls quickly, and he hits the mark a lot of the time, in particular that util combo. I mean, lucky that Enzo even made it out of there in the first place, and obviously had to pop the reload after shooting out the eye. It's, well, a very, very clean display in the opening round of utility. You don't get to see that often.
No, it also just going back, having a little bit of nostalgia. It's funny that you kind of have Zipon still on that Raze after all of these years. An artist who used to just run it down on this map is now playing Breach. Like, it just doesn't, it's like, I know he'll be good at it because he's good at every agent. Like, he just doesn't seem to struggle. Maybe some better than others. His Yoru was unreal the other day. But the fact is, I'm just sat here looking at him playing that agent and thinking, okay, it's definitely a different time, a different position. Kiko again, back-to-back rounds, getting that opener Mitch.
Yeah, you've got Yumpy lurking on that other side towards B, but he's kind of been isolated now, trapped in that corner potentially. It's a bigger weapon that's holding him. You're going to see some of Team Liquid coming in to bail him out. In fact, he just jumps across, makes it out in time. Even the smoke going down for Na'Vi. They don't want to hold that ranged advantage because, again, they're looking to retake that control over middle. This is somewhere that Na'Vi do not want to give any space to Team Liquid. And we've seen many times, we used to always talk about Angel lurking into this position that Enzo's in, so you know that Na'Vi are ready for it. This is the spot that they consider so important on the map, and Artis has styled on Enzo. A clean kill while there's an attempt to lurk up, but you can see Na'Vi are ready for it. A weapon retrieve at least, 2 versus 3. Mystic is still on the Classic and quickly dispense, but it comes to the 1v1, and this is where Nats can be so dangerous. He's got the info, 2 bullets, and he's out. Reload, it gives the Artis time to reposition, but defusing that in the open is going to be tough. 8 bullets. It's enough for Artis. He's got the HP as well to tank a shot or two from Nats. He spots, not even halved on it. Nats has time. He's trying to bait him off of it with the shots, and he's just about avoided dying, but it's gotten to half. Artis has bought himself a few more seconds. That shot whizzes past his head, and finally, the death blow is delivered from Artis. A well-played round. One that should be easy enough for Na'Vi to close out. It got shaky, but he got 4 kills in that. Now close to a Rolling Thunder, maybe that'll be a lifeline to help them out of this hole they're in, economically.
I don't know, maybe Eric will take a pause. Hey guys, could you not give Nats a Guardian in an eco round, please? That would be that would be really appreciated, because you just see the danger of this man. That's the thing. We saw it in, I think it was their second map when he was playing on Viper the other day. 28 kills. Like, he is someone that you just have to be very wary of. He was overshadowed a little bit by Kiko's 37 in the map before, but you know, it was an explosive match for both of those players. And I think they're going to be needed today, because we have seen in Na'Vi that, okay, first map, jitters. After that, they obliterated BBL. It wasn't even particularly close. Again, just look at this pressure in mid. 4 players there early in the round. They are... It almost looks like they're hard countering what Liquid want to do, but I don't even know what they could have seen.
Again, Na'Vi are obsessed with this mid control. They keep fighting for it, and they're winning. Here, 1-to-1 trades might not seem great, especially with Artis going down. But they had a pistol on Artis, I believe, going into that. Now, 1 rifle dropped. The point of this, though, is damage. If they can continuously chip away at Liquid, they're undoing all the benefits that were just found by Liquid, right? They're trying to force Na'Vi into investing into more weapons. Na'Vi don't. They take the weaker weapons. That should mean Liquid get an opportunity to build up economy, but that's just not happening here. Thanks to some really smart early aggression from Na'Vi. Now's the harder part of the round. You're 3 players defending such a big site, and you take 1v1 fights. Well, Angel's 20 HP with a pistol. You've got a Bulldog in there. Maybe you're better grouping up, but then you can't cover as much ground. You know, there's no real easy solution to this.
Oh, he misses Yumpy by just a minuscule amount. If that Haunt went a little bit further around the corner. The fact is now, though, I almost wonder, at least I get to if he'll just say, because you've got a couple of rifles. Your credits are not bad for the next round, but just keeping that extra gun might be worth it. Maybe send in Xiao and Angel to see, okay, if they can make this a little bit more competitive, we give it a go. We try and get back in, and we try and do as much damage as possible.
And they know there's utility to break through at least a cam. By the way, they're moving a little slowly. It looks like they're aware of traps as well. Really
so late.
Setting up so late for the exits, but it leaves Angel exposed. Sagetsu's through, he's been tagged, revealed, and now here's the swing. Easy for Yumpy. Xiao grabs one though, a nice trade. Damage the name of the game, and that game is won by Na'Vi with minimal reinvestments in this round. They have done so much damage to Team Liquid.
Yeah, not a bad round from them whatsoever. As said, Sagetsu's going to be a little bit low when it comes to the finances, probably a light shield to rifle situation. And I believe that oh no, he's actually going to have to go to Bulldog just to be able to afford his orb. So it definitely does still leave a little bit of a mark that he's not able to save, but to take 4 players out is worth it. It means that Liquid are also coming in with some vulnerabilities themselves.
Oh my goodness, well, I'm seeing the strengths there. That's an easy 20 roll every time.
You can't like rip the sides off a chair without muscles like that.
No, listen, they thought they needed to upgrade the tables for Barbar. Well, let me tell you, better hope this man doesn't start swinging. Well, they won't stand a chance. 2-1, as we said, Team Liquid, they have a lot of reinvestments. They have a Guardian, no weaknesses evident here, but it's the fact they don't have anything to fall back on. This is a very valuable round for Liquid to find, and oh no, it's gone poorly. An immediate punish from Na'Vi. The space take attempt, the double swing out of heaven afterwards, it just catches them way off guard. They've got to recover this. Sending Nats out to try and catch someone off guard. Mystic is 11 HP. This is a really tough one to find anytime.
I think they've already got the ping that all the players are rotating, but I guess they might be thinking that this was sort of a double gamble. The peek in here is, well, it's not bad initially, but it's still just going to be traded out. The Rolling Thunder invested. It's going to force back Yumpy completely. The spike also dropped to the deck. God is straight through the wall. Utter filth. Come on now, Nats. Clearly had the right idea of just escaping out of there, but not having the spike is going to make it impossible. You might be able to get a lucky shot or 2 going up that rope, but with the Guardian, it's not easy.
This is just such a perfect early game from Na'Vi. The damage done in the previous round now rewarded. And look at this, the player swinging up top, Zip unable to catch another off guard. They're always having that second player to swing to fight. Even if Artis hadn't been swung there, he had the backup of Sagetsu. Every step of the way, they're one step ahead so far. The first 4 rounds, definitely swinging towards that defensive side. And now look what Team Liquid are left with. Barely any credits, no ultis online. And again, just circling back to Artis.
Whoa.
All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, you want to stop for that time?
From the shadows.
From the shadows online.
There you go. Don't get it.
So maybe they'll win the round then. Never mind. But the point being that Artis had that ult online so early from the kills earlier on. Okay, that's decent damage. Down to 60 HP already. Sagetsu through the smoke. He's not having a nice time.
This is like the most aggressive Viper mid I think I've ever seen. Like, each round, he's just taking some. How's Yumpy just walked out B main?
No traps, no traps.
No traps being
He's been watching Yassine VODs. I'm going to have flashbacks in a minute.
His chakra told him to do it.
His chakra must have indicated it, that it was wide open. But again, this is a good read from Yumpy, I guess, because Na'Vi have been so focused on mid. So Liquid show presence on mid. He sees if he can find space elsewhere, and he absolutely did. Free real estate, wide open. Xiao now a little bit of pressure on him. Na'Vi have this mid push coming through, a couple of players in position, but they're going the wrong way towards A. Xiao's gonna have to defend all by himself, and the first goes easy, the second, even easier. Nice stuff, 3 kills for him in this round, and at least those weapons will be dropped. It's just the 1 rifle recovered for Enzo, and they still need to plant.
30 seconds
Maybe a little bit wary about someone being closer. Prowler will be used to clear the close angles, although it doesn't catch Enzo. He's able to go a little bit more aggressive, and he'll win that fight. Turning it into a 2v2 scenario, Mystic has found some space as well. A lack of information now for Na'Vi is going to make things difficult, or so you'd think. Hiding within his own smoke, he's actually baited them into potentially thinking it's coming from that corner, and he'll land a harder shot, but unfortunately, Sagetsu is so quick off that spike to trade.
Just such good buddy system play from Na'Vi. Again, when you're defusing like that, you see the split-second decision is to go and fight with your teammate. And they're always on the same page in that regard. It's not hard, I guess, when your instinct is always to fight, but it definitely works out for them. I like the aggression out of Enzo. Again, this is something Liquid have been playing with in this round in particular, was pushing up and just trying to steal that little bit of extra map control from under Navi's nose. You can see that they were always ready for it. Even though they didn't know Enzo was there was still that siege going through just to confirm. So this is, again, Liquid are trying, but Na'Vi are always ready.
I almost want to see them go for something slightly faster, like more brute force as a squad. Because each time I feel like Kiko's been a little bit further ahead of everybody else on these initial takes. But when they've actually gone in together, the trading has not been bad. And they've done better in rounds on Eco than they have with actual guns. Because each time I feel like they might be slightly overthinking a lot of these battles. Either way, Kiko is going to go in on his own. Oh, Sagetsu again. It's manic. I don't know how you play against that. The TP from Xiao is risky as well.
Showstopper after? I mean, a good backup in case you ended up losing Angel, but instead it's gone terribly wrong. Mystic is behind them. They have absolutely no iota, and he's putting down the smoke as if he's on the site, helping out the team, but he's not part of that pronged attack. He's the second prong, and he's got 2 players right in front of him. Easy as can be for Mystic. His 3rd kill of the round, and that should lock in the win for Team Liquid. No way back for Na'Vi.
The oldest trick in the book. TP into your opponent's spawn.
You know, it's my bad. It's my bad, Tom, because I laughed. I said it was a useless ult, you know? It's on me.
Yeah, you did. I definitely saw that coming.
Yeah, fair play, Tom.
You know,
the ball above strikes again.
Just that good, you know? Yeah, no, Durka, old teammate, he fed me the information.
I see. I forgot about that telekinetic bond.
He had to really push Paper Thin out there. It was just, you know, whispering in my ear.
He's always in there, is he?
He is.
I see. Oh, it's going to be a nice finish to the round. The bow tied on top for Team Liquid, 4-2. They did invest quite a bit. They had their showstopper, and they used that up for next to no value bar crowd control. The punish on Sagetsu mid was fantastic, but somehow the highlight of the round was that from the shadows.
Last player standing.
Caught them almost as off guard as I was.
Just wait until they went around with a neural theft. We'll never hear the end of it. Never, ever.
And still hasn't happened, Tom.
4-2. And this is the thing, the finances, because these rounds have been so close, think about it, the 1v1s that have been taken home in the end each time by Na'Vi, it's put their finances in the bin. This is just a full sprint, so much utility, even pre-firing the only corner that Nats could be safe in. It's a nice little set play from Na'Vi, love the idea. I assume that rifle's now going to be juggled away because Zipan is desperately low on HP, but he does still have it for now. I think, yeah, Saigetsu's going to be given that.
There you go, eventually. And yeah, if he grabs a kill, the Viper's pick could be online for Na'Vi. It most certainly is online for Team Liquid at the moment, although it doesn't look like it's going to be used in the next 20 seconds or so. You can see they're spread out 2-on-1, and yet the B play is being sought after. These players now turning to look elsewhere, just as Kaiko comes out of the choke point. Although he loses Enzo, he's still fragging up full HP, and the spike to be retrieved can be pulled through. Yumpy's lurk pays off. You know, this spacing from Liquid seemed so odd 30 seconds ago, but look at the reward that they've gotten for it. A great swing from Mystic, double down on. This guy's pulling rounds out of nowhere. 4-3 for Team Liquid, hot on Navi's tail.
Yeah, he had some quieter games, but the Mystic has got off to a flyer of a start. We know that when he gets in the groove on this controller, he truly can be a menace to play with. I think what we're starting to see from Liquid a little bit is realizing, okay, they don't have an awful lot to slow us down. With Saigetsu being so aggressive in mid, the B defense most of the time has just been Xiao with a smoke, or Xiao with a paranoia, or maybe a stun from Ardis. So it really sets them up wonderfully to just take this space for free. And okay, a lot of the time Kiko's taken a bullet in the face when he's run into the site, but the trades have always been fairly quick.
Kiko's up close on this one. Looks like he might be able to get out of there unscathed. The information, decent for Na'Vi. They've got an idea of what they're facing towards this A site. They're stacked up correctly for now, at least.
It's quite an investment, though, to not actually...
Right off the rip, yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't really get anything from it. It's like they got some information, but to use an ult and not really push off it seems a little bit surprising.
Yeah, even like Zipan's nade over top or something like that, without the sound, they might be caught off with the decay, but...
Still got it.
It is, isn't it? It's an odd one. Maybe it works out for them because they made that presence early on A, and now they've rotated stack B, and Liquid are only now making their way through. So this has sold some fake control, perhaps. The stun, though, pushes Liquid back. They're rethinking it, and now they're moving towards A, the lighter side. It looked like a good gamble from Na'Vi, but the balls jumped out of the hole at the last second. What is that from Nats? Oh. 2 quick kills, but they've lost their Viper's Pit for it. Yumpy down. And Kiko now trying to double up. I mean, their lurks have just been so irritating. This map control is left for a few seconds by Na'Vi, and it's seized and being attacked upon.
At the moment, it really does just feel like they've got an absolute lack of information. Like they're just having to take gambles. And it's funny, I feel like Ardis' stun actually deterred them from going the exact way they wanted them to go, which just a little bit of bad luck. Zipan, he needs to win what should have been an impossible fight, but with Mystic swinging, now Enzo's going to do the same. They've both just given a way back into the round. The remaining two players in heaven. You could see Angel. It didn't even look like he was going for this. He was sat back waiting, might be in for a nasty surprise, but he should at least give that info. In fact, he definitely has. Both players picked up. I've seen a man called Kankan win this before, but I have no faith that this will happen again. Zipan with no time left on the clock. The camera just toying with him at this stage, and the double peek from Liquid is perfect.
Yeah, I think it's an easy thing to see in hindsight, but just that cam being online, not being shot out, it was a really nice idea. He tapped it as the ping went through and stepped off, so they would see him get pinged up defusing and panic and swing, but they just open the camera and go, oh, he's not on it, all good. And even still, he would have had to hit 2 insane shots to make that work, but he'd already done it in the round so far. A good attempt, but in the end, nothing found. And after a stellar start, 4-1 up, economic control under their belt, Na'Vi have now called a pause at 4-4.
Yeah. Now, what I will say, think back to old FPX, to Na'Vi. They were the one team that when everybody was talking about this map being incredibly defensive-sided, they would go, no, it's attack-sided. We like the attack. We will play for the attack.
Especially with Brimstone entry.
Yeah, and I feel like with yeah, or any other Astra, he did everything. Every single agent, he has done it. But I do think that we can expect a very good attack side coming out from Na'Vi. So I think what they're doing right now, okay, we got off to a good start. We're starting to get caught out. Let's slow things down. But I genuinely think if they get to 6 rounds, they're going to be in quite a happy space. And you look at the composition they have, they've got every single piece of utility you could ever need to set up Zipan on those entries. And when he is on, which I'll be honest, he definitely is, that can be enough to win you a game. So I think for Liquid, they need to be looking to make sure they have a strong attack half here. And to be honest, it's been going very well, especially for Mystic. He has been a demon in the server thus far. Definitely someone we need to keep an eye on because he's got that from the shadows again.
Oh, yes. You know, if it works the first time, it will always work the second.
To be honest, he could probably TP into spawn right now. Maybe Sagetsu would hear it.
Well, yeah, I think Sagetsu might be just in range. But it would be a bold play to go for. I do see him sat down inside the sewers. And I wasn't sure if maybe because he wasn't looking at anything, he might have had his ult out. He might have been thinking about it. Thank God he's decided against it. Oh, I just realized what you said, Tom. No, I think he's good.
Okay.
We could send someone, though.
Watching this spot.
Who?
Anyone in mind? Anywho, Team Liquid, yeah, look, this attack side, as we said, their ultimates aren't huge. Viper's Pit for Sagetsu, good reactive one. Sometimes you see it dumped on mid right away. But they're deciding to pump brakes and allow Liquid to make the entry. And I think that's probably the best decision. As long as they don't have gaps that can just be walked through, which they are being conscious of A-Heaven and Spawn. That's been the only real problem is when they're completely caught off guard. So coming out of the pause, using the weaker weapons to just see, okay, what do Team Liquid do when we do nothing? Not a bad idea.
Well, you always feel a little bit nervous. Of course, that's the battle that Kiko manages to win. Execution of Angel, but the time is ticking. 25 seconds. They've realized it as well. Okay, it's going to be this B site. Let's use the Viper's Pit. Shorty pulled out. They're spamming onto Xiao. I don't know how he's managed to dodge all of those bullets, but he won't dodge the final one from Mystic. They need to clear this man off the site. Plant coming through.
10 seconds left.
Sagetsu yet to be found, but they've got the plant in. This is now a problem, because that Viper's Pit is completely useless.
Yeah, it was a good idea. It narrowed down the angles, allowed his teammates to maybe win off of time by denying that plant, but the second the spike is down, this starts to just fade away completely. I mean, 1 kill, 2 kills, 3, even still. Low HP, having to defuse time against it. There was no way. Team Liquid have retaken the lead, 5-4. And a very strong statement from them. But remember, that was not a full buy from Na'Vi. This was not a round where they expected to win. They did put the Viper's Pit in. It was a big investment, a risk. Didn't seek it or find any reward this time around. If that utility came in a second earlier, might have.
Yeah, I think as well, it's one of those things where the Viper's Pit I feel like could have been really valuable for them in terms of just to actually use it into mid. I understand the use there, but that's been one of the things they've been struggling with is Saigetsu has been a one and done. Okay. Xiao's managed to get a kill before the HUD's even disappeared. He's that quick. Aggressive push. I think they've realized as well that, okay, the extremities are now being fought by Liquid. Their initial mid-fights weren't going well, and now they're just trying to almost be a little bit cheeky. Like, okay, you don't have information. I'm going to take risks and push through your utility. Well, this time Na'Vi have been waiting. 2 opening kills, a full rotation back towards this B site. It is being watched by Artist. He also has a Rolling Thunder. I don't see a way they get past him unless he decides not to use it. And while Kiko finding Zipan means he might have to.
I like this though, yeah. It's a wise decision from Artist. Retake ult so strong on B, and they haven't even planted. The second that they attempt that, here it comes. Rolling Thunder in, push ahead though. Kiko's gonna try to take the fight to them, but he's stunned. He's caught by it. Artist had that placed perfectly. Kiko has bought time for his teammates. Those teammates didn't die in the Rolling Thunder. They didn't get swarmed. Instead, they were busy dealing with Kiko. So now some time bought. Time still has to be acquired. 1 versus 4. Okay. That was a lot closer than I was ready for it to be. But in the end, Na'Vi come out on top. Well handled. After their pause, being able to come back and keep it neck and neck. The lead still up for grabs as we come towards the end of the half.
The thing is, though, they've not had a clean round this entire game. So they're still on the brink again. Like, those couple of kills right at the end coming out from Yumpy actually make it so that, okay, they can buy, they're going to have light shields, but in the next round, they will be screwed again if they lose. So it's still one of those scenarios that's a little bit more problematic. And on the other side of things, From the Shadows still online, but maybe slightly more importantly, Showstopper 1 away for both teams. You've also got the Seekers available soon. And I also feel like this might be the moment where Liquid go, okay, let's stop running through their smokes. They're kind of expecting that now.
Yeah, but again, a lot of this attack side is just going to be limit testing, right? We saw that from Liquid certainly in the first 4 or 5 rounds of, can we walk out here if we make some noise there? What do you do if we do this?
Oh, this is
Maybe they have their ideas already. Paranoia used, it's pushed them way back off site. They can still spam on the cross, though. Even with that wall up, it's always a danger. That TP across. Oh, Mystic, he is insane. I mean, limit testing, that's nowhere near it. It's worked, though. Somehow, the rest of the team's been able to clutch this victory from the jaws of defeat. It's a 4v2. They've got the plant. They've taken down Angel. And Na'Vi, I thought everything was going well after Mystic's lunacy, but it was all part of the plan.
I don't know. Do you reckon in that moment, it was Emil going, yeah, like Redgar left one of his books behind like, about how to play Omen. Here you go, Mystic. What do you think about TP twice through different smokes into Heaven when you don't know if Heaven's clear? Mystic's like, it seems a bit weird, but you know, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go.
What could go wrong? and what could go wrong? Everything went right. Even walking through the wall just to take that duel. Absolute lunacy on the server. But it's worked out, and I don't know if I'm happy or angry with that.
Nice. Did he say what I just thinking?
6-5, Team Liquid have the lead.
So he's talking about, of course, being Swedish.
Yes.
Swedish meatballs.
Yes.
That's
naturally.
Yes. Just in case anybody was thinking anything else.
I don't know what you could possibly mean. Well, we've got Na'Vi defending with a couple of weaknesses, but a showstopper in the back pocket for Zipan. It could be dangerous, as he is towards the right side. We can see presence on B all the way through to the back side. The TP comes in. Xiao has that fight nice and easy. The swing comes in eventually. And with Zipan already falling, no showstopper to play with. They've lost a big ulti, and Nats is doing it again. He's doing Nats things. He's avoided the utility on the way up behind them. Surely not again. Oh, in the last round, salt in the wounds. As Nats delivers another finishing blow, 7-5. The lead for Liquid. This was 4-1 up for Na'Vi. I don't think they're going to be thrilled with how things have gone, but we know their attack side is nothing to turn your nose at.
No, I think, again, a lot of their defensive side with this composition was sort of based around risks. Like, it was, okay, we have to get aggressive, we have to try and take these fights, and in the early rounds, it worked for them. I think Liquid did fantastically well to adapt. Look even just the first few rounds, the amount of rounds they pushed mid, and then go to the late game and look how many rounds they pushed mid. It's completely different, because they were like, okay, they're going to constantly fight this, you're going to have Saigetsu doing weird stuff, so we'll try and maybe counter him at the beginning of the round, and then they went more direct. They went into the B side, into the A side, because there just wasn't enough utility to delay them. Great half from Liquid, but as said, this is normally where Na'Vi get going.
Well, their pistol was Pretty aggressive last time around from Na'Vi. And this attack side, it's the exact same. Quickly spilling out into the A site and finding it wide open. Not even traps on the way through. If you take a look at the map, they're positioned in screens. This is very much a retake setup that's coming in from the side of Team Liquid, hoping to catch this squad off guard as they went for further aggression. But it hasn't worked out in the spawn, and the Paranoia definitely didn't hit where it was supposed to.
Yeah, it allowed Liquid to reclaim the ground a lot quicker because they know it hasn't been taken yet. So it makes the retake so much faster in those initial stages, but they've still been smoked off eventually. So they've got to try and make their way back through. Tiger was saved, Xiao not spotted, not the prettiest of shots, and Kiko in the meantime has managed to find a couple. Xiao now stuck in the mud, needing some support, and there is that support from Saigetsu, and it is! And Saigetsu just takes out everyone! He may have been a little bit late to save his teammate, but he definitely saved the round.
That he did. Na'Vi right back on Liquid's heels. And of course it's Saigetsu. Yeah, he's certainly woken up there. Let's take a look at the replay. A couple nice shots, but once we get to this, man, it gets a little bit ludicrous. Through the smoke, catching one, catching two, and a quick headshot on Yumpy. Those are the kind of rounds you dream about. And you can see Angel, the relief washing over his face. As that final shot connected.
Last cannon outlaw for Kiko.
Bring them down.
Split's not really one of the maps that I would say that it has the most strengths.
For sure.
But with the rest of his teammates having pistols, it definitely gives him an opportunity to pad the gaps a little bit. Now, bear in mind, we know that Na'Vi love having a couple of players on pistols themselves. And they love playing light shields. So this is a read. He basically has an operator right now, but he can shoot much quicker.
Only downside is there's no one to shoot at over on the B site, which is where he's on his way to. You know, the benefits of this rifle as well sort of outweighed when you can't play screens because they're just going to wall you off. In fact, screens would be in the perfect position. That orb came up a little bit late, but to no effect. If they can deal damage, they can make them all one shot. Kiko might have a chance swinging out from heaven. Already, you can see Zipan, Xiao tagged up 25 shields on Angel and Saigetsu. Kiko just needs one shot to the body, and he is reliable to hit at least the one. There's the first. Angel down. But now, you know, Angel hasn't been the biggest gun to deal with on the server here. He's had a tough game so far, but the rest of the squad have been on fire.
Well, that's the thing. If Na'Vi keep 3 players alive, they get the rifle back, that's a success in their eyes, because they buy 2 pistols every time. If you get one more, you've forced it so that they either have to overly invest in the next round or play the bonus with a pistol. So that's what we're looking at here. Can Liquid take down one more player, make it that little bit extra costly? And that's exactly what Kiko has done. He has made things more problematic for them. He's even going to try and steal a rifle away, aggressing all the way into the corner. And okay, he doesn't manage to take out Saigetsu in the end, who will get one of those guns back, but he definitely made that a lot more costly than Na'Vi would have liked.
Yeah, and there's no concern about him, you know, bringing that rifle to Saigetsu or anything. It would have been retrieved after Spike dissipated anyway, so a good attempt just to try to deal that extra damage. And I like that, playing the numbers from Liquid. They're not afraid to let the round go. You don't have to try for every retake. Sometimes it is just better to play those exits. Equalizing the numbers, though, up on the scoreboard. Na'Vi now in a decent position. They haven't got like what they had last time with Artis so close to an ultimate or anyone. It's actually fairly evenly distributed on the attacking side. But if you take a look at Liquid, well, those kills for Kiko certainly helped out. I'm not going down to the spike. He actually got the orb.
Yumpy under the same pressure. Saigetsu was in just moments ago, and Xiao, just an execution in that initial fight. A good start to the round for the side of Na'Vi. As said, they're playing this one with a pistol, so any extra weaponry that can be found, which it can be, Artis is going to get it right now. It's going to make things that little bit more problematic. Now, Angel, well, even knew there was a player there. A 1-for-1 trade, not the worst, but you have to bear in mind, again, Angel going down in these sort of fights, he is the one player that can garner them information, because the other initiator is mainly there for support.
And that support works best if you have that information to work with.
Yeah.
You know, instead of burning up the utility, not a lot of his belt is going to be refreshing. You can see that's why, obviously, Fault Line is used up by Artis start of the round. They'll probably just pace it out until that comes back online or until a kill is found. With Enzo going down, big weakness. They can run straight through Heaven, take over control of B side, and Kiko
that's unlucky.
could not have had worse timing. So with that,
I think we're got a pretty good indication of where this one's going.
Yeah, you
Nats gonna 1v4 clutch it.
You can't really see that happening. Yeah, I would be surprised if he even moves from this position. Na'Vi with a great start to this half. Like, that's the thing. We talk about their bonus being a little bit weaker than normal, but the fact is that aggressive push from Xiao, it seems to be the sort of burden of this Viper playing middle is that both of these teams have been very happy to just disrespect the utility and go fighting straight towards them. You lose that control, and it's just so much easier to pick players apart. And okay, I'll admit, Kiko was a little bit unlucky with just the timing of turning away. He has been the sort of main player so far, alongside Mystic for the side of Liquid, up there again with 21 kills. It has really been an absurd sort of like debut week for Kiko. Because that's the thing, when you come up from the tier 2, especially after Apex sort of choked it a bit, finishing second, you kind of have to look at that guy and go, okay, is he going to be able to compete with the best of the best? And the answer has most certainly been yes.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and no matter who you put him up against, he's able to have these lights out performances. Even now, Team Liquid are losing, right? It's 8-7 to Na'Vi, and Kiko is 21-9. You have a duelist pop off like that, it's tough to not have those rounds on the board, but it's also a way of looking at it. It's the reason that it's this close, that Na'Vi haven't ran away with it. You've got this guy who's being utilized, and on the attack side, he was flat in a couple rounds. It's expected. You're a space taker. You're taking space on split. That's what happens.
Well, you look at their match versus Koi. He got 37 kills in a 13-10. Like, without him, they lose. It's just a fact of the matter, but here we go again. You got the Nat save rifle, the rest are on weaker weaponry, but Kiko has got himself the showstopper to play with, so a chance to do some real damage. Aggressive push as well, just to take some B main control, constantly hunting for information, but just look how far back Na'Vi are playing. Na'Vi of old, Na'Vi of multiple games, they are happy to play things nice and slow.
Oh yeah, they're in no rush. Angel's happy to take his time. Haven't seen him with the trademark push into vents, but it's been a long time. He used to do that on Omen, crossing.
Yeah, I think that's what Xiao did in the first in the first buy round. So
I just miss seeing him in there. Every game it was a guarantee. Angel is in vents, at least in the first 30 seconds.
Where are you?
This time he's on B and leading his team towards vents.
30 seconds left.
Things really have changed. This play up into A heaven, the trap has actually moved. It was previously a little further up in heaven to catch them coming through vents. Now it's only getting them as they move into heaven. So they bypassed it. Na'Vi straight past the trap and straight into the site. Great flash. Nats can't see a thing. And then Nate even finds Enzo. This is a disaster now. Kiko trying to recover. Showstopper not landed. And this should be the end of the round. Having to rush out of a screen. Oh, what is that? Mystic with 2 quick kills, a rifle retrieve, and a dream of clutching this out now, turning to a nightmare. He's 19 HP, and he's 0. Well played by Na'Vi. They get it in the end. So close to being flawless, but not quite.
Yeah, almost, but just Mystic got in the way, unfortunately. But a huge round from them again. I feel like the entries have been sublime. Like, the fact is, I think it was just a small flash that went through, and that was enough to just leave with... Was that a team flash? Yeah. That was a team flash. Okay. I thought it might have been the first time
I don't think it was Na'Vi Sky. Let me say that.
I heard
some space given up, and now that wall's going to be covering the crossover, so his operator's not going to be quite as useful. Enzo with a bit of pressure, and he finds the opening, the flash there, but he's spotted beforehand. Zipbang quickly able to deal with him, and they're caught lacking. Angel's lurk on B has found so much value. That's both controllers down for the side of Liquid. Kiko and Nats with everything to do, and in such an important round as well, with all the credits on the line for Liquid. It's just Kiko and Op and 4 kills to find. He's saving this.
There's also nowhere really that's safe. Like, they've still got a player in mid. They've still got a player outside this A site. Like, Zipham, I think, was initially meant to be the tip of the spear for the push into A, but just Angel catches 2 player on the lurking fade. I'll say that again, the lurking fade. He's just got both of them. Not expecting him to win that duel with both of them there, but now it comes down to Kiko. Can he at least bring something through into the next round? Na'Vi have started to dominate when it comes to this attack side. They've got so many credits available to them. Like, both Saigetsu and Xiao are going to hit max. The rest of the players won't be too far away. And I think they're slowly working out the last place this man has been. He's going to hit the leg shot. Nice one, but the trade will be there. No operator saved. Another victory in double digits hit for Na'Vi. They are looking good on Split.
They're looking fantastic on Split. I mean, that is the hard work done. A 3-round lead. Team Liquid left to Pistols. Their back is against a wall. Liquid can make next to no mistakes if they want to close out this map. And again, the key thing is that this is Liquid's map pick. Next, we move on to Breeze, somewhere Na'Vi have looked comfortable, and we could talk about Artis' Yoru, and perhaps it will be the time that it doesn't find the value because people figure it out and so on. That was the thing long ago with Breeze when Angel played the Yoru. It worked once or twice, and then they figured it out. The thing is, the guy that's TPing now isn't Angel. He's not the mastermind who's catching good lurks, conditioning you into pushing the map, and then punishing you. It's Artis, the guy who is going to be able to punch through those dimensions and send you back to your own one. It's going to be tough for Team Liquid if they don't pick this one up, and their chances are slimming by the second.
Yeah, I think a good time to take a pause. And that's the thing. Last time out, they sort of had that pause, they had the talk, they adapted, they managed to find something new to do. I do think it's been difficult with, I don't know, a lot of these early battles just seem to be always going the way. A little bit of miscommunication in a couple of positions as well that has helped out Na'Vi with the openers, as if Zipan really needed the help. Like, he's been great in these early fights so far. But this is, well, I want to say this is crunch time, but it's not really. The Pistols coming in for this round. You want to see what sort of ideas are going to be there. Basically, maybe not a stack of players, but a stack of utility. Viper's screen, all of Cypher's util, Omen there as well. They're just trying to put as much in the way, well, of this man.
Cage trigger. Well, that's not the way I saw that one going. Nats is just peeked out from an angle, the only angle really they had to worry about because smokes are up elsewhere, and he's caught them unaware.
Paranoia.
Zipan, with his back turned, eliminated, but Nats is being fished out of that position. Nowhere for him to go, and the Pistols now have very tough fights in front of the Mystic. An animal with this Sheriff, but after one, he's dropped, and best of luck to Kiko. He can at least recover his Sheriff, has to pop a reload on that, surely. 2 bullets and a nade to work with. 100 HP. And that's all the positives gone for him. There's plenty for Na'Vi.
Maybe a paint shell can be used to try and clear something, but I think he wanted the element of surprise. Sagetsu, though, not missing. Na'Vi now 11-7, 2 away, but this is the round the pause was for. 6 rounds in a row. And let's see if that adaptation has come through. They're going with the operator on Kiko again. It hasn't had the most success. I think we've actually seen more with the Outlaw so far. Maybe being a little bit more versatile on the rifle would be the call, but they clearly believe in this operator, and he's going to be playing it, again, sort of like standard matchmaking, straight down mid, just looking for the early peak.
Yeah, I mean, sitting back with an op on this, especially up against this comp where you have so many smokes to work with, it's just not going to work for you a lot of the time. They're going to be catching you off. The players are pushing down as well, 2 on middle. Enzo and Mystic have to win those fights if they go any deeper, and they've avoided it, indeed. Just taking the early map control, seeing that Na'Vi are not playing there. Now looking to reinforce the site of their choosing. It's B that they move towards. A good call, but they might just be caught off by this. A lot of information to play with. TP committed into spawn, and Xiao's got 2 for it. Anything Mystic can do, he can do at least the same. He's got 3 kills so far, but he's got them the site and the plant, and he's back with his team. Couldn't get much better unless you drop that operator. Kiko has managed to find one. Perhaps there's still some life in Liquid in this round. If they want to save, that call needs to be made very soon. And 2v3, 11-7, this is probably where they have the best chances.
Oh, I think they're going for it. Kiko picking up that rifle pretty much confirms it. A kill will get Nats' ult and reveal the rest. A nade into the corner, but you have to bear in mind there is also still that Rolling Thunder available to them. It's going to be sent in. Nyon immediately. Angel still sat in the corner. That might be a surprise as well. They're throwing all this util, and he hasn't had to reveal himself just yet. The horn will give it away, but the time, it's gone. There's just nothing they can really do at this stage. Kiko's got to try and get out of there, and it's not going to be allowed. Xiao with a quad. An unbelievable round from him. And a second impactful from the shadows of the match. And that is the first time I've ever said that sentence.
I have egg on my face, Tom. I chose a bad day to come from the shadows.
Yeah. How dare you?
Liquid have called a pause. At 12-7.
Your
Navi-
curse definitely still exists, by the way. I've never seen anything like it.
It's bothering me. That is sick.
Okay. That is the first and only time we're going to see ISO this tournament.
I don't know. There could be some. No, there's not.
No,
There's no-
who? It would be these guys right here.
It would be Navi.
It would be Na'Vi.
Hey, playoffs. If they make it there, who knows?
Yes, because that's the time to do it.
Isn't it?
Yes,
They would do it.
In a single elimination playoffs. Let's throw ISO out.
They get props for it.
Please,
if it
Angel,
worked.
don't. Please. Please.
Just saying, he's always ahead of the medal.
Marcus will cry.
Well, not after this result. One more round, 5 chances to close it out. Navi have looked unreal so far. And, well, Tom, I mean, the viewers at home can't see the timeline right now, but there's not much to see. It's just red. Navi have won every single attacking round so far. Go ahead.
In case it wasn't clear
Draw
enough.
line, and now
Look how
production
straight.
remove the hood.
Look how straight that was. I'm leaving that there. That's staying. Beautiful. Can we show my really straight line, please? Look at
an
that.
artist. It's gorgeous, Tom. You've done a great job.
Yeah. In case, just to make it a bit more clear. Oh dear, it's all gone wrong.
Well, a very quick play coming out of Zipan. He's already blast packing through. The snake bites caught him. It should make it easy on the side of Team Liquid, but Yumpy's not able to hit the shot. Nats now forced back to site. I thought maybe to spawn, but he wants to fight, maintain control over this, and it might be a bad decision because here comes a showstopper. Big old Rocket looking to find him. Has an idea where he is. It's fired out and lands at his feet. A sidestep the wrong way. Now a Viper's Pit to lock down Heaven as well. Tom, this is going to be such a difficult fight back through for Team Liquid, either through the pit or a very predictable angle in their spawn. They could try to push attacker spawn into B main, but there's a million corners there that they have no idea where these players could be. There is nothing to do. This round, it's a lost round, short of a miracle, and they're spreading out to take one-by-one fights. Individual prowess better come out shining.
Akiko has to hit something here. And then they need to move quick. That's the thing. Timing not working out, and now Mystic needs a miracle. He's got so much left to do. A Viper's Pit through. They know where he is. The flash is not doing anything. And it's going to be an Andalusia flawless to close out the game. What a way for Na'Vi to come back once more after a bit of a slow start in the first half. They obliterated Liquid in that second. And well, after a pause, maybe you hoped there was something for Liquid, but Zipango Kill came back to the stage.
Hey, listen, I don't know how the community's predictions went today, but I think a lot of Na'Vi fans are going to be pretty happy. Ulysses might still have a chance in the prediction game. He doesn't. He doesn't. But with 13-7, that's a convincing opening statement from Na'Vi. Their map is up next after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
Welcome back to the show. I know that Navi just crushed it during the second half, but I wanted to speak about Team Liquid map pick because they have some really cool stuff prepared for the attacking half, and that's something I would want to talk about. So we're gonna bring up the default positioning of their utility on attack. Pay attention to the minimap right now. I'm gonna mark you the Viper positioning when it comes to the orb and the wall, and then I'm gonna bring up also the default positioning from the Cypher cages that are on the A side. On the other side, remember, they play Viper, Cypher, and Omen. All have vision denial in form of their smokes. So now, bearing that in mind, Na'Vi doesn't have a Sentinel in a traditional form, so they can't really re-clear that with any traps that are just being left alone. So now, pay attention to the minimap because I'm going to be putting chips, blue chips, that are going to be signaling positions of players where they cannot be standing. So when the Viper Orb on B is active, player on number 1 is not able to stand in that position, but also on number 2, he's not going to be able to see into B main. The same will happen when the wall is up. Players from Heaven will not be able to look into the B main position if someone is already crossing, and there are no traps from Cypher or Killjoy to hold that position. Now on A, when the Cypher cage is active, you cannot stand on number 4, or you cannot stand on number 5 when the cage on A main is active. This is why Na'Vi was required to re-clear aggressively so many of those angles that that Team Liquid was covering with their utility, and all of that still is being then rest of the map might be just cleared with the Omen smokes in vents or in mail that you're typically gonna have being used when you are putting middle pressure. Now, also, there's something very creative happening in round 11 that I'm gonna bring up right now. This is an incredibly efficient setup of how to put pressure onto this side with an Omen TP that creates space. Now, unfortunately, there was a little bit of a dumpster fire happening after that, but you can see there's a first TP happening and second one going straight into rafters. But this creates so much pressure towards the opponents that you are not able to typically predict what's going to happen, because the paranoia is being put on default. The TP is being then used on the stack underneath that one way, and then the TP happens towards rafters. Now, if that would have been, like, let's say, cleared a little bit less by Na'Vi, that would have been a fantastic opening. But in general, Team Liquid had really prepared some creative stuff that you typically don't see on the attacking side of Split, and I'm really happy to see that. Now back to Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Lothar. Yeah, I agree with you. It was very nice to see the creativity out of them, as you can see here from Yumpy, as well as he warms up in the AIM Labs warm-up as we head to Breeze. Unfortunate result for Team Liquid, I'm sure. But Kukuka, do you see them maybe coming back into the game on Breeze?
Oh yeah, definitely. Of course it is a possibility, especially since it's a map that we still haven't seen from them, and I think Kiko has a lot of potential to develop within it. The bad thing is that we have seen Na'Vi and what they're capable of doing in the map. The last time that we saw him, well, a couple of days ago against BBL, we saw a beautiful Yoru that I'm sure Lothar and all of us are going to get to enjoy, because the impact that he was having with the operator, the opening kills, I think that he was putting a lot of pressure. And actually, we're going to see Kiko going also on the Yoru. Of course, this is going to create a head-to-head that makes things even more interesting. I was, thinking, and I also love to see that they wanted to combo it also with the KO. That is a lot of initiation utility, because they're not going to have that Omen to give them that extra coverage and maybe the potential for a cheeky play. But with the KO, to me, is even better, not only because I'm a big KO stan. I think that it gives you a lot of duality when it comes to the game.
Yeah, although Kiko's Yoru, I saw a little bit of it in the off-season. Maybe it's just like an off-season one-off thing. I don't know how it's going to fare up against Ardis' Yoru, but also, I know Yumpy, you mentioned already a little bit, Yumpy with that KO. We don't see many KOs so far, so I'm happy about this pick.
Yeah, I was actually, considering if he was going to go for the Sky, because he did it the other day, but I think this composition is brilliant, and I really want to see that operator head-to-head.
Oh, Yoru versus Yoru, we are truly in the Yoru meta now. Mitchman and Tombiz, I can't wait to see what's going to happen on this map.
Oh, well, it's definitely going to be a fun one. The head-to-head Yoru, I know Lothar's excited. He's already booting back up that Telestrator software. Tom, are you ready for this? It could be messy.
Oh, but that's always the best games, right? The ones that get a little bit scuffed. And
44
I think
rounds, let's go.
Whenever the Angel's playing, it's always going to be a little bit scuffed. So we'll see how things go. They were unbelievable on that defensive side last time out, so we get to witness their attack. And that's normally where you get the best out of the Yoru, the space that can be taken, the havoc that can be caused. And speaking of havoc, Kiko is just walking straight down the newly reopened halls. Doesn't spot anything.
I like this. This is more of what I expected the other day in our game, Tom, where we had that Yoru on defense, where you're going to have those gate crashes used for information early, so you can retreat to the other side of the map, and then quick rotations. I mean, just take a look at where it is right now. It's made its way back over towards A, so you can yet again have him quickly rotate. In a couple seconds, he might go for B aggression if he didn't hear a stampede of players on their way towards his site. Looks like pressure is on. Kiko could get out of here. There's no escape for Nats. So they're going to fight this one together. Through the wall they go, and Xiao is down. Sugetsu, not able for two. Nats holds on tight, but he's surrounded. There's players everywhere, desperately trying to find a fight. But Ardis catches his back, and so we're down into the 3v3 with the lurk of Angel expected this time around.
30 seconds left.
Oh, almost does a lot of damage onto Ardis, already low on HP. Mystic, he's not expected to be this close, and he's going to get one. Should get the second, but no. Ardis is still standing the TP into an open position. He's almost managed to find Yumpy. Both now those desperately low, but Yumpy will be the one to survive. It's close, but Liquid have a pistol.
Oh, I bet they're happy they sent him for the aim lab shoot around before this game. Otherwise, that could have been a little bit awkward. Yumpy just about saving the game. Because if Artis gets off to a start like that, there ain't any stopping him.
It's over.
Gorgeous stuff.
This man's already got enough confidence for the rest of us. You give him a little bit more, I think he becomes dangerous at that stage.
It's crazy. Even this TP, you know, it goes down to 3 HP, pops it in the open, and almost one bullet away. Look, he's so frustrated not to win.
I love the difference.
4 kills in a round. It's not enough. Or close to it. 20 HP away.
The difference between the two of them is perfect. Very small investment. A shorty and some light shields for Artis. A few sheriffs here and there. Other than that, not too much. And actually on the other side of things, as I said, we always talk about Na'Vi's economy management when it comes to their bonuses. Liquid are actually, I want to say, playing it relatively safe. They've gone in with weaponry on every single player straight through the util. And already, oh, that's actually crazy. So Artis already had earned so many orbs up that he was able to pop his ult in the second round. Like, that's ridiculous.
It's not a bad idea to use it just to try to clear out those angles, especially if you drop your Cypher. At the start of the last round, you had Nats solo playing B, then the rotate from Kiko, which I don't think was heard. They didn't know he TP'd over. But the key point is that they identified, okay, we take him down, we get B control, potentially a weapon as well. It could have been huge, but the read was perfect. Even though he couldn't see, he could still take him down. A close range fight in the cage, keeping him alive. Just smart utility placement from Nats, avoiding what could have been a disaster.
I think it shows how much they're investing orbs, though, into Artis. He's only got 3 kills, but he's already managed to earn up 7 orbs in a round. It really does just show that they really are going hard into making sure that he can get that ultimate as much as possible and just cause issues.
I mean, yeah, it's a free drone. You're often going to get him TPing inside the plant as well. It's the other big advantage. Nice attempt from Kiko. They had the reveal, they had the information, but the player just about snuck away on time.
Artis looking a little different today.
Angels, beautiful.
Angel was on the Euro after all. We just didn't know it. And wow,
oh, there it is.
He's just taken the entry as the Omen. I feel like he uses himself as the secondary of something, so he can basically just play duelist on everything, and you can see why. Just wide swinging onto Enzo. The B site fully under the control of Na'Vi, and it's almost purely just down to Angel individual skill.
Yeah. And this is what we talked about. I joked last map about Angel's entry fragging Brimstone on Split. And Tom, you rightfully said he did it on every agent. Every single one. He didn't care. He would run in first. I remember Haven, Breach, 7 first deaths on the attack side.
Well, he did it
on
Gecko, on Bind the other day as well.
Yeah.
Like, he was just full sprinting around the map.
That's how this guy plays. I like this from Mystic. Good chance to get a kill, do some damage. But that's all this amounts to. Time too far gone with so many players to root out of their positions. And at a certain moment, you're going to start to think, is it worth just carrying this weapon forward, being that extra body to protect Kiko, who's got the operator? Have those funds build up slightly more. It looks like that is what they'll get, like it or not. Unless someone goes jumping through the window, which surely we won't see from Mystic. Keep the weapon. He's got it in the window! Oh no! Well, that's the weapon gone. But at the end of the day, they can still afford a decent buy all round. Wanted to drop the extra rifle very badly.
I really don't see the point. I feel like anybody who you could have killed, you would have seen without having to jump into the window because they've just been forced out of that angle by the spike. So, yeah, a little bit of madness, I'll be honest, for Mystic. And, okay, he's still going to be able to purchase, but you look at Yumpy, who's going to be down on an Outlaw, the light shields for the majority as well. I don't think that was worth it at all, but either way, still in the lead, Liquid 2-1 up.
Shadows traveling.
Just look at the pace, he just full sprint. There's no fear. There's no fear at all. He's just running straight down and he's already dead. The rest of the team are going in, I guess, the more normal way, but he set up Xiao. The crazy man goes down and then Xiao's left to just get a free kill.
Spike planted.
Smokes somewhat lacking for the squad, but the Viper Wall can help if Xiao stays alive. He's so aggressive. Every Viper for this squad is, and rightfully so, with shots like that onto Kiko. That player gone, 3 rifles left on the side of Liquid. They know there's a player on yellow. That's an easy fight for Nats to take. Surprising no one swings on the back of it. It's a little bit of a gap. The aggression punished. Perhaps a chance now with no smokes left to play, with a flank underway that Yumpy's just caught Sagetsu completely unaware. Artis though, he's been hitting shots since the round started. He just needs to do a little bit more for the squad, running down that clock, but he's so low on HP. Surely he can't hold on. Enzo though, he only has a matter of seconds and it's too late. Can't hit the shot anyways, not with Artis playing like this.
No, he may not have been able to get that Red Bull clutch through in the first round, but he's managed to do it here just moments later. It genuinely blows my mind that we've heard in the past that Artis didn't want to play Yoru, and now I'm watching him play Yoru, and he may be one of the best I've ever seen. Like up there with players like Forsaken or someone like that. He's just styling on this agent, and also just looks very confident individually on it, because that's the main thing. It's like, I feel like you get 2 sets of Yorus. You either get one that doesn't know how to do the utility properly and just runs around fragging, or someone that does know how to use the utility but then can't aim. Like, those seems to be the 2. Whereas there's few that are in that Venn diagram crossover, and at the moment, Artis takes the biscuit.
Artis back with an ult online. Not the first time this map. You might be surprised if you've just tuned in, but round 5, he's ready to roll. Full belt of utility to work around, and I have a strong feeling he will be the entry point for this squad. Now, for Team Liquid, it's pistols. You might not even want to, well, to be honest, you might want to commit that Yoru ult for 2 reasons. You're getting it online so much, and you don't want to lose any players that you don't have to. Angel goes up the rope, wins a fight, now loses a rifle. It's not being recovered, and Artis is going to take it instead.
I love watching Empire. Yeah. It's just so enjoyable. Like, I know that there will be people losing their minds, and that also makes me just that little bit happier, because it's just like, even the kills he gets just look a little bit ridiculous. Like, just quick headshot in one of the players. Now, it's not a bad trade for Liquid. And the main thing that worries me at this stage is the time. 30 seconds left. 2 players within the site. Now, the information is going to be huge. That's one of the main things that will make this a little bit less dangerous. Artis making his way through. They have to go through the snake bite, so they are vulnerable, but he's just making it so that nobody can really capitalize, or so you think. Mystic has done well. Yumpy's found another. They still haven't planted this spike. He's run out of bullets. But the time is the main issue. And the lurk coming through from Saigetsu might have just saved them. They're not going to be able to deny this. It will at least go down, and it needs to be up to Artis again.
It's the same battle. Artis and Enzo both full HP this time. The weaponry, not great. Mystic's only got a pistol to play with, and with Enzo down, it's on to Mystic. He's got to get this done. His position's been revealed by the shot that he fired. Artis was seen too. He's got a fake TP. Boy, he could stick it if he wanted to. Mystic sticking the spike though. It's going to be halved. Here's the wall bangs though.
He's going for
low HP. Oh no. He tapped it again. He's baiting him for the fight. Mystic wants to fight Artis. It's a brave move, and one he might live to regret. If he stuck it all the way, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, back-to-back Red Bull clutches from Artis. That's the thing. If he sticks it all the way, he wins. But of course, with the TP, you don't know if it's faked. You don't know if he's taken it. It's a risk that ultimately could have lost you the round. But Artis is saving Na'Vi at the moment. Like,
well, you can see
first kill is just ridiculous.
Like, Artis on his own already has that factor, that little bit of intimidation to him. But when he's popping off like this, you cannot go without feeling his impact on the server. When he starts out, his utility, his ultimate, clearing your positions, pushing you back, you're already on the back foot. And when it comes to fighting him, you haven't got a leg to stand on.
He's been going in first most rounds and clutching them as well. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, they
another orb, by the way.
It genuinely feels like kill Artis, win round, which you don't see often in the professional play. I'm also starting to feel for the Americas fans who have genuinely been conned by this man going over there, taking some money and then coming back after doing nothing.
Tom, he's 2 orbs away from having the ult. It's outrageous. Like, he can't be playing like this, yet he is.
Zipan taking down the aggression of Kiko. That operator has had little to no success so far, and oh, guess what? You can have all of your utility on the site, Nats, but this man is coming for you. The corner, he's going to TP right into it. I thought for a second he might correct in time. Nats has dealt with the danger man. We'll see if the fact is you kill him and you win.
Fake steps in the decoy might have lured him in. Went over to punish it. Catches it's the decoy, and then he's caught up as the cage falls. Enzo, good to catch Zipan. At least another kill for them to work with. Down to the 3 versus 3. Ult in hand for Angel. Not going to have too much impact, though. He hasn't got the spike. There's no crazy rotations to come into play. Maybe he runs it for the information. Little tag on the Mystic.
Go on, do it
Not
again.
too much damage. He's looking just to deny that plant, and he's done.
That's me, bro. That's me.
It's fine. 73 HP. Well, a little bit more. Let that decay come back up. But they're buying time. There's a Viper's Pit online, but key thing, Yumpy up behind. If he catches Sugetsu, they can split the site from both sides. The second flash is good. It's very good, in fact. Sugetsu's down, and now they can look to split it, but no! The other 2 players dropped in an instant, and Yumpy has to do it all. A clutch for him on 45 HP, make that 5. And now stepping into the decay, he's down to 1. It's the easiest fight of Angel's life. 4-2 for Na'Vi, and they're steaming into the lead. A different vibe than what we got even at the start of Split. Team Liquid need to find a solution, and again, they're down to very low credits.
Yeah, this is already starting to feel like a map that you just almost don't want to play them on. They just seem so well regimented in the post plants. The timing, the spacing is perfect. Okay, they used their Viper's Pit at the end there just to secure the round, but as said, when we saw them play out against BBL, which, okay, we do have the expectation that BBL is slightly weaker than this Liquid squad, but they dominated on defense. So they're already having a field day, just getting off to a strong start on this attack side. Angel's been able to get quite a lot of entries alongside Artis as well, and I feel like one of the major worries is the fact that Kiko has gone missing. And bear in mind, that last map was close because he was pulling off crazy rounds. He was doing really well individually, so I almost feel like they just need to sit for a moment, even if it's just Emil giving them a little bit of a talk over of some of the things he spotted, or even if it's just trying to get the confidence back, because they have been shut down over the last 4.
Yeah, very much silenced. 4 in a row for Na'Vi. Economic control. Artis is an ult every round, it seems like. He can't go 2 without popping it. And he's 1 away coming into this. The surprise factor is a lot of what you talk about for Liquid here. Having your outlaws, your pistols, the long-range angles.
They've got the perfect combo as well. If he gets it, they've got Hunter's Fury, which is basically just the freest kill. Something I know Lothar has been loving for a very long time.
And it's also a problem because if you're Mystic right now, you're thinking, oh, I've got the Viper's Pit. What's going to happen? Artis is just going to get that orb, come up close, go, shoot me. He's right here.
Oh, they expect it, though. The thing is, there's already spams coming through. Enzo is basically dead, but even still, Kiko will get the kill onto Artis. That at least removes that ult from action. The thing is, though, fighting from this position is going to be incredibly difficult. Yumpy does get away, but even though you've taken that man out, ultimately the result is the same. The man advantage has gone to Na'Vi. You didn't get any weaponry for it, so how do you now try and recoup this round? Now, what I will say, a super aggressive push coming down in behind them. The problem is there is a trip. So unless you're going to see Saigetsu go down at some point in this round, Nats isn't going to be able to find them unless they come back.
He is here in the steps at least, though, confirming this is an A play. For what little that's worth. They can at least keep the players in position to try to find something. Flash popped on right, but it's walled up. Mystics caught Yumpy.
They know he's there. He broke the trip.
And yeah, even if they didn't, they have a cam as well that's been spotting out the whole time, and they've no reason to peek that angle. Hard to get out of it. Or to kill him, which is what Sugetsu was going for. Nicely done as Na'Vi pick up yet another. Round 7 concludes with a 5-2 scoreline. 5 in a row for Na'Vi, but finally rifles for Liquid, some ults online. We'll see if they can pull something out of the bag.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds have been very close. So bear in mind, there's been a couple of clutches back-to-back for Artis. But that round was clean. Like, 4 players staying alive. Artis the only one to go down financially. You're starting to see players like Shao get up to, like, he'll be at max, basically, in the next round. So this has to be where Liquid break back. Otherwise, they're just going to have problems economically. As you said, they've got the ultimates. They also have that operator back in play. But again, that potential combination of the Dimensional Drift alongside the Hunter's Fury could be pretty nasty.
Who's next? Blinding.
Already, Artis has gone looking for someone. Quick 2 kills, though. Sugetsu and Angel dropped. The push-up in elbow attempted by Na'Vi to no avail. His Team Liquid have taken so much control, and having dropped Sugetsu, guess where they're going? The TP's just faded, just ran out of time, or at least it was faked
I think he
out.
faked it, yeah.
But take a look there. The players have already pushed through the spawn. This angle's being watched, but it's another angle to be worried about. And here comes the information. One close yellow. One in the pyramids, and one in the plant. Nice and easy, and now the team can look to punish. The TP's faded out, decoys caught him as well. Really nicely handled by Team Liquid on the way back through. Great information for Kiko, good utility. And with that, a defuse and a way back in. Finally broken that win streak for Navi.
Yeah, nice round from them overall. I think just a little bit of extra aggression. They didn't get bullied out of the round by Angel as well with that initial fight coming in towards the halls. I think it was, this fight here, which I feel like Mystic will be quite happy about that one. And then the fast flank. They took this round into their own hands and didn't allow for the execute to come through. Because I think that's where Na'Vi right now are truly terrifying. If you let them set up all the pieces, they're probably going to win the round. If you can disrupt that before it happens, which they were trying before. Bear in mind, Kiko had been pushing with the operator, but this was a little bit more regimented. This was them pushing as a team, and it worked out much better.
Well, we've seen Navi slow things down and try to work that map control. It looks like maybe Team Liquid had a read on it, seeing Angel lurking. They kill him. Then you say, okay, well, I think I've seen this one before. Either he's the first man in, or he's on the other side of the map. So, free space to take. That's one solution to it. Punishing aggression, but now we need to see them win it on their own terms on the side of Team Liquid when Navi are pushing that execute and playing the normal game that's been working for them time and time again. It starts with this deep push in from Artis. He's got the site control. He's been flashed about 7 times, but he's ready to fight again as they breach through the wall, and Mystic, he's taking them all! 3 quick kills! Blink and you miss it! And look at that spotted shell, the util's coming, the players are on their way! There's no stopping Liquid in round 9. With Kiko's final blow, it's 5-4. Hot on Navi's heels again.
Just see him laughing away as well. I think he knows he got away with one there. The fact is, they had the TP that gets them close to the screen, but I think they just almost expected, okay, eventually, Artis is probably going to try and go through it. So if he's setting up to go through it, I'll just run straight through. And no one watching it, no one aware. And that's the thing. That is basically Liquid playing them at their own game. They've been trying to do these cheeky little plays through all of these different pieces of utility. So he just goes running through and catches every single one. Angel even in a TP, making his way across to the site. Great round from Mystic, great intuition. And now, well, Na'Vi are the ones on the back foot, going to be taking a pause themselves. Finance is starting to get on the brink as well. And actually those ults, we talked about it, they haven't actually gone anywhere for Liquid. Still there, still the same ones, didn't need them in the last round.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was just a simple punish by Mystic, right? And the best part about it, when we saw that replay, he shoots through the wall first because he knows exactly where Artis has been going. And it's just the fact that Artis is crouched, having been flashed 7 times, that he's avoiding the first bullets, but he's still blind when Mystic comes running through. So it's nice and easy. Really well handled. And those ultis to fall back on, like you said, worth their weight in gold. 5-4, time to equalize for Team Liquid. This is Breeze, like Navi's map pick. It's where they wanted the fight to go down. They're not going to let this one slip without a serious fight.
I was joking with Marcus in the break, saying that this will be the tough map because Na'Vi always lose their own pick and then win their opponents. So we'll see. They looked very good on this the other day, but it wasn't their choice. They picked Bind last time out in the series and actually got battered on it. Kiko with a flyer of a star. They've started to really put the pressure on. These aggressive pushes, Nat's taking space as well. Whatever adaptation that was being made, it's just a slaughter in middle.
I want to see so much more of that. Liquid playing their own game.
Yeah.
Not letting Na'Vi have a say in how the round starts and how it breeds. They've choked all life out of Navi's round. 5-5. Just suffocating them with this aggression.
That's the thing. I feel like Na'Vi, especially with the halls pushing, have become a little bit too predictable. Like, they did it a load of rounds in a row with Angel. Last 2 rounds, Saigetsu has been doing the same thing. So, well, post up Kiko. Give him an opportunity for a free fight at the beginning of the round. And then Nats, well, it's Nats' thing, isn't it? Being exactly where he shouldn't be. He's done it again. It's almost disrespectful. He wasn't expected last round. He should be this time, but they kind of switched it up a bit. And he has a little bit of support from Yumpy. It seems like each member of Liquid are having a turn of who's going to quad kill the round.
Yeah, I think he was back on the aim lab shoot around in that timeout because Yumpy looks amazing now. You've already found one on Artis, one orb that is. He's one away from ulti. Just a shorty in hand. It could be so valuable, but now that it's a 2v5, unlikely to be used. It's probably the next round that's going to be carried through for, where they can dump everything into it. Good night and sweet dreams to Artis, 6-5. After a shocking start, Team Liquid have finally reclaimed that lead. They were 2-0 up, went 5-2, now 6-5. They put a stop to Na'Vi.
Yeah, you lose 5 rounds in a row, now you're 6-5 up and an Andalucia flawless. It's like, you gotta be feeling pretty good about yourself. And for Na'Vi, again, falling a little bit flat, but this is
good to see him smile.
Very, very reminiscent of the last map. A sort of a slower start, then Na'Vi go into their favored side, and then just basically brutalize their opponents. Like, it was not fun to watch, so I have to see what Liquid have going into that attack. A lot of ultimates online again. We still haven't seen that combination since we had that ult online for Zipan.
Wow.
Artis has earned up another one. Nats has been styling in middle, but this time they're somewhat prepared. And wow, an Angel for Nats trade. I think that it's almost expected to lose Angel within the first 20 seconds, so getting Nats for free is actually not bad.
Yeah, true. I like the fact that you have 2 players there, right? That Kiko got caught by the flash, TP's back, and then they swing thing, and it's a little bit more clear. Artis using the ult to clear out the site, and it's wide open.
I know exactly where you are.
He's gonna have to finish that soon. TP all the way back, but he's spotted the
here
player.
we go, finally.
Shoot me, here it is. Enzo's down, well handled from the side of Na'Vi. That's a free entry on the back of ultis, a man advantage to work with. Currently, Kiko gonna try to find an angle to get this off a nice clean shot. But with Yumpy down, you really have to rely on Kiko doing something crazy.
He's been known for it. Been a bit more quiet this game. Artis, well, that one's a little bit too free. And now with his teammates all gone, it will be the close for Na'Vi. 6-6, evening things up as they will head into that defensive half. Now, as I said, versus BBL, that was where they thrived, but Mitch, it was also where they started. So they might have done exactly the same thing. We haven't got enough data to really talk about how we feel like the sides of this map are going to go, and especially with both teams running that combination with Yoru, there's a lot of opportunities for Liquid to come up with some cool stuff, and I particularly like the KO in that regard. I think that you can do some really cool things where sometimes the Yoru flashes are a little bit more telegraphed, so if you have someone to set that up for you while you TP, it can be filthy.
Well, I think that's it. It's finding new ways to innovate so your opponents just can't get that step ahead of you. See the utility 1-2 times and know exactly what you're going to do. And I think we saw that on the attack side. Those reads there from Liquid eventually, that's when they started to turn the game around, was when they weren't being caught off guard anymore. But this defensive side, there's still some innovation to be had from the side of Na'Vi.
It's a trap.
We kick this off with a spam through the smoke. Artis up close, completely unaware. Luckily, though, Kiko was jumping through the angle. Well, that's just unfortunate.
Oh, just about dodging. Mystic still alive, has support from Enzo, but this has just become a Hall's battle. The only thing to really watch in the meantime is where Nats is going. Damn, Zilva's on the same wavelength. Exactly the same time. Well done, buddy.
Same brain cells.
We share one.
Not bad for Nats. That's a quick and clean kill, but Mystic is going to fall. And the spike is solo making its way through mid. Challenge about to come through. And Sagetsu's a little bit quicker, catching Enzo knife in hand. And they've seen exactly where Nats is. All of the information to work with. But it is Nats that's on the other side. He's going for a head peek angle. And Zipan and Sagetsu are decently low. There is an opportunity.
Yeah, the thing is, they don't need to peek. The spike is down in mid. So they can just hide. And that's exactly what Sagetsu is doing.
30 seconds left.
Nats is kind of good. I'm also good, but I don't need to fight him. So I just need to buy as much time as humanly possible. Just be an irritation. Not really give anything away. He still manages to hit the headshot. One of the cleanest Ghost players in the entire world. They've got to be careful, but it will eventually just about go the way of Na'Vi. I'm just looking at the HP of both of them. 38 between them. It's a bit scary.
It was a little bit spooky in the end, and that's always going to be the concern, but thankfully they were able to get all that reward. And it was, it was the recon that got him the shot straight through. Unfortunate for the side of Liquid. to be caught off guard right off rip. And for Na'Vi, if they can build up a streak of rounds, they might be knocking on Heaven's door real quick. I think Team Liquid, they're not going to be able to buy in this one either. So we're probably looking at that 2-round lead for Na'Vi. Let's see if they play the same. Yeah, 2 pistols, indeed.
Standing ahead.
Same old, same old. So they can even afford to lose a player or 2.
Yeah, it's the norm. And the thing is as well, you kind of expect that for Saigetsu it's almost just aim practice. Artist kind of stuck in the corner. I think Nats gets this kill, he does. So that's one of the guns already dropped to the deck. And also in a position that, for the attack, not too difficult to retrieve. For the defense, should be impossible. Even still though, Zipan's there as bodyguard, defending it to try and allow Xiao to retrieve it. Oh, sorry, Angel to retrieve it. They swap agents so much, sometimes I get lost.
I feel that. I feel that. Oh. Especially with Angel, it could be
any other gun.
Oh,
he still
nice
gets
kill.
it.
Nice second! It's just with pistols. It can't be stopped. Wall up as well, that's going to cover him on the way out, you would think, but Zipan's around the corner, taking Kiko and Mystic. Closing out the round the way Na'Vi needed it to go. They were able to lose some players, Tom. They almost lost 4. Even still, they're going to feel the hurt because they lost 2 rifles.
Yeah, I don't think Saigetsu managed. It was Bulldogs, wasn't it? So they didn't manage to retrieve any of the guns that were on the ground other than the one that Zipan kept. Now, the one saving grace for them, even though they've got a pretty shoddy purchase with those 3 guns, is that he's one off having a Hunter's Fury, which if you get that going into the first purchase, you can do some serious damage, maybe plant denial, cause a little bit of havoc while Ardis thrives within the madness. While for Liquid, you want to bounce back soon. We saw, as I said, in the last map, they didn't win a single round in that second half. It was just run away by Na'Vi. Ardis in such a dirty position all the way down mid, and they've just overwhelmed Mystic. I don't know if Kiko checks this. I don't know why you would.
It's such a disgusting position. Only because he has the gate crash to get out of here does he even entertain the idea of playing that angle. And the fact that Saigetsu's close to swing on the back of it, truly disgusting. And you look over at the one weakness they've got, one real weakness, is of course Zipan's got a big old bow in his back pocket. It's Xiao, shorty in hand, holding a disgusting angle. Where you're probably going to overwhelm at least one of them in a round like this. They're not expecting the shorty to be in play. And it's just to reset their economy as well. They're giving respect to Liquid, still playing that fiscal game. It will be the A site that is sought after. With Angel up close and Ardis further back. I mean, this is a deadly duo to take head on.
Oh, it's a gamble of a TP for Kiko. There wasn't even any utility or anything to get him into the site. No Viper screen because Mystic died immediately, so he just TP'd him blind, hoping that he'd get something, and instead, the only thing found is a bullet to the face. Angel will close it with a triple. Na'Vi, they came into that with 3 rifles and a couple of pistols. They come out with 4.
At this stage, the confidence has got to be high on that squad. They came in, like you said, with so many weaknesses, and those weaknesses weren't really lent on. Again, these early aggressive positions find them so much value, an attempt to push in and play close, but I think what you're missing there is just that Viper wall that we had seen consistently put down from Xiao on the attack side for Na'Vi that allowed Ardis to actually get close. If you don't have Mystic, if he's not alive or he hasn't got his wall down, it doesn't work the same.
Well, it's not the sniper you wanted.
Cage triggered.
But they've got one nonetheless. Saigetsu under pressure, but he has support. The double up of Viper and Cypher on a site, it makes it so difficult to find any sort of entry. And with already Kiko, the one man that can kind of cause issues, and then you just got Ardis. He can be anywhere. Well, he's in your spawn right now. From top mid, in your spawn. Angel, of course, he's just got to wide swing this, and he gets what he deserves. The problem is they've also got Xiao, who's going to do exactly the same thing.
They're just not expecting that second player to be doubled up on the angle. Nice try by Mystic, but nothing to be found. Na'Vi, double digits found, 10-6. And Team Liquid still to get a round on the attacking side. It's been 5 in a row, all in all, with that defense 4 in a row. And now, no surprise to anyone, Ardis has got his ulti online. Zipan in the same boat. Hunter's Fury combined. The drift in dimensions Well, we've already seen what that can do.
I almost want to see a pause called again, because this is the same scenario as the last half, where when Na'Vi just won 8 rounds in a row and the game ended. They're now at 4 rounds in a row, and Liquid haven't really made that much of a dent. Na'Vi just looks so good in those second halves thus far, and we're waiting to see a response. Look at the push already from the defense. They are in the bottom of mid. Do you even expect this many players to be coming up so quickly? Just look, the cages are giving them a gap, a shroud to play within, but they shoot the decoy, and that actually saves the attackers from falling victim again. They can now double back, but do they expect Zipan? They do.
Expect him or not, they saw him. They dealt with him. That's all we needed to see. Xiao and Sagetsu now having to make this retake work. Xiao has his wall online. Good denial of an angle at least. It's planted out in the open, so these players on mid can still have their say. And this is a rare position to see that spike in just due to the control they had. It should allow them to catch them off guard, yet despite both fights not necessarily being expected, Sagetsu's avoided death. He's claimed a life already, and with 23 health left, he might be in a tough spot for future duels, but Xiao can tap that spike, apply pressure. All they need to do on the side of Team Liquid is deny the defusal, the flash through, the recon as well. They know where Xiao is. They've got this one in the bag, surely. Shock Dart's not enough to deal with it, but unless they were to both swing and die, which they didn't, all is well.
Oh, can Sagetsu make it really costly? I think they're expecting him to be here, watching in his direction. No, he's going to take down another. That's the thing, it's still not a clean round for Liquid. They're on the board. That's something at least. I do think they get saved a little bit by the fact that a decoy is shot and the Nats had the quick thinking to jump up over the top of the cages, because that was very close to being another round for Na'Vi, just with how proactive they're being. I have to say, I love the way they're playing this defense, because one of the things you always worry with these sort of Eurocomps is just unimaginative setups, and they're anything but. Either way, it is going to be another purchase. Ardis still at the top of the board, and he's now got that operator into hand. But the ult up for Kiko. They can also combine it with the null command of Yumpy to create a pretty nasty effect of no utility on the other side, and a man running around giving all the information away.
Huge. Huge kill on the Xiao. That utility denial is massive. They'll spot 2 players already on the A side, and Nats has been shot through the cage. An unfortunate loss. Their flank now open. Ardis on another zip band following through, and the players from Liquid are dropping like flies. It's only Mystic, and he doesn't last much longer. A competition for who could take him down. It looked on our screen like it was zip band, but Ardis hit the shot. 11-7. Na'Vi are showing no signs of slowing. And now, I would be very shocked if we don't get a pause out of Team Liquid. They have got one last chance, a near flawless fight back into this map. I'm looking everywhere, apparently. Oh, there we go. No, it is Team Liquid's pause. For a second, I thought it was Na'Vi, so I was like, there's no way. They're rubbing it in.
I want to give my brother a chance.
Let him breathe. Let him breathe. Come on.
I imagine he's sweating right
reset.
Now. But that's the thing. As said, I saw wanting to see a pause a little bit earlier, just because now it's a reactive one where they're screwed. Like, money-wise, they've got nothing. Yumpy's the only one who can purchase anything because of how close the... Remember, it's one player surviving, and that was because they got caught at the end. So they managed a singular round right back up. Ults are now mostly available on the side of Na'Vi. They've got an operator. They've still got plenty of cash. You're talking about now, Zipan has 7,300 credits post-buy. So they're not going to have any troubles for the next round. They've almost got Viper's Pit alongside that Hunter's Fury. It really is just a bleak scenario for Liquid. They have to pull something out of the hat. Now, they've got the Viper's Pit. Maybe if they can get onto the side, they can try and do something a little bit cheeky and break back a little bit earlier without having to gamble their entire economy on this round. But it's not a pretty position to be in. And I feel like, honestly, teams have got to really study Ardis and Zipan, because this map, both times they played it now, they have been sublime. And especially, a lot of the time, they're playing off each other. And that's where you just see, like, Ardis has been away for a year, basically. Yeah. And it seems like the synergy is just right back where it was.
Oh, I don't think Kiko meant to put his gate crash in there. It slightly missed its way through the site. This is an attempt to do something similar to what we saw out of the side of Na'Vi. That same wall in play. The TP is going to go right up towards the back, and they're going to see what they can do. Apply pressure to Xiao, push him back. This is where Artis had to kill time and time again. That's clearly a decoy. Xiao ain't falling for it, but he's revealed. No chance. But with Kiko down through the smoke, maybe there's still some life in Navi's defense. They've been able to buy their way back through a couple times. In through a Viper's pit, though, well, the more players you take down, the easier it's going to get. But no one wants to be the one defusing that. 2 snake bites still for Mystic. And a shock dart actually for Enzo, which in that pit is massive. They want to deal with this guy very soon. They've spotted him. Zipan's made his way in. A sneaky spot. He's actually used the information from the Yoru and the decoy on the back of it. That's absolutely gorgeous. Enzo will find one, but he is dropped on 1 HP. Zipan has survived in making the play of the game, and the defuse under their nose. This roster is unbelievable. Na'Vi styling on Liquid, now on match and series point.
The synergy between Artis and Zipan is unmatched. That was just such a beautiful combination. Artis used as a distraction. He took the risk throwing everything in with the ult, and then you just see Zipan sneaking his way through, fakes him out with the decoy at the end, and Zipan's just stood there just like, hey bro, thanks for the easiest kill of my entire life.
When Enzo watches this back, or just right now goes, how much you hit him for? How much you hit him for? And realize he's 1 HP. That could have saved the round. Oh, that is devastating. For Na'Vi, it's par for the course. This is what this team does. Team Liquid back to the drawing board on Breeze. It could be 13-7 back-to-back as well. Consistency. Name of the game for Na'Vi. Artis is going to tank that reveal. Just fading out. He just wanted to get the shot off with the operator, and they're not giving it to him.
It seems like an almost impossible road. A 6-6 half in the first and a 6-1 already in this second. Na'Vi needing just 1 to 2-0, take themselves off into the playoffs, and Mikkel will have to fight to try and make their way into the play-ins. Nats, he could insta-headshot a guy through a wall, but give him a trip. A little bit more difficult while he's gone. Zipan was the guy that he headshot, and he's just executed him. The Swede is on fire right now. And now they're starting to put the pressure. They've tried to avoid Artis every time, and every time he's in the right place at the right time. Hunter's Fury being put through to support. They've got 30 seconds. They need to find their way onto the side. I don't even know if they're sure where they're going, and Mystic was the one sort of snake in the grass. And now they know where he is as well. Yumpy has to do something, has to do it now. 17 seconds, he's gone. It's left all on to Mystic. There's just no time, and Artis knows it. Just trying to burn down that clock as much as humanly possible. They know exactly where he is, and it is all too easy for Natas Vincere. They're going to be making their way through into the playoffs, and Na'Vi fans everywhere rejoicing. Artis is back, Na'Vi is back.
It's something about that opening series, man. I don't know what it is. Na'Vi struggle against BBL. They had a very labored series, and now back-to-back 13-7s. Making it look easy in those last couple of rounds. And Artis, man, I know you can hear me. I need more of that Yoru. More of it. So much more. I don't want to even see you on another agent. That was a masterclass from Angel and the boys.
And it's the top 2 again. Na'Vi, Artis, Na'Vi Zipan. Yeah. They just played that so beautifully together. I feel like other teams are going to have to watch just the synergy between those 2 players on defense, because it truly was a wonderful display for them today. And I don't even want to say it, but I'm excited again. I'm excited again. They got me.
Angel's tied for first bloods with Artis as well, which I think summarizes this roster.
You know he had more on attack as well. You know he had more.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he did. But I bet he had more first stats, too. That's the other side of it. It doesn't matter when it comes to this roster. Victory is theirs. Na'Vi have taken it. And now it's time to move on to our next series, Tom. Yep. There's a lot more Valorant coming your way after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca. Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease. To you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this. Hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up. Might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few. Might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the top, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts.
Stop it, stop it, stop it. This is a rivalry. We have storylines to set up.
it happened. I did get the interview with both the brothers. So indeed, they are two different people. We weren't quite sure. And also you did allude that you are actually the same over on social media. But we need to chat about what just transpired on the server. Starting on this side, of course, you guys got the dub. Both of your teams had, you know, shaky first showings, at least on the first maps yesterday. Cleaned it up nicely today. Really, really convincing. Did you change your game plan at all after you watched their game yesterday? You have your own, yeah.
No, not really. We just try to play our own game. We're an experienced roster, right? So usually when you start, don't do that to me. Come on. No, but we're a new roster, right? So always starts on both matches, like both maps. We're very close. But the later the maps go on, the more the experience shows, right? So that's what I think happened. You know, we're a good team, but in the end, they kind of falter a little bit.
Did you give him some heat after watching the match against BBL? First map, say something, anything,
I mean,
a little poke?
Okay, here's the thing. He says experienced roster, right? I think we dropped the ball against them.
He always says this.
Yeah, I always say this, that's true. But
it's a good excuse, honestly.
It's a good excuse, but we started strong, right? Like he said, but we lost some key rounds, didn't check some corners. You know, obviously we're playing well. And they are experienced. I will give it to him, but in reality...
Gracious of you.
It should have been at least closer. So.
Should have been closer. Well, you as the older brother by 7 minutes, that's a long time, I tell you that. By 7 minutes, you want to share some wisdom with the little brother? Anything he can do better in his next game?
I mean, keep up the good work. It's not about the short-term results, it's about the long-term results, you know?
Okay, Boomer, 7 minutes.
Okay.
Boomer by 7 minutes? All right, it's rough out there. What am I then? Ooh, dinosaurs out here. Now, I do want to chat a little bit about what we can expect from Na'Vi moving forward. Obviously, like looking at what the roster pulled out of the hat last year, lots of very interesting lineups and compositions. So far, it's been pretty vanilla over there, standard, relying on the individual skills. Is this just a format which reins you in a little bit?
I think we're trying to do a little bit cuckoo stuff, you know, but do it as a small sprinkle and not go full into it, you know. So have some own ideas, have some more safety.
You're scared?
No.
Scared.
We have artists, and usually if artist says bro 12 times, then we change comp, you know.
That's the rule, the rule. Okay. We learned something today. Guys, thank you so much. Can't wait to see both teams back on this stage very soon. For now, we're going to head over to the desk.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Sangren brothers. Shout out to Zoe, by the way. Welcome to VCT EMEA. Now, we talk about the Sangren Bowl, you know, last year as well, Lothar, the twins. Who's going to come out? I feel like Eric surely has to be the more superior brother at this point. He's proved himself.
Well, you're lucky because I have the score right here. And it's 3-1. It's kind of...
To Eric?
Yes, of course. So this is a kind of decisive scoreline, I would say. But you can also see how they are cooking in the games. Like, this is looking beautiful. And I'll be honest with you, for me, the 7 minutes gives him enough time to be ahead of the meta, you know?
He can see into the future. But this is the thing, Eric, he's won an international title, and I believe all 3 of those victories were 2-0 as well. So it's been a decisive battle between these two. We might see it again, Lothar, at some point in the future. But what is it that you think Emil need to do if they do meet each other again to make sure that he comes out on top?
Just maybe come and copy the playbook. I don't know. Like, they seem to be playing also similar comps right now, but I think just getting a little bit of inspiration from his brother might be nice.
Yeah, and do you think Liquid, they're going to be able to survive that lower bracket? Make it to play-ins?
Well, the first match we've seen Kiko and Nats going insane in those games. Right now, we didn't see that to that same extent, so maybe they need to again fall back on some hero plays. But so far in the history of Liquid, that's something we have seen in almost every iteration of the roster. It was the hero plays that kept them always alive.
We've been here before. I'm going to give you a quick rest here, you know, as a boomer as well. They were talking about boomers. So I'm going to go from one boomer to another boomer as we talk about the elimination match that that is coming up between BBL and Koi. Of course, we had to say goodbye to a team already yesterday, and we might just have to say goodbye to another today. Let's start with BBL. Hello, the other Boomer. You all right? Doing good today?
I'm doing great, thanks.
Let's talk about BBL, because we watched that game together, and you were quite vocal about how you felt about this BBL team. Not this, but the BBL team, yes. So talk me through what you thought about that game against Na'Vi.
Yeah, so I thought BBL, they're kind of like on this trajectory, right? They're kind of like playing pretty well, pretty solid, pretty, you know, good everything, but not really bad anything. They're just on a constant line. So what do we see here? They just need to work on the communication, aim, map awareness, crosshair placement, eco management, pistol aim, opflex, etc. And they'll move up from this baseline level. But when we saw them against Na'Vi, like how did BBL take that map off of Na'Vi? Well, Na'Vi is like this, right? They're up here, they're a little bit higher, but then Angel decides he's gonna walk out and peek with the rifle instead of giving the rifle to Artis. But then Artis is able to pick up the rifle and start carrying some rounds, so they're up here again, and they're kind of like all the way around here type of thing. So right now, Na'Vi has kind of like the higher ceiling, but they have like all these dips and dives. But then we're focusing on BBL, right? BBL has this constant kind of baseline level, but they need to raise that. They need to raise their floor. So what do they need to do to get to the level that they need to be at? It's kind of a mixture of, you know, adding in more layers to their plays. Right now we see them, their best map Ascent. On attack, it's just like 5A or 5B. Can we get some like map control in there? Walk around, explore the map, add some prods, add a little bit of fake, see if you can punish your enemies for making mistakes. But right now we're just seeing them doing kind of just like the simple execs and not really much more depth than that.
Let's talk about that, Ascent. I'm glad you mentioned it, because that has always been, and I was expecting always will be, the map that BBL will win no matter what. We have a meme here in EMEA. If you want to beat BBL, you ban Ascent. Life is Gucci. You don't have to worry about it. But they lost. Josh, they lost on the one map they're supposed to win. So how worried should we get? You know, should the BBL fans be feeling right now?
I don't think they have to worry just yet. Now is not the time to panic. There's still time to recover. Obviously, going up against Na'Vi, it's like, okay, well, we played against Na'Vi. What can you do about it? To make sure that they do look back at that game and look at not what they did well, but what were they missing? And what they were missing was on defense, being a little bit more proactive, moving around a little bit more, getting a little bit more info so they could rotate a little bit earlier. They have the good setups and start around plans, but where they falter is when they have to start adapting, or the later the round goes on and things don't go their way. They fall apart in those situations. So getting a little bit more reps, adding in more protocols to fix those types of situations where they need to go next.
And in terms of mind games, because I know you love a bit of mind game yourself, on the other side of thing, again, I think last year Koi come into this, he banned Ascent. Don't need to leave that open, you're chilling. But after seeing what happened with BBL, do you think they need to go as far as banning Ascent, or maybe leave it open and take a risk?
I think we still need to see more from Koi. I don't know what their map pool is going to look like. Obviously, when you're a team and you've got all this practice going on, you know what your strongest comps are, the strongest maps are. And even though like on paper, it might be like, oh, these guys should pick this or shouldn't pick that, in practice, you might feel very confident on certain maps. So if you're Koi, you have really good start of game plans similar to BBL, but a very different style. A lot of fakes, a lot of map control into their end game plans. I feel like Koi, they looked pretty good against Liquid. They looked good on their Icebox pick. I don't know if it was their pick, but they looked good on Icebox nonetheless, and they looked good on Bind. But it was their attack sides that looked really good, and where they fell apart was on their defense. Kind of similar to how I saw BBL working too.
I'm going to bring it back a little bit to Kushner, of course, the player that didn't leave BBL. Only 3 players in this kickoff tournament so far in EMEA has played Jett. No one else except for Kushner, Kiko, and Artis has played Jett. The Jett pick rate is at an all-time low right now at just 4%. Of course, this is something that Kute is very, very comfortable with. As I come back to the desk here with you, Lothar, do you think it's still a good idea for Kushner? Stick to that Raze he's now picking up as well. Stick to the Jett and not do the Yoru, Neon stuff that everyone else is doing.
I think it's very wise to stick to your guns when you know something works well, specifically when it comes to the duelists, because your job has such a value, there's so much weight when it comes to the performance of the entire team. And if you play Yoru inefficiently because you don't have enough time to practice him, if you play Neon inefficiently because, again, the same thing, your entire team might just fall like dominoes because of that.
They don't need to take that risk, basically. But let's talk about Koi. You already complimented. You thought they played all right. And I also think there was one thing that you said the last time they played that really stuck with me, which was teamwork. It felt like everything was very even between all of them.
Yeah.
The contribution.
Well, first of all, I know this is the first time Kakuka's on the desk. It's not Kakuka, it's Kushner. Sorry. Anyways, moving on. Koi, yeah, so
you're one of us, you learned. Yeah, anyway, carry on.
So Koi, they looked really strong. So when I saw them playing Icebox, for example, where how they were kind of like first denying info, and then they were kind of doing this push-pull. They were moving around back and forth through the map to deny Liquid the info of like, where are we going? Where are we ending? Are we going to do a fake? Where are we at? Like, what are our true intentions? They were really good at that. But where they started to fall apart was, well, one, Kiko's op getting in their faces kind of threw a wrench in the gears, but like also looking at their game plan on Bind, their attack side was all about this pre-planned start around set play. And if they were able to execute that properly and they didn't lose players along the way, then things went really well for them. But where things started to fall apart for them, especially on their attack side, was when they weren't able to get those plans off because someone died early, or there was something that delayed them from getting the spike planted, or they were just in a position where they weren't able to stabilize in the round, and then they started getting picked off one at a time by Liquid moving around, picking this guy off in the back, and now it's like, where do I look? Where do I go? Do we continue with the plan? Do we cancel? That's where I see them faltering.
Yeah, and also very important to note when you mentioned Bind is like they still play with Sky, and you can see how they struggle when it comes to the lack of utility because you don't have the recurring informations coming back. We have seen them play still with some default Sky flashes for the first information, the first cycle, but then when the round slows down, they suddenly have to repeat all of the angles, and that's where it happens what you mentioned. They might lose a player because now they have to take the risk without using the utility.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about in terms of a distribution of a contribution of kills here. Everything is so even. We're not really seeing the kind of Kiko effects that we saw on the other side.
Yeah, you're not really seeing Koi kind of playing with this. One person's going to take the matter into their own hands and start carrying and start going off on this like Rambo rampage moment type stuff. It's usually teamwork. It's usually a lot of their game plan and their strat work, and then everyone contributing. They're always moving together. Even the rounds they lose, where they're 3 people together in like a 3 versus 3. It's not like it's like one over here, one over there. It's like everyone's together, and then Nats walks out and gets them in the back and lines them up.
And also, there's a little bit more of the hero plays that you mentioned on Icebox were happening with Camo actually just hitting insane multi-kills on the Yoru. But on Bind, this is exactly what they need more. They need to have that team cohesion. They need to have more understanding of their fundamental level when it comes to trading and efficient map control, because so far that was the problem with the previous game, and it was only 13-10 and 13-11 that they lost. So those, even though it's a 2-0, I don't think they were a lot behind when it comes to Team Liquid performance.
I will say though that you kind of put the asterisks, you know, except for the times that they let Kiko do stuff to them with the AWP. Kushner doing stuff with the AWP, we've seen it. We know that he does that kind of stuff. So Lothar, surely, if they need to figure out how to handle a player like that if they want to beat BBL.
I mean, we have seen that in the previous match from BBL. He was not able to get a shot with the operator because he was always flashed away. Whenever he was standing on A, on Ascent, on rafters, or maybe next to the tree, he was always either blocked off by a smoke, he was either flashed by the KO, and there was nothing that he can do unless it's a retake. And when you're retaking with an operator, well, then you have a lot of problems already that were happening before that round.
Yeah, also, you've played against Starkso, right? I seem to remember back in the days, a few years ago.
Yeah, I had to remind him to sit down when he was prematurely celebrating. I think when you...
Wait, I think we have a clip of that.
Yeah?
I think we actually have a clip of this, the Starkso incident versus you, Josh. Yeah, is that you over there? I think I just saw you.
There's hugging going on. That might not be me. that NA who? Yeah, that's after they went around. They won a map. This is him winning a round. They think they're gonna win. He's getting real excited, but then you know.
You showed him.
I showed him. You know, undefeated against EU.
What's
Easy
the secret?
region.
What's the secret to telling him to sit down?
Well, Starkso wasn't really the problem on that team. It was CNED, and all you have to do was avoid him, and you're chilling. So that's what we focused on, was avoiding that. And I don't think Starkso has that type of CNED-esque carry player.
Oh, I hope he proves you wrong. I hope he proves you wrong. Sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Giants yesterday, and unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to one more team. It's time to bring BBL and Koi onto the stage. Well, we've seen both of these teams here at the Riot Games Arena already. Wasn't the best result, wasn't the one that they wanted, but they have a chance for redemption today. And a reminder that the loser will be eliminated, which means they have no chance of making it to Madrid. Considering we have a world champion on stage right now and 5 Turkish players that are very, very thirsty to make it to that LAN, I don't think any of them want to go out right here, right now. But the question is, have they had enough time, Lothar, from the last time that they lost on this stage to be able to turn things around?
They had 8 months of preparations to come into this tournament, so if they're not ready now, they're never going to be ready. And I think like that for Koi, there was little small hiccups that they need to work on, and they are definitely fixable for them for this match.
Where I worry for either of these teams is their defense, right? Their attacks look good, their game plans look good, they have very different styles. One's very slow, one's very explosive. But when it comes to defense, both teams play a very static approach, and they kind of do this like protocol kind of approach to it, where it's like they see something happening and then they'll have a reaction. But I feel like those reactions are too slow. And both teams, it might like work in their favor. I'm worried about, you know, Kushner. We were highlighting him earlier. I saw him as many rounds as he wins for his team. He could actually lose them for his team as well by pushing through smokes, the inopportune moments, trying to stabilize or help his teammates that are, you know, defensive on a site, bunkered down. But then it's just like you're running out into 5 players. What's going on here?
Well, he had 15 first steps in the previous match, while only 12 first blood. So that's a little bit of a signal there that when it comes to the performance, right? But what you mentioned about the structure that they have, I feel like that also was detrimental because they played against a less structured team like Navi, right? Where you can't really anticipate what's going to happen. In this particular match, I feel like when you have an enemy at BBL, you're going to expect the Turkish aggression that is like a signature for the team. You're going to expect how the team was going to play. So those protocols might actually be more worth than the previous match.
Well, let's take a look at the map vetoes and see where we're going to go. The Ascent is where I'm most interested here. BBL, they always pick it if it's left open for them. Koi, again, last season would have been scared to ban Ascent. They left it open. And my God, I think this is the first time I have ever seen BBL not first pick Ascent, Lothar. What is going on?
That is very surprising because Koi goes with the same ban that they had previously, so it seems like they are perma-banning Lotus, but they get the ban Ascent in the second wave. And for me, that's a signal that BBL doesn't feel confident.
Yeah, they're not confident on the map that they've always been confident on. Josh, I'm worried. Come for me.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and comfort you. That's not my job. But like, okay, so Koi also played Liquid on Bind. So I wonder what the purpose of this pick was. I wonder like what the mind games are going to be going into this first map on Bind, and then Split as the second map. PBL starting on defense. I feel like we're going to see these teams both just really strive on their attack sides, get like 8 rounds on their attacks. So honestly, like we might be seeing the double-digit number, you know, score lines here. Because,
I mean, this is why I'm worried, because they've always had a fallback. They've always had the comfort zone that they don't even need to use their brains to think about. So now when they actually have to think about more than just Ascent, I don't know if they have the depth, like you said, that they need to have.
Well, it looks like they don't have the depth, but now it also looks like they don't have the confidence.
Well, remember though that on Bind they won against Na'Vi, right? That's the map that they were super happy about.
But you
the
both
thing
said
is,
it was because Na'Vi threw.
Exactly what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
There was a lot of punishment that was made by BBL towards Na'Vi because they just overextended. They had been doing a lot of weird peaks with ultimates being in their back pockets. Yeah, that was a lot of situations like that where Na'Vi just kind of was overextending and getting punished for that. And I don't think that might happen against Koi.
Yeah, I think both these teams are going to not just be more kind of just like not giving up these freebies. It's like they don't have the confidence to go out and give those freebies away. Whereas you have someone like Na'Vi, Angel, he's kind of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna buy a rifle even though the rest of my team's on Stingers, and I'm gonna walk around even though I have Gecko ulti, and I'm gonna try to take a first engagement onto the site even though we have all this space. I feel like we're not gonna see that on the defense of either of these teams going into this match. So they're not gonna have those freebies. They're gonna be able to probably execute their game plans on their attack sides. They're not going to have any disruptions.
And we'll talk about disruptions because Pora on Bind was actually a beast. He's playing a Breach on this map, which is not something that you typically see, and he was able to single-handedly stop Navi's executions many rounds in a row. We're going to talk about that in the future, of course.
Yeah, let's take a look. It doesn't seem like they're going to change up anything they don't need to, right? And we're going to get 2 Skies, which I don't think we've had so far.
I don't think we've seen the 2 Skies, but I think we have seen a little bit more of the Gecko. But yeah, just to highlight Pora's Breach, you are right. When we watched them playing on their defense against Na'Vi, they had some really good kind of counter initiation utility. So what would happen is Na'Vi's about to try to do this execution type stuff, and then they're throwing in their flashes, their smokes, and everything. And then Pora's in really good positions to get a counter stun off, an aftershock, flashes for his teammates, and it's going to buy time for their team to kind of swarm out and deal with this attack.
Yeah, but the thing is, Pora was playing from the same positions almost every round. So he goes like on backside B. Yeah. If that can be caught by Shadow's Fade with the C's, and then on top of that we have a Paint Shell, that's going to be a problem for Pora's life.
Well, they got to dig deep in here because it is an elimination match, and it's time to jump into Bind and throw this over to your casters. It's Pavlos and Ash.
No one wants to be a backmarker, and that's what BBL and Koi are both fighting for. There are ambitions, there are dreams, and both of these teams want to keep those alive today.
I mean, elimination on the line, right? It is do or die here into the bottom bracket of the group stage, and heading into Bind gets kind of testy, I think. The desk said it very well. I think we also have to look towards that Breach and Fade head-to-head here in the composition, since those are the key differences. And with Koi, you do have, okay, well, Lauren's not even here.
Yeah, Lauren's not even here. But we are jumping into a technical pull straight out of the bat. As soon as it's fixed, we'll get jumping into the match straight away. But I think what's something interesting here for BBL, and Des definitely touched on it, is the fact that Ascent isn't the first choice for BBL. Instead, it's Bind. I've got a feeling here, wait, is BBL replacing the Turkish powerhouse go-to map pick here after Ascent being not really what they would have liked when they played against Na'Vi, losing 13-6, and then being able to succeed on Bind, you know, kind of bring the idea, wait, this is the go-to map now for Turkish teams. Maybe not for FUT, for BBL it kind of seems to be the case.
I mean, they looked really good on Bind. That is undeniable. But again, now that we've addressed that technical pause, I do want to still go back to that head-to-head between the Fade and the Breach. The difference there is that you are going to have a lot more opportunity for some of these set plays on the side of BBL. Some of those trap plays as well with that Breach utility. But it's also the sacrifice where you look over on the Koi side. With that Fade, you get that additional information in hand. Also, the refreshable haunt there, I think, is pretty important as far as how you're able to continue to cycle that up, especially with the fact that for the side of BBL, the only information you're looking towards is going to be Reezy on that Sky. And with those nerfs that had occurred the last patch, you don't get to refresh those guiding lights. You are lacking in that a lot.
Yeah, there's potential that we'll be seeing a difference in dynamic between these two teams on their first approach on this series, of course. But you know, you have to take the bigger picture here. For these two teams, you know, this match isn't everything. You know, it's just the beginning of the season for them. And yes, of course, they'd like to continue and have a better run here and kickoff. You know, both of them having not the best of years last year isn't a good precedent to set. So, and if you consider the experience that some of these teams have, like Shadow, Starkso from Koi, it's like they need to relive their glory days. It feels like we're so far away from when they were champions of the world that you know, with the previous iteration of Koi's roster, you know, you kind of felt like you lacklustered that. You need a little bit of more of that Starkso and Shados in your life. And I hope with this one, we started to see signs with them doing so with Team Liquid, against Team Liquid, but I think we need a lot more than that. And yeah, this is definitely an opportunity for them to show that against BBL.
A lot of pressure in that kind of regard. I think especially that limelight being on Starkso, not just the champion that you are mentioning here, but also slotting into this IGL role for the very first time. Can he lead this team to success? But again, this roster also came together pretty late before kickoff, and I think that's something that we have to temper our expectations with a little bit. They were lacking that depth the other day in their last matchup, and we saw a lot of that success there on the attacking side. What I'm worried about is every single map, Koi are going to be starting on the attack. Can they even close a map out on the defense?
That's the thing, right? Defense has been quite the the difficulty for them against Team Liquid, right? They've been really struggling on closing things out. So but at least getting on the attack first will get them on the right foot. But you know, they can't get into their own heads with the defense being such a struggle point for them. That's definitely something to take into consideration. So yeah, probably the right approach for them, right? Wouldn't you agree? Of course, you know, starting things off on the right foot for them. Getting into Bind as well, a map where they've been able to keep close score with Team Liquid 13-11. You can't shy away from that at all. It's actually a very decent score considering, you know, you're probably looking at the top 3-4 teams of EMEA. If you want to be competing up against the best, you might want to be able to do so against teams like Team Liquid. But it's time to jump into the matchup. BBL on defense, Koi on attack, as Koi look to move towards this right-hand side of this map.
The protocoling already done towards that B side. Already BBL, they had pushed out towards Hookah. Brave though, bit of a tough spot. Nice backup at the very least and stall to come through, but it doesn't matter. Koi already have sight.
Yeah, they do indeed. And it seems like Koi have gotten a lot more than that as well. Camo to the back of it has gotten 2 kills of his own and have gotten full control. The spike doesn't need to go down, and if you're killing all your opponents at the end of the day, it's a gun game. And they'll just toy with Reezy and Power Up. But Reezy might want to find a kill of his own before he drops. Power Up won't be able to do the same. Shadow with a double. In the end, allow Koi to get first blood.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised at the positioning I think we saw from BBL off the gate there into the pistol. They're playing pretty far forward on the A site despite having gone for a lot of that early information on B outside of Hookah. So I think for BBL, their Brave wasn't necessarily expecting Koi to be already ahead of that Molly. So close to that choke point, just ready to just kind of bust down the door in that kind of regard. But now, anti-eco incoming here, and BBL, they look to play that numbers game, play that stack, because Pora, alone on B, does have that ability to stall.
Yeah, Koi are 4 out of 4 in the past pistols that they've gotten, and 4 out of 5 in this tournament as a whole. Unfortunately, they weren't able to use that to their advantage to close out a map against Team Liquid, but maybe it will pay a difference here in BBL, knowing how strong the buy rounds are from Team Liquid. But this this consistency BBL brings, something that Steel mentioned on desk, you need to make sure that your performance today supersedes that consistency that BBL brings. And whether they're able to do it for now. It's a very slow-paced approach, very similar to what we've seen, right? You know, you don't want to over-aggress, you want to get that early information. BBL, on the same hand, they've stacked up onto this A site, and that's Koi basically trying to figure out where's the stack going on. And I think they might have discovered it, given that Starkzo pushed so far forwards into this B site. No one there, allows his team to move in with him.
I mean, I really like Pora's positioning right now at the very least. Hookah left not to be cleared, but Koi, they're going to be aware of that, the fact that they have not gone and cleared into those close quarters. Pora's already walked all the way out, just ships in the night, clearing out market. The read is here now, though, for BBL. You hear that rotation look to come through. 30 seconds on the clock. A free site to plant here for Koi. But BBL, it's about the damage you can do into this round. You've still got a fault line to work with in the aid.
50-50 gamble didn't quite work out early. Power showing his presence in B, and Koi instantly put all their forces together to try and take on that fight. The death ball approach. And now BBL provided space to move into. But of course, with weapons that can spray in the direction, as soon as they touch those spikes, it will be their demise, really. Starkzo, nice little double kill. And he's only got the Ghost. The only player with a Ghost team gets most of the kills. And Power, the player that was close to the action the entire time, is the one that is left alive by the end of it. Won't want to give away an orb to the other side, to the other team. And it's Koi with a 2-0 lead with an Andalucia Flawless.
You really just had to call Power out like that, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough. You would expect maybe a little bit more value from that positioning with the flood onto site, but I think just a bit too worried that someone else on Koi was going to come and try to re-clear towards Hookah and flank back around. But anti-eco now. Weapons in the hands of BBL. Looking towards the ultimate economy, Koi, they've been very focused towards Shadow and Starkzo to try and cycle either of those up. Not likely to see them coming into this round. But we've seen kind of that priority that Koi has been putting on the ultimate ability, on those ult orbs, just trying to push those extremities. They're dodging now. Okay, no damage.
Definitely trying to get the basics right. Starkso moves up a little bit closer. The outlook can be so scary. But for BBL, I don't think it'll be that concerning. They've got 4 shields all across the board. It's a risk you always take facing an outlaw on these situations. And ever since the Fnatic buy has been favored, so the outlaw definitely being a big counter to that. But for now, slow and steady as we know it for Koi, but this time they do pivot towards this A site. Slowly but surely, Spike looking in that direction. And it might end up being the hit at this 1 minute mark.
Yeah, just Trailblazer down for as long as well. Sees 1, but nonetheless, BBL, they still look to pull 1 towards A. Okay, never mind. Para's gonna still walk back here. This Poison Orb, really nice, forces Elite back.
Yeah, but Elite has spotted them, which is important. BBL now all the way wrapping. Only 1 left towards this B site. And 4 to defend. It's going to be the best case scenario here for BBL. And the Paint Shells will hit the smoke as soon as Koi look to approach. But 25 seconds, they're cutting this close. Very close.
And now there's some hesitancy. They're faking, they're sound baiting to try and bait that rotation over. Guiding Light will give it away.
Oh, but now they have to move in, and there's no other solution to this. They can't even rotate to the TV, even if they had the time. It's still Elite that comes off on top, and Brave doubles up. BBL have got all players here, and they're able to deal with it without a problem at all. Starkso finds another one. I think they might barely have enough time. Shadow's got him covered, and that's a spike down. Reezy's left in a 1v2, and this has gone upside down for BBL in a matter of seconds.
Starkso low, though, at the very least, but this Toxic Screen gives really nice cover. Reezy, nothing to work with in his kit.
Pros don't fake. Have you heard of that? Reezy does stop it at halfway, and Starkso peeks out together with Shados. That's 3-0 for Koi. A brilliant start.
I mean, looking reminiscent of this matchup that they had up against Team Liquid, right? On Bind, they had the first 4 rounds in a row on the attacking side. But what's a bit concerning is BBL, you would expect things to be, I think, a little bit closer this early on the match. When their matchup against Na'Vi, where they were really shining on defense were those retake situations. We're not seeing that same kind of brilliance, that same kind of coordination, a bit of disconnect there in, I think, some of the moves coming out from BBL. But information garnered.
Yeah, I just love the reaction cams from the coaches. We're like, how on earth did they win that? We've got better players. BBL will definitely have to prove them otherwise. You know, Turkish teams known for Turkish aim, and they've got to make sure they make up for it this time around. Aggression coming out here from Hookah, and Grabinho's got it covered. Seems like Koi are anticipating this, and it's perfect. But if you look on the other side, it is 2 players. It would be a 1v2, and Grabinho has a chance to be traded out. Oh, but the patience game.
I mean, they don't need any more, right?
Koi will start to move in, and it's actually the Sheriffs to find a lot of damage here. The question is, Spike dropped, but do they have the space to grab any rifles?
I mean, no. Not knowing what threats are looming on the other side. Starkso trying to walk out towards A here as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that PBL don't pivot more players. Brave caught out with his pants down. But the Starkso on the lurk on A, that's an interesting one. The spike has been collected. And with Starkso getting A site control, definitely causes team to try and join him on that site.
I mean, Elite playing it safe. With 30 seconds on the clock again. Curious to see if this is a pattern that we see from Koi just running down this time here. It's worked out for them in the past. A free site, to get that plant down, but BBL looking to play numbers. Instead, though, they're not actually aggressing up towards B to try and get those rifles in hand, so it will still just be the Sheriffs into the retake.
Well, the Seekers has definitely alerted Koi of where they are heading and where they're coming from. It's just a matter of BBL or how much of a freebie are they willing to give. Maybe with a stun, they'll try and find a pick. Other than that, I can imagine they might fall victims to the spike explosion to avoid giving over the orb. Shados. Kill on Power. Starkso as well, wanting to chime in and buff those stats up. And Kushner, the only one remaining. They know exactly where he is, but make it explosive. Go down with a bang. You might as well do that.
Yeah, just try and keep somebody around, if not both, but not gonna check the right corner. 4-0 here for Koi, so same start exactly as their matchup against Team Liquid.
Now, Koi can't afford history to be repeated here, right?
It's a good point. They started off hot, but I think the difference there was Team Liquid was also a team that really needed that time to kind of warm up into the reads here that they found on Koi and making that later adjustment.
Didn't quite catch the name there, but happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to whoever's name was on there. I also didn't catch it. The leaves were in the way there, but for BBL, this is a pivotal round. They have to win this, and as comfortably as possible with their economy.
Yeah, one of the big aspects with BBL's pickup here is power, right? One of the players that BBL wanted to get on was a good IGL, right? Because it felt like, you know, on the Turkish scene, it sort of lacked in the way. Mr. Fallen paving the way with, you know, Turkish Valorant going to global events last year. Definitely set a high precedent, so BBL want to second that. Definitely want to be amongst the conversation for top in Turkey. And don't want to be the back markers, but for this one, Power needs to make the right call here and bring all the players towards this A side. Koi definitely pushing forwards onto this together. They've been provided the space, and BBL going to be confident to pull all their chips into one basket. Grabinho not allowing them to get too comfy, but the spike is left into no man's land, has to be collected. That buys enough time for BBL to come close.
Okay, now it's about the flood on towards site here. Spike yet to be planted. This is uncomfortable here for Koi.
Big time.
Spike down towards triple as well. 3 players holding.
Oh my god, not a single player of Koi can cross BBL.
30
it's
left.
Oh, it's so difficult to cross that corner. They're just literally inching forwards, covering more and more space, and they're all doing it together. Brothers in arms, and it's left Shadow to himself. Man shaking his head, wondering what happened. They thought they had this round under lock and key, but this is all it. This is what she wrote. 10 seconds remaining, and he's got a TP away. This round is going to BBL. With 4 players to spare, that's exactly what they needed to get their names on the scoreboard, getting their first round on Byte.
And that's a shift coming out from Koi in this strategy as well. They were trying to go with the fact that they were initially starting with those very early, slow, patient defaults the first 4 rounds. Now, shifting gears, trying to go for something faster paced into those executions towards site, but BBL, they also made their adjustment. I think a big difference there is that they didn't actually have 1 to 2 players down within the first 30 seconds. They had the numbers to actually try and contest that plant. Orbital strike available here for Grabinho. Got the spike posture towards B side again. I think what's curious is there's been that theory crafting after the Sky nerfs, right? Okay, are players going to be using these guiding lights early on? They don't refresh anymore. It doesn't seem like that's really changed as far as the play style.
Yeah.
It's so soon after the nerf, to be fair.
Just as long as you've got some other utility enter the site after.
I mean, that's why you're seeing the double initiator starting to come through here for most maps.
But there is an approach on this B side here, and there's 3 defenders for it, getting really scary for Koi. They've got to read it out, but the Trailblazer might be reading it first.
Great fault line.
Also drop back a bit at least, stand still, Koi. Throw in a dog of their own. It's just a patience game, and the utility from BBL is keeping them back for now.
That's a lot invested, though, just stalling out this one choke with still 45 seconds left.
That's all they need. Koi are best when their spike is already planted. Stop them from doing that, and they might be lost in the round itself. 40 seconds remaining. Shadow, the first to find a kill this entire round. Orbital strike forced out. Brave F might be dead. Oh my goodness me. 4 points of health, and is still alive. And that means that Koi move over to this A site, but they're still Elite covering it from the headlines. That's a beautiful shot onto Camo. And he keeps it going from behind the smoke. This guy's a genius. And he wants to peek out as well. Shadow this time around interrupts it, and Koi find the upper hand. It's a 2v2, and both BBL players are very low, but for Koi, the spike is down.
Got the opportunity to try and get that heal up. We're gonna see Brave able to get a little bit more of that health back, but Reezy is so low in this situation. No utility to work with anymore.
No, that's the last guiding light being thrown out. They know where Grabinho is, but it's a matter of knowing where Shadow is. Do they expect him to be all the way behind? Sneaky man peeking through. It's a rush break it, but gets the job done eventually. And Reezy is the player with least health to his name. And somehow finds Grabinho and knows exactly where Shadow is. No longer in the spike means he's got less time to work with, and Shadow knows it. He holds his patience, but it's Shadow to win it. It's a quadrant to this man's name, and Koi back on the lead.
You saw Shadow nodding after that pick as well off of Brave, just knowing, okay, I got this. We're in 2v1. It's our round. It's our round. There's no way we end up throwing this. So Koi, they take it back. They seize that momentum back into their hands. For BBL, you've got the Viper's Pit available here for Elite. So we could see just initial denial, likely of short off the gate there towards the A side, allowing BBL to shift some of their resources elsewhere. But I'd like to see BBL maybe being a little bit more proactive. I think that we saw glimpses of that, some of those trap plays towards B long. But the difficulty was, again, they were left with nothing in the tank after contesting that space, and also with no showers control as well, knowing that the pivot with that much time denied there towards B would have been towards the A side.
And it's where those mid-round adaptations that actually make the difference in rounds like that, right? It's when you're able to make the decision to rotate around, you know, catch out the rotations. It's not only that, knowing that BBL no longer has those facilities to take over, you know, an execute of their own for a retake. So definitely well down here from Koi to turn the tide around in their own favor, and BBL trying to play catch up right now. They're dropping behind. Remember, this is their own map pick. This is a map which they beat Na'Vi on. A map which Koi could have definitely watched yesterday and said, okay, this is how they want it. Maybe Na'Vi throwed a bit, but we know how to deal with BBL here. So maybe something to be taken in consideration as we enter round number 7, where the streak needs to continue for Koi, but for BBL, most importantly, you lose this and you're back into economic deficit.
Viper's Pit towards short as anticipated. Both the Prowler and Dog used right off the gate here from Koi towards this B side. We've seen those plays for the B split used in their matchup against Team Liquid, but they don't always push off of it. More so that information that they're looking to seek. How much map control does BBL have right off the gate? Shifting back over towards A, they might look to backstab actually behind the pit through showers. Empty here for BBL. The remainder, 2 players towards the A site, playing very deep, ready to exit the site if need be. But if that does end up being the case, Elite could be left on an island, especially with Shadow working his way back towards Market.
Yeah, and it's Camo holding that sight line, but the Paint Shield's going to do quite a lot of damage. And Camo instead is the one being killed off. A showstopper. No, it's the Paint Shields, actually. Insane.
No, he goes for... Yeah,
okay. Well,
30 seconds
goodbye,
left.
Starkso. And instantly, Koi are down by 2 players. BBL have got a clear advantage, and it seems that Shadow wants to get a pick on Elite here. But he's not going to risk moving any further into that Viper's Pit. It drops off with 15 seconds left. Koi have made the decision. We're holding on to the guns.
I mean, rounds have been tight, right? Even though it's
10 seconds left.
5-1 right now, BBL have made Koi work for some of those rounds. Even if they weren't necessarily contesting the round itself, they were trying to take some of those weapons out of their hands, make it a little bit more difficult to build up that economy.
And we were talking about economy the previous round as well, right? BBL had to win that. And not only do they win it, it's completely flawless by them, right? Not even dropping a single point of health throughout it. Don't need to reinvest into shields. It's going to do favors for them, for sure, and it's going to do favors to their morale. Not dropping, you know, tremendously behind, being 3 rounds in reach of Koi, definitely making it a little bit more comfortable as we enter round number 8. A buy round again across the board. Viper's Pit still available for Shados. Let's see how this is approached by Koi. BBL so far have got the reads, funneled Koi exactly where they needed to the previous one, but don't really have the facilities to do it the exact same way this time.
No, just defaulting. Very patient. Koi, they like to start out the early round very slow. This time, a little bit more focused towards showers here for Koi. Not too much presence, though, very passive thus far. Deep Sky Smoke coming out here from Brave to deny that information towards Hugo. Will force one of those Prowlers out from Shadow if they do want to clear into these close quarters. The Boombot, at the very least, finds a little bit.
You can tell it's an elimination game, right? Every single one of these players is afraid to make a mistake. They don't want to be the one caught off. Obviously, the game here is to get information, but there's a lot at stake here, right? They want to keep those dreams alive. They want to make sure they can go for a glory run.
But you can also be too measured, expending too much utility in one spot just to clear out those angles.
Let's see if it's going to be paid for. Camo, First Blood, opening up onto this A site. 2 to the back of it, but it's a matter of if Koi decide to push past it. Trailblazer only clears a bit of it at the back end. And And instead of moving onto the side, they get a lot of that lamp control. Grabinho not allowed to plot himself. Viper Spit taking up all this lamp space.
Ooh.
And it's going to deny any of the defenders to move in that direction. Really strong. Kushner jumps above, denies a partner. There's only 14 seconds. They've got to move into it quickly. All BBL have to do is deny the spike from being planted, but they're failing to do so. Starkzo puts them all one by one into their graves. And Koi is on 6 rounds already.
What, 3 headshots in a row there from Starkzo with the 4K? Absolutely mad, especially when BBL, they were heating up into that retake after Kushner finding the initial pick. Things are getting tight, things are getting dicey. Again, very measured into those early rounds, but then once it gets into the late round, especially when there isn't nearly as much of that utility left and available, things get extremely scrappy. No, you cannot deny.
Disgusting!
That's just an Aim Labs moment.
That's an Aim Labs moment indeed. And for that, Koi are going to be thanking Starkzo. Get a pat on the back. Thank you. They needed that.
Blinded.
For BBL, on the other hand, they're back to the point where they cannot afford to lose a round. Last time they were in this situation, they won.
Careful
so maybe
here.
this is a way they can keep going in the right direction. But the ult management from Koi seems to be superior thus far. 2 available to the contrast of 1, but Para is 1 orb away. And those are very high impact ultimates. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike as well. And a map like such as Bind, heavy retakes, very useful.
I mean, it depends on how you want to look towards that ultimate economy, right? Koi with 6 rounds in a row, naturally they are going to cycle up to a couple of those just a little bit ahead of BBL, especially when BBL aren't actually fighting for that ultimate orb control to try and contest that.
Yeah.
But right now, again, Reese is just looking for some of that early information with the jiggles. Has to fall off there. You see Brave very... Okay, he actually comes back towards site. I thought he was just going to play fully off-site for the sake of the orbital strike, but they're looking to just deny the push.
He's considering it. They still want to deny this push from coming forwards. The pot line as well makes Camel stuck. Showstopper, allowing him to gain extra space, but look how fast BBL are already onto the back of this site. There might be a sightline cover here from Elbow. Camel reason in time, that's incredible! Koi dismantling them one by one. BBL don't stand the chance. It's 7 for the Koi.
The Seekers on Starkzo were the difference maker in that round as well. Things were getting uncomfortable there for Koi. You saw Camo was stunned up with that Showstopper, didn't find anything with it, but the information that they could find with those Seekers, I think they might have actually hit some of the players on BBL as well. Just completely shifts the tide of that round now. Ooh, okay, yeah, you can see the little celebrations. They're like, okay, let's go.
That's incredible. But I feel for that moment in particular, it was the Camo versus Kushner moment. Kushner was like, oh, I'm cooking up a flanky, I'm cooking up a far sideline. And Camo just enters the smoke and is like, oh, bye. And BBL back to pistols. Short space gathered. Koi are noisy with it.
I mean, they are, but they can afford to be. They have the weapons advantage. They're looking to just draw out some of that utility from BBL, knowing that they've been pretty quick to the trigger on that. Not able to really capitalize, just looking to kind of stall things out as much as possible. Shadow's kit completely gone off the gate, but lots of information garnered at the very least towards B. They are aware that there should be at least 2. And now BBL, they actually draw one of the rotations back over towards A.
Yeah, Kushner will be lured out. Instead, he drops back and won't be the case. BBL want to hold and maintain the pressure to the back of the site. Camo opens things up as first blood, wants to free fire behind the box, but Kushner does get there instead. Still Koi, they should be winning this out. There is a flank in the making, but it seems that Grabinho's got it all covered. Brave will be sidelining across, but Grabinho was stunned, and Brave takes full advantage. It'll be so hard for him to get across and upgrade. And Shados, the moment the smoke goes down, starts spraying in his direction. And BBL's hopes quashed. As Koi make sure they solidify the spy round of their own, and both players simultaneously drop to the ground. Koi on 8, BBL trailing really far behind with only 2 rounds spare in the half.
Koi looking very comfortable once these rounds get scrappy. Again, very measured in the early round from both of these teams. The scary part here, BBL, this is their map pick on Bind.
Yeah.
Again, elimination matchup here in the bottom of the bracket within the group stage. But
the banter between Barber and Is it Aeros? Yeah, I think it's Aeros. It's unmatched. Barber and Aeros are just unmatched. Just a
They're just
goated
chit-chatting.
coaching duo. They're just having a blast.
I mean, I feel like you look at the Koi roster, you're going to be like, okay, after seeing some of the shots of Starkso celebrating up against
Yeah.
Steel, you're like, okay, this team is all vibes. It's all vibes. You love to see it from
Yeah, we're going to
the
need a
coaches as
vibes
well.
graph after this. Analyst desk, listen up. But for now, Koi, this time I've been given quite a bit of space. Starkso on the op, not something we'd see often from a Sky. But thinks better of it. Throws down a Trailblazer instead to try and gather some information. But the spike left in no man's land means that Koi have yet to make a decision of whether this attack is going to take place.
And they're just trying to see how much they can draw, I think, over towards this A site. We've seen them unafraid to expend that initiator utility to draw the rotations.
This is giving me hardcore old Na'Vi vibes. Just drawing out that clock. It's already 30 seconds, and the spike only now is starting to make movement towards this A site.
I mean, they thrive when the timer's tight.
Yeah, and BBL thought it was the B site, given the obfuscation Kama was able to provide, so they're going to find this clear.
The reads here from Koi are so good. BBL trailing behind the moves.
But the spike hasn't gone down crucially enough, and that could have gone wrong. Kushina ends up falling in the end. Styres align eventually. Rolling Thunder actually giving some cover to Grabinho, but won't be enough as the sprays are just too immaculate. Shadows have to drop by, Snakebite to stop them from following right after him. But Koi, all they have to do is run this clock down. They've managed to get the spike down eventually, and Starkso holding this cross line with the op, won't let a player pass. But fortunately for Reezy, he doesn't have to pass. He's sticking onto the spike. Halfway diffused. Elite finds another pick. Reezy in a 1v1. It's a Sky 1v1 here. The Seekers revealing position in the end. Oh, but not much health remaining on Reezy at all. Oh, but he's sticking it. No way he's going to stick it. Starkso does not permit him. It shots through the box. And a bullet to the head.
IGL on the side of Koi is having a game right now. 13-4. Shadow 11-3. I mean, they are popping off. And again, that's cycling into the Seekers, the Nightfall so quickly in this first half. BBL. Man, even just the play from Shados in towards Lamps there into the post plant, they're denying Lamps as an option to fully funnel the players on BBL into the operator.
And realistically, you can't see BBL to have too many options on this one, but they're going aggressive on B long. They've managed to spot out Grabinho, but he's calling the retreat, move out of there. I'm not quite sure how many players Grabinho was able to spot, maybe 2, maybe 3, but there's actually 4 on that Stampede. And Koi looked to bounce directly onto this B site, as if they don't care. But I think for once, Power might have made the right idea. Elite holding the sightline against Shadow, but that's all a Rouge. That's a fake. The main fight is going to have to be B.
I mean, all the attention that was pulled, and then you already have Shados moved back towards this B site. Reezy sees the presence.
He does, but how much is that going to make a difference?
Fighting forward.
What? He's just fighting this,
Oh,
but
no.
it's going to be costly. Orbital Strike available, Showstopper thrown in as well, and might have been an investment of way too many weapons here. It's some very useful utility that could be used for the post plant. But BBL can't hold back. All 3 players are going to have to go for this last round of the half. There is no other way. It's literally 2 players on this elbow side that could do so much. Camo is low, but he's quick with it. Paint chills towards Kushina, softening him up, and it's Grabinho to help out, so it is a 3v2. BBL definitely climbing a huge mountain here in this round. Flash out. 1 more flash remaining for Power if he's going to make any difference. Elite is holding a really good angle, but the Snakebite is doing damage towards Power, and it will be enough to finish him off eventually. Elite doesn't have enough time. It is diffused halfway, but it's 2 different directions he needs to look at. Even if he's quit on Grabinho, even if he picks up Shados, it will not be enough. Double digits for Koi at halftime. Valiant effort for Elite, but it's all she wrote. An excellent round for Koi, an excellent attack, and now they need to finish off what they started on defense.
I mean, this is the way you want to start here if you're Koi. They struggled on defense, but 10-2, that is a hard matchup to throw. BBL, right now, they're going to need to look to get back into the game mentally. They need a very solid pop-off pistol round to try to bring themselves back into this matchup. But losing this hard on your map pick on such an important match, That's tough.
It throws the conversation of Turkey and BBL claiming bind instead of Ascent in the bin. If BBL aren't able to redeem themselves on this attack and be able to square a lot of rounds together, chain them all up and find a streak that could challenge Koi here, it might all be for naught. Early stun coming out from Koi in this A-short direction. They still hold by though. It could be quite the crunch.
I mean, BBL, we saw the player cams. Sure, they're serious, but they're still chill. They're still relaxed.
A little bit of information garnered. They know that there's lamp pressure coming in from BBL. But Koi, I love how far forward placed they are. And BBL can't really guess that. Although, those footsteps from Power, I do believe Shadow might have heard them.
Oh,
so
definitely.
it is causing alarms for Shadows here to cover his ground.
Which just fully denies the power of this lurk wall.
They're double backing into the safe site, though. Let's see how much Shadow can find, how much impact Kushner is going to check it, but it's a lazy check, and that allows Shadow to find one and damage onto the second. Starkzer's nearby. He wasn't even the one nearby earlier. It was Camo. And both Camo and Starkzer will end up dropping. BBL turning the tide of this game, of this round. Grabinho, you saw 3 players already onto the site. There's a 4th one there, and he's not able to do a thing, which leaves Shados on the hot seat.
Not much to work with here. You do have a snake bite to try and deny that Shower's positioning. Cora is the one that's low here towards Lamps.
Yeah, no longer the element of surprise. Shados is trying to go for the chase, although Pyro won't be shut down this time around. Ooh, nice little flick onto Elite's head, but that's BBL with a pistol, ending the streak of pistol success here for Koi.
Still not as confident as we would have liked that pistol round to be, though. Not as decisive from BBL. A great pistol, of course, an absolute must that BBL did need to pick up. But you need something with a little bit more of that a bit more of that momentum that can emotionally drive the team forward. But now, very strong buy coming in here for BBL. They're looking to have a very strong bonus into the next round to contest the anti-eco of Koi to look towards the future. But a deep smoke towards B Long. Sure, information garnered here for the side of Koi. Oh, that's a bit dodgy.
Look, it's a pistol round. You want to take some sort of a risk here from Koi, and Kushner is there to read it in time. And back to full health. Thank you, Reezy.
I mean, sure, push out, find a little bit of that information, but I think when especially B Long is being stalled out that well just by a smoke alone, leaves a little bit to be desired. Now the shift back over towards the A site here for BBL. We've only got a shorty in hand here for Shados towards Lamps. He's gonna have to back off.
There's not much that can go wrong really for BBL at this point. Although now that I do say that, Shadow's got a shorty, and if anybody crosses paths with him on this short proximity, it could be their demise, and a rifle collected perhaps, but I don't think BBL are planning to do that anytime soon, knowing of the pressure that could come in from Koi, the possibility of a shorty.
Ooh, it's tense right now, Koi.
I mean, they're just buying time.
Yeah, they're not doing much here. It's all about just trying to deny as much of that Alt Orb potential coming in here for BBL, and they're comfortable right now. They don't have to do anything too risky. They can play it.
Yeah, they built a tremendous lead. They really have built a tremendous lead. Power and Reezy finding a couple kills here. Shadow the only one from Koi to find any damage. Shutting down the IGL BBL for this one, but it's a round that BBL needed. The follow-up to the pistol, only losing one player, strong start, and it's exactly the direction they want to be looking at if they'll be closing this 8, well, now becoming a 6-round lead for Koi.
With the focus that we've seen going in towards Powera on the side of BBL, Rolling Thunder 3 away from coming online here. Could see some of that attention being drawn towards the extremities of the map. Try and get those ult orbs into pocket here for BBL. Again, they need every single advantage that they can find in each round with how much Koi does have to work with in that sense. As the round starts, very classic lineup coming in to try and deny some of that information towards Lamps.
Well, you can already see a difference on how BBL like to push the map in comparison with Koi. A lot of shower presence for them, and it's Kushner that finds the first shot. Well, they know exactly where Starkzer is, and Reezy's got under lock and key. Everyone's falling for Reezy right now. The Rizzy, maybe. Yeah, let's not bring that back. Grabinho, though, on a 1v4. It's a lot to ask from the man. And BBL, you know, all down to Reezy, closing out this round for them. No problem at all. That will place him on 5 already here, Ash. And definitely making this comeback look a lot more plausible, especially considering this was Koi's buy round, right? This was supposed to be BBL's bonus.
The fear, though, for Koi is this where it starts to fall apart on the defense, where they've struggled before? You had the ideas coming out from Koi. They were looking to pinch towards the Showers player, but man, the timing's off there on the swings, needing to a little bit more of that coordination to come through. So BBL, I mean, they're slowly working their way into this, but we cannot deny still the lead that Koi does find themselves in. Seekers in the hands of Reezy to be saved over into a future round. All eyes are going to be on Grabinho if you're a Koi fan going into the next one with that hero rifle.
Well, Berlin definitely have chosen their favorites. BBL's name shouted across the room. Pretty quiet on the Koi side, though. Even though they're the ones in the lead, it seems to be some belief reinstated within the fans. And for BBL, I'm sure there'll be hope that that's exactly the same for the players. They've been able to chain 3 rounds together, and Koi has signed alarms. Timeout time. Time to rethink this through. How do you get control back in your favor? Obviously, you've got a lead, right? It's not a matter of overthinking here. It's a matter of going back to the tried and tested. Don't get into your heads. Don't get caught off early, perhaps. Because it seems that every single round that BBL have gotten so far, it's the product of Koi's players being caught off early.
I think what gets a little bit scary here, of course, first 2 rounds, sure, BBL looked great. We can't forget, though, that it still was just the pistol in the anti-eco, so plenty of time for Koi to try and come back here. But again, with them being on this eco round themselves with the hero rifle, BBL looking to have a very similar start to their attacking side is exactly what Koi did to them into the first half. And what I'm looking towards is Koi's adjustments. What's worrisome is, okay, BBL, I think they've done really well in the fights that they've been able to take after getting that spike planted as well, but we haven't even seen like a true post-plant situation from them. And that is where they really shined in their matchup up against Na'Vi. The lineups were so frustrating to deal with, and Koi, when they are on those retakes, will have to fight so far forward to deny that.
That they do, but Koi need to prove themselves on defense. Maybe not this one, but there's a hero rifle from Grabinho. Maybe able to use that to his advantage. But obviously, it seems that BBL are heading towards this A site, and Koi have only got 1 defender, so not the best of situations for them. While Koi do put most of their pressure towards that B site. A push that gives them information, but Shadow vacates the area. Doesn't want any business with this. And BBL are given this A site for free.
Oh, cycling up the showstopper here for Kushner, just in case the round goes awry.
Oh yeah, smart thinking. Having more ultimates available for them. Reezy, he's got the read, but how many stats can you pad? 1 for now, gets out, clean as ever. Realizes there's 1 on Heaven, gives out the core. Camo shutting down a lead as soon as he peeks the corner. That's impressive. How many shots of like these are we going to be seeing? Maybe a second one, maybe a third one. Hang on a bit, Koi might have turned this whole thing around. There's only Brave alive. And rifles is being collected here from Koi. They're going right after Brave, but Brave is good. Brave is strong. And Brave is Brave, and we'll be peeking through the smoke. Grabinho will be shutting him down. Koi turn it all around, and I think they've got just enough time to get the spike defused. The round is theirs, even when it shouldn't be.
A thrifty round there for Koi, and the way they were just able to manage the control of lamps, the pressure from short backside, very much so focusing on those close quarters and making it uncomfortable for BBL to maintain that positioning towards front sight. Now, a timeout for a timeout. BBL calling one of their own because Koi now 1 away from match point. And again, this is a tall mountain to climb here for BBL.
Oh yeah, it's a tall order, especially losing a round like that. That's exactly what they didn't need right now. It's exactly what they were hoping wouldn't happen, right? It's the condition where they were able to streak rounds together. you know, you can allow Koi to win one buy round of their own, but it can't be the bonus. It can't be the pistol.
No.
It can't be the save, you know?
I mean, that can fully stop the momentum that was starting to build here on the attack for BBL. And then the big thing too, Q-Sure popped that showstopper just a second before he got taken out of the round. That's a tool that we're not going to be able to see carried over into this one. A massive one at that with that Raze ultimate, especially when you have Koi with the Nightfall in hand. It can usually be a really great counter to deny that flood in on the retake situation.
And with BBL taking the time out, Koi have a chance to iron out their game plan as well with Barber as they enter this next round. It's a difficult one for BBL. This is their map pick. This is the one that they've replaced potentially Ascent with, right? It's a big change to how they approach their series, right? In BBL's history of existence as a team. And Koi, so far, have stopped that momentum.
Okay, great line as far as that fault line goes, just to find a little bit of delay in any sight lines there for Koi. But already, they're changing the pace this time. BBL looking to just fully take A site right off the gate.
I've got your trail.
Hold and tested.
Blinded.
We know this is exactly how Koi have allowed BBL to move onto site so far. It doesn't matter how they retake it. Kushner pressured here from Showers as Chu have popped out of the TP, and you can see it's a rotation of BBL themselves. Look at Elite moving in with Brave, I believe, and they're trying to catch the Arc Surf guard, but he's got it well covered. And Koi are demanding space back from BBL, and they're limited into the Lamps area. Shorts as well. One left on site. Rizzy is being deleted, and Kushner within the smoke could be everything for BBL. Shadow's quick to the trigger though, and Para is burning alive. Elite is all that is left. No snake bites to delay. Only his gun, only his trusted Vandal, and he can't do a thing against the Stampede of Koi. It's 12. And there's only one remaining. Do what you can at the end to find consolidation, but the round means that Koi are one away from closing out map number 1.
Yeah, match point here for Koi, and that was clinical coming out from them. The way that they knew that, okay, you have the Nightfall to work with, that's gonna force BBL off of the site, back in towards Short or Showers, where you have the TP having come in for the retake from the B-Long players on the side of Koi. And then on top of that, it's just making that post plant so uncomfortable for them, BBL. They can't comfortably play for those lineups. It's threatened in that sense. Now, information garnered here. BBL, I think what's a bit difficult, they have yet to really contest B-Long, I think, on any of these rounds.
And it might be the wrong round to do it, considering there's so many on the P proximity on the defender side of things. Of course, there's a bit of a crossfire setup here, and Poombot hoping to seek out Shados as well. And it will do so. So Kushner holding the line will make Shados uncomfortable to peek at himself, so he's going to nestle himself into that corner as BBL bide their time and give the idea to Koi that they might be rotating to A.
Well, I mean, BBL off the utility usage here from Koi, they know that 4 are stacked over towards B. They saw the Viper Snakebite, they saw the Boombot coming out from Camo, and then there was that early guiding light, and you're not going to be able to get that smoke from Grabinho if he's over towards A.
But the push from B and Long means that that BBL are no longer taking up that space. Starkzo's given the call over, and everybody from Koi will start to rotate over or build up a flank behind BBL's lines. And they will move into this A site. Shadow has got a nice cover behind the Poison Cloud here. Will take the open fight. Won't be able to find one for his troubles as BBL find the first clean pick. That's what they need. Can they find more? Spike being planted. Orbital Strike denying some space here and denying time. 15 seconds on the clock, and only now the spike is being touched. Camo and Grabinho put their forces together, and Koi start to take over. BBL need to trade right back up. There's a flank in the making from Koi, so they need to be quick with this, but they're not. Grabinho wins another fight. And Starkzo hasn't even made his presence known yet. It's all down to Grabinho. The flank wasn't even necessary. And Koi close out map number 1. The pick of BBL. As clean as ever, and show us that they do have some defense in them.
What an upset coming out from Koi. I mean, for BBL, this was the one map that they were able to take up against Na'Vi. And right off the back of that timeout that was called too, the adjustment that they were able to make.
Well, Split is up next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Vamos, joder, vamos. Vamos, bro. guy is like ult, flash, ult, flash, ult, flash.
And the brim like this. You know, you're gonna smoke from T-spawn. Double molly. Rondón, bro.
Vamos.
Oh, you could not get two more different coaches than Bava and Epic, and we're here for it. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Steel and Lothar. Koi, they take that first map, Steel, and it does feel like a lot of the things that you were expecting, we ended up seeing in the game.
Yeah, we saw a lot of like really good tactics on the attack side, and the defense just fell flat. And even when there was opportunity for the defense to be able to like claim their way back into a round, it's just like, okay, right after, what do? We overheat. So round 6 is a perfect example of this, where Koi, they're making their attack way towards B. They're getting the opening pick from Hookah towards Elbow. They're about to enter the site. They're like, you know what? No, there's the over-rotation. We're going to go all the way back. So if we can play this clip, then I could talk us through it a little bit better. So here's the first pick happening, right? So here come the cabbages. They see that it's okay, yeah, it's gonna be an attack towards B. Shadow gets the kill. Okay, Koi's like, you know what? Let's get out of here. You know what? We miss our opportunity. Here's a stabilization from the defense. We TP back. We're going out showers here. Elite's made his way all the way back towards Heaven. So here, Koi, peek before the smoke's down on Heaven, and then boom, Elite gets 2, right? 4 and 3, you think, okay, now we just play the retake out. Just kidding. He's gonna run through the smoke and actually die. It comes down to a 2 versus 2, and then it ends with Koi being able to take this round. But it's just like, this is a perfect example of just how so much like back and forth happens, where it's like good play, bad play, good play, bad play, good play. And if they want to be able to close out more defense rounds, they have to take what they get there with those 2 kills and just say, okay, 4 on 3, let's group, let's make sure that we play the retake together.
Yeah, and I thought maybe we're going to get a real comeback, but a fake comeback in the end. But let's take a look at Stark. So here in the AIM Labs warm-up, as we get onto the next map, Lothar, they are just 1 away from being able to keep themselves alive just for now. You think Koi can bring it home as we move on to Split?
I think the vibes are pretty good now on the team now. If those coaches can transfer those feelings towards them, I feel like they're looking good. Also BBL, I feel like they just struggle on a very basic fundamental level. We have seen that on Bind. Like they played aggressive on defense in 2 rounds. One was on eco, and the second one was they were pushing out of B long with 4 players, but then just immediately fell back and didn't retake any map control. So it's something that Koi can definitely punish now, and Koi was looking really good at the defaulting on attack, being ready for those potential pushes from BBL, but they were never happening. So now when we're going into Split, I feel like there's a lot of question marks. We've never seen neither of those teams play Split yet, so we don't know what the compositions, the teams change their players as well, so there's not many expectations, at least not from my side. I'm not sure about you, Steel.
I mean, they were rocking the double duelist last year for Koi, so you want them to do that again this time?
I mean, I don't think we really necessarily need to look and focus on what's happening on the attack side. I think it's like the defense is where both teams need their work right now. And as you said, yeah, they weren't doing any of the walk pushes, but I don't think either of the teams really do the walk pushes here. They need to get a little bit more active on their defense, because both teams have really good attack side game plans. And I can't stress that enough. And we talked about it before the game, and we talked it during the game, or we saw it during the game.
Yeah, as you guys can see from Agent Select, BBL, they just love this sky.
Yeah, it seems pretty weird, because on Bind it did actually cost them a lot of map control, since they don't have the recurring utility, and here they again will not have a lot of vision control when you compare it to Koi. Koi with the Fade Breach combination, I feel like it's a great for early map control, but also limiting the movement for the players. And also combine that with Grubinho on the Omen, you have a lot of potential choke points control, both on defense and attack, with the Paranoia for the wall, the stun for the wall, and then the Starks with the C's on top of that.
Yeah, just looking at how BBL likes to kind of play their attacks on other maps, they're a little bit more explosive, so I understand the breach in the sky there, but they're starting defense, so I'm not sure how that's going to play out.
Well, this is it. No more second chances for BBL. They have to win here if they want to keep themselves in contention for Madrid. Pavlos and Ash, the pressure is on.
The pressure indeed is on. BBL, one map away from being eliminated from kickoff, and for Koi, this is a chance to show they can close out a series in a fashion that they themselves would like. A chance for the Polish core to show that there is a chance for Polish Valorant here in EMEA, and that it can grow, it can prosper, and can show us what it has, and a second chance potentially against Team Liquid if they get the dub here right now. But it's Koi on the attack, BBL on defense as we get started on the second map split.
Man, starting out here on the pistol run, already looking to push directly in towards the ace. No defaulting. They're looking to go in right off the gate.
They really are. Guiding light, delaying them for just a little bit, but Koi, as they do, linger a little bit longer and do move a little bit towards this ramp side, and BBL take that space as well. Look at that, 3 players moving up in here. It might actually be a crunch of 4 different players, and instead they'll be moving into Vents. Elite holding it all down by himself. No one shall go into Vents but him, and BBL win trade after trade, determined they want a grasp on this series. And so far it's 4 versus 1 in favor of BBL on this first round. And Corvinho's got himself one, but it's all she wrote. Para cleans it all up. That's the first round for BBL, and Koi trailing behind.
Yeah, really awkward pivot over towards ramps. The second that A main choke got a little bit uncomfortable there for Koi, but BBL, they needed to start off with this pistol, and you talked about how good Koi have been on pistols. Starting off on the right foot, though, for the side of BBL to try and shift that into their favor again. You want to see them starting to rack up the rounds early on, starting to build that momentum, be fresh going into split after losing out their map pick.
Yeah, I think after BBL lost that one map, it's like no pressure. Guys, do your thing. You guys know how to shoot. I think that's something that needs to be brought to their minds all the time. Build that confidence, because I think that's what Turkish Valorant is built off of, right? Confidence. And that's what exactly BBL will be looking for this time around. Koi, on the other hand, playing it slowly, does mess with BBL a little bit. I feel like that's a big issue of it. You know, you get a little bit angsty. You want to get going, and you are not permitted to have that fast-paced gameplay that you would like to take over. But for now, the better weapons for BBL will take it on defense here. It seems that they are walking into Brave all by himself. If Koi can isolate that pick, would be grand, but Kushina's got it all covered from the upper angle. Brave takes 2 down before he himself falls. And Starkso, the final remaining player, will live on borrowed time. That's 2-0 for BBL, as clean as it could be.
That's what you like to see if you're a BBL fan. You can hear the chanting in the background from the crowd as well, just trying to give them that momentum, that support on the big stage. Koi, they have the weapons, but BBL, this bonus extremely strong to contest with.
And last bonus Koi played, they failed. They need to collect this, right? It's a matter of pride at this point.
Well, oh, what is this? Elite with the Bucky towards Vents, and you've got a little bit of that attention here, poised by Koi towards the mid side.
Let's be fair, it's the best gun for the Vents.
I mean, for the space that you're looking to contest, it's incredible, especially when you pair that alongside the Poison Orb and the Snake Bites.
I love that he's also trying to conceal that he's got that gun, shooting the Prowler with the Ghost as well.
Can't let him know.
No, be it a surprise. A bloody surprise, perhaps, if they do end up moving in this direction. But for now, Koi keep the pressure in mid, and you can see BBL not want to hold back on it at all. They still have got 2 players holding their particular angles, their respective angles rather. And with the fault line coming forth, it will delay them even further. You can see Power moving left and right across the map, trying to be at the ultimate place at the right time, but it seems Koi might have found an opening to head towards B.
Oh, this is tricky positioning.
Off the rope, that's a headshot. And Kushina has put BBL on top, and with 44 seconds, Koi are in time trouble.
Okay, you got a very deep Prowler over towards Vents as well, so Koi know that there's no immediate backstab looming.
Not only are they in time trouble, they're in space trouble because they really can't find a thing. It looks like they are fancying this B site more than anything else as Elite does drop, but Kushina does damage before. He's got a chance to do it again, and he's got his teammate Brave as well. Paranoia, super important. Brave had to win that fight to keep BBL in contention over this B site supremacy. Kushina though, the only man standing left onto the site. The TP's right in front of him, but it's all a distraction as Shadow peeks at the same time. Koi fully on top. Reezy trying to deny that plant, but that's it. Koi, they've sealed this round. And Poria all by himself, the leader of the team, can only look to hide away. Maybe if you can find a Vandal, or maybe try and do something with the Spectre and kill anybody else off. But that will be Koi gaining their first round of the map.
Man, Koi comfortable for them once the weapons did come out. I think they did really well as far as just conditioning over towards mid as well. Just the dark covers alone that cut off that male angle there from BBL forced both Snakebites out of Elite right off the gate with still a minute left. A lot of that stall utility used within the initial first third of the round. And now for Koi, it's a question of can they continue to force that utility usage? We saw it on Bind where BBL seemed a bit quick to the trigger on that.
They do, they do. And again, it's the story of Koi being super successful in the attack, and it seems like they have the opportunity to do it again, right? Of course, not winning the pistol does, you know, prohibit them from having that early lead, like they did that first time, the first pistol of this series. But at least if they can get some buy rounds heading in their way, it would be the best case scenario for them.
Have to see how things end up going here. Again, Elite has been doing so much with the Poison Orb. Deep one way here for Brave as well, just to deny B main. Right off the gate here, Koi, again, not much space to work with, but this is familiar for them. They're very much so allowed to play their own game in that kind of sense as well, with how slowly they like to default. And again, they continue to thrive in those time crunch moments to get that spike planted.
Yeah, and it's those chaotic moments that it seems they've got the clarity to get the right calls in, hit the right shots, have the protocols with you know, the buddy systems and close it all out. You know, it all becomes too simple when there's a time crunch, you know? It all becomes simple Valorant at that point. And whoever's got the protocols right correctly is the one that usually comes out on top. But here's Koi moving onto the safe side. They've got a death ball approach to this, right? 5 players strong, no flank in the making, 45 seconds, and Breezy's figured it out. That's a tremendous Trailblazer score that, given all the info in the world, BBL have to rotate over. Camo aggressing forwards, knows that this is the chance that he has to push through. He's gone under the radar and under the opposing players. Kushina wants a moment of his own, but it's all down to Brave in a 1-on-2 if he wants BBL to win this round.
I mean, plant secured here for Koi nonetheless, but you still have a Paranoia to work with here for Brave. One dark cover as well to just be able to cut off one of these lines of sight, especially with Shadows playing so far back in towards A main, but you know that he's also playing those lineups.
Brave. There'll be moments he's been left alone and not being able to close it out, but this is his moment. This is where he has to shine so far. Half of the puzzle has been solved. There's still another part to it, and a defusal to follow off.
Blinding.
Paranoia expecting him to be on site, but he's nowhere, so he's wasted it for now. Has to get onto the spike, and he might be able to defuse it fully. Shadows is going to be spraying, but he's going to miss the shot. Snakebite at his feet, but it might be all too late! Defusal successful! BBL on the board!
What a way to do it. It was a fraction of a second with the fact that you also see Brave ends up falling to the Snakebite nonetheless, but man, that was a round that Koi needed. Again, uncomfortable money situation, though, for both sides. Looking towards BBL, you've got Kushner, who has cycled into the showstopper at the very least. Not nearly as many pieces to work with here for Koi. We can look towards Shadow to try and get that Rolling Thunder online.
Yeah, you definitely have to look at your winning case scenarios here, and definitely it has to be Shadow. That Rolling Thunder can take up so much, and Shadow's going to have to play a supportive role on this map, right? It's a bit of a difference in dynamic on Breach on this situation. Usually Shadow has been so good in finding those second entries on different occurrences, but Split going to take a secondary role. Koi moving up towards the ramp here in A, but the main meat and potatoes may have to be this left-hand side, this mid positioning, or maybe a double crunch into vents.
I mean, who knows? Right now, Koi, again, they look for that space, they pull back, they just look to draw out that utility usage from BBL. Again, cycle back up on that Poison Orb. Careful, just try and continue to creep up.
Yeah, they smoked off the left-hand side. They're definitely looking across. You can see some pings on the minimap as well, towards Elite's position. As in to notify of his approximate position himself, but you can see how much space Starkzo has garnered towards the other side of the map, right? Trying to keep everybody busy. He has popped off the showstopper because of it. Kushner doesn't have available no more, as the rest of Koi look to move onto this ace side. Look at Power though, a highly influential position that can catch so many off guard, and with a Judge, it's the best weapon for multiple players to try and run into his face. BBL winning all of these trades. Camo further distance away from this, it's gonna have to be a 1-on-3.
1-on-3, but you've got the showstopper online here for Camo now. One satchel to work with here as well.
He's limited to this elbow corner. BBL have to know it, and I'm just wondering how they clear him out. One by one, they'll have to try and figure this out. They start to circle all the way around and leave him with no exits. And that's BBL continuing with a streak on this defense. That's going to be a 4th round for them and building quite a lead.
And that's the positioning from Power that you had initially noted there as well. Just in towards Hell outside of A main. The fact that he's able to get 2 with the Judge turns the tides, because BBL, you initially saw Elite was pulled over towards that B side, that rotation away. It was all up to those 2 players left towards A, and they do enough to take down 2 apiece with them. Koi, sure, still awkward money situation coming through. They're still able to buy up, but now this is where things start to get tight.
Could get very tight, especially in this cramped area in mid when the Viper's Pit is thrown into it as well.
I mean, it's probably the best Viper's Pit here on Split, like undeniably. So you deny the pinch towards either site there, and you're just fully funneled into either extremity here.
It's just too claustrophobic to enter.
The only thing could be maybe just trying to utilize Shadow's utility to try and break through in that kind of sense. But again, it still is a really big risk, like you had mentioned. It's not worth it. But then you also have, I mean, Brave is pretty far up towards that B side, not seeing anything. It's a comfortable stack here for BBL towards A. I say that, of course, Kushner starts to walk away then.
Yeah, what's interesting about this, the Trailblazer has just been used outside of A main, and it hasn't figured out anyone's position from the attackers. So you could easily make the call, all right, nobody's nearby here. We're approaching the 40-second mark. This could be it. Guiding Light, though, and that's going to sign the alarms. That's definitely showing there's some sort of presence here, especially with not much time to spare. From the Shadows, Grubinho finds site access, but they need to find a pick, perhaps, to solidify this take overall. They've gotten the space. They'll get the spike down, but it's all down to this retake.
I mean, and now not having to utilize that Rolling Thunder, the showstopper, to actually get that execution down. This is going to be a very comfortable post plant here for Koi.
Just depends if they're able to use their utility at the right point in time, and if BBL could rip their heads apart before they can do so. Shadow, Rolling Thunder. It looks like he wants to use it preemptively, but Camo showstopper is so influential. A double kill out of nowhere, and BBL's chances in the mud.
They just save.
They have to at this point. What can you do? Reezy, no confidence, no health. It's 3v5. The site's impossible to take with the Viper's Pit is down, and knowing the showstopper, the Rolling Thunder is there for Shadow as well. It's just too tough, and they have to save and give the round to Koi.
I mean, a much needed one here for Koi to try and get themselves back into this match. You saw the reads there. BBL, they're trying to play back on that ace site, expecting all of those ultimates to be used on the execution, but with so little pressure coming out from BBL on those choke points, Koi very comfortable just walking on in. Nobody's home. Now, again, same kind of standard default setup here on the side of Koi. You're going to continue to see every single round the same wall being thrown out by Shados, just pressuring over towards ramps, forcing some of that early utility out from BBL, looking mainly towards Reezy to try and just find that information.
For now, Koi left-hand side lenient this time around. Brave taking up some space and might be greeted with some players. Does back out before that's the case though, so he does avoid some confrontation here, which allows Koi to dry peek it, gain this access for free basically.
I mean, first time we're really seeing them even contest B main.
Yeah. And Brave is in for a treat. Oh,
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder going his way. Paranoia there and ready. It's going to delay them massively. Brave might have gotten stunned up, concussed in the air, but he's still able to shoot. He's still back to recovery mode. Elite is the one to do a lot of damage here for BBL, but the rotations are timely. Look at everyone lined up and ready. Try to shut down all of these Koi players, and they will do so in ease. 5-2 for BBL. They got there in time, and that's no more to Koi.
Stunning flood back on towards site there from BBL, looking to pressure right off the gate. They were giving a little bit too much respect to Koi in the last 2 rounds that Koi had been able to take for themselves. Now timeout to be called here on the side of Koi. They've got to go back to the drawing board. 1 away from that Nightfall for Starkzo. Again, neither of these teams, though, have been able to really comfortably build up that economy. These rounds have been tight despite the scoreline.
They definitely have to draw out timeout here. It's been a difficult attack, and the attack is what we've been praising Koi of, right? It's the defense that so far has been a little bit on the weaker side, but of course it's being split. A map we haven't seen from them this season is definitely something that I believe they would have hoped would catch BBL by surprise. Maybe they would have had something that, you know, BBL couldn't expect, but so far they haven't been able to crack through. BBL definitely being a solid wall and not allowing anybody to knock off a single brick. Okay, 2 rounds for Koi, it's not too bad. 3 rounds of difference, it's fathomable. The comeback is within reach. But it doesn't feel that even when Koi do get those wins, they don't look comfortable.
No. I mean, it's really difficult. I think the head-to-head here is extremely tight. BBL look pretty good on those retake situations, especially when they have the numbers to actually look to contest. The rounds that Koi are winning out or when they get those early picks on the side of BBL, leaving them starved for some of that ground to cover, just not really even having the ability to regroup for it.
I think we actually might be seeing a change of pace here from Koi. They might be going for something very aggressive, something we haven't seen so far. Brave got caught off by a stun, but the Paranoia again is immaculate. Has stopped them in their tracks, and BBL have rotated again in time.
Hey, a lot of noise, but no payoff quite yet. Giving up this space here now for Koi. They have to re-clear back towards mid. They haven't had anyone over there. It's only been Shados constantly lurking it towards that A side, just seeing, okay, what utility is being cycled out here. Reveals himself to add a little bit more of that pressure as Koi walk up mid.
Elite spotted them though, and he will call for reinforcements. Kushina is nearby, but a smoke blocking his vision. Elite might have gone under the radar here. I don't think they quite know he's just lurking around, but Starkzo does get the pick. Koi with the advantage. They usually end up with victories here, but Reezy is there to stop him. Trample on Starkzo and backs off before he gives the advantage back to Koi.
But walking back over now, there is a nade in hand here for Camo. Kushner still on Raptors.
And he's going to peek out. He knows where one is, gets a spray, knows one is dropped, notified his teammate. Blast back, assists his opponent on the swing, but he still stands tall. And the spike now in the middle of B put a lot of pressure on Koi. Shados gets a pick, but with 20 seconds, it's all down to Gravino, really. If you really want to have a chance in this one, it's Gravino all day. Spray on one, but you're never going to read Brave on that left-hand side angle. 10 seconds on the clock, but this round has got BBL's name written all over it. Destined to get a 6th round and increase that lead against Koi. 4 rounds of difference at this point in time.
Nothing you can do there on the side of Koi. I think the difference was Rubinho, which was just split off from the play due to the smoke towards B. May not able to pressure site there, making it very comfortable for BBL to fight the players on Koi, trying to drop out from B Heaven. Now, semi-eco to come through here on the side of Koi. I know we're talking about the economy a lot. I don't usually like to over-focus on it, but again, it's such an important point of discussion when they are really on that back foot constantly.
Yeah, I mean, if you never have the money to buy, then you're never going to have enough rounds to win, right? It's the, you know, it's that statistic that everybody keeps talking about, especially since Fnatic's era of half shields. The more buys you get, the more wins you get.
Oh, a little bit of damage there.
A little bit. Gravino's still alive. But not with the best weapon at that distance. Elite doubles up. Kushina now is in the fray. We'll make sure no pesky Koi player gets past him. Shadow being sneaky.
Oh!
Shadow! That is incredible!
The
and
timing.
with this moment's notice, he gets 2 kills and puts Koi in contention.
Now you're just waiting for Shados to regroup. Got 2 rifles to work with here in this 2v3. Both players on Koi low, though.
Brave, all he has to do is stay alive. He just needs the information, back off, and play the numbers game 2v3, especially when Power has a Rolling Thunder.
Okay, Brave. Just waiting. Spike initiated, sure, comfortable at the very least in that kind of sense. Not wanting to have to use the Rolling Thunder in this situation. Still gonna come out, but a great aftershock to divvy up the team.
Fault line towards Shados, but Shados is able to avoid it. Crucially enough, picks off Brave, and now it's 2 versus 2. And he looks to go all the way around to assist his teammate. Oh, and BBL have to keep looking, right? You cannot stop considering that this heaven angle could be covered, but instead, playing the buddy system. The spike is planted directly in them. It's not being touched, stunned, being enabled. They're still looking for Shados, but they cannot find him. They steal only just picked, but it might be all too late. Spike in the middle of it. Pyra, blind as a bat. And with that, Koi eventually managed to close off a round of their own, a 3rd round on the board. And that's an attack side success for the Koi side.
I mean, that was a thrifty round there for Koi as well. Just not having the weapons, but the timing was so perfect for Shadow through that dark cover, just dodging that boombot that had come through to clear him out. The difference maker into the round.
I mean, if you look at the old Apex roster, Shadow is one of those players that has been overshadowed by others, right? You can look at old Fnatic core members. You can look at Kiko, who's been the star of that roster and now doing wonders in Team Liquid. Shadow has always been there. He's always been the backbone. He's always been someone you can rely on a clutch when you need it most. And he's showing it this game. He's shown it before. But this is where Koi could be crucially enough in contention of a match win. Starks are close to the action, and Elite is down. Koi, numbers advantage, and Brave in trouble. Shados, he's dealing against a lot of players towards this A site, but it's BBL that finally get a pick their way.
Oh, weapon recovered here for Power as well. Again, the open plants here towards B, very standard. But did not, Starks is so deep in spawn to just expect Power to commit to that flank coming through. Seeker's used very early, but it gives off the hint that Koi are down in towards alley.
Shadow can expect the TP has happened. He's smart enough to hold back against the flash, and Koi, superiority in numbers, Reezy is low. He's only got a Sheriff. Looking bleak for him, at least this one. Koi's chance to close up the gap even further. Starkso triples up eventually, and a 4th for Koi.
Okay, looking good. The coordination coming through here for Koi. Starting to get a read on how BBL like to maneuver around the map. Again, BBL, I mean, they were also down in a couple of weapons there. Koi, nonetheless, you gotta take those rounds, start to rack them up. They do have the advantage of the last map at the very least. This is important for BBL to try and maintain this lead, especially as the next half is looming. Right now, I mean, you do have, again, tools to work with here. Mid denied. Classic. As per usual.
Hearing our Eros saying Vamos there made me think the Poles have taken over a Spanish organization, right? You can no longer consider this a Spanish team, can you? When the Poles have taken over, it's a Polish core.
Listen, we're going to Madrid.
We're going to Madrid, so it is a Spanish org.
Yes.
And Spanish people will definitely root after Koi if they do get to Madrid. It's a long task for them, right? Even if they do get this win and avoid elimination, they've got to face up against Team Liquid on a rematch to see if they can still win another match after that and solidify a spot into play-ins. Still, BBL, they still have the lead, right? It's not all too lost, but they have lost a bit of momentum, which Koi have looked to interrupt. Rolling Thunder in mid, trying to keep Elite out, although I don't think he's being concussed. Shadow's going to go for the chase. Oh, this is crazy! He goes right after him, sneaks in front of him, and just punches him in the face. Koi have taken over the A site in the meantime. Camera looking to push on. The stun is immaculate. Shadow doing wonders even though he's not close to the fight. Kushida aggressive with his positioning. And now it's a 2 versus 3 with BBL making this doable. 23 seconds. The Koi haven't gotten the spike down. They need a cross forwards and Brave has got the sight line. 18 seconds. Brave is down. Shados, he had to get that and he did. And Reezy now is on the clutch. With Camo on the showstopper, with Shados to the side, this is too difficult to imagine. He has to check it, and Shado's got this corner covered. 6-5, only 1 round remaining in the half, and only 1 round of difference between the 2 teams.
Things are getting tense here on stage. A tight second map, but the positioning here, king for Koi. Looking over towards what we have to work with into this last round, though. Uncomfy.
Careful there, Barber. Don't fall off your chair, mate. Come on.
Hey, they're stoked about it. You gotta have that kind of energy in an elimination match.
You do, you do. I can only imagine what the comms look like over in a timeout. That'll be dope. That'll be dope to hear at some point. But of course, Koi need to finish this off on a high unless BBL are able to stop them. Here's the flash coming through. Pyro has shown his presence, stun coming out. It seems the pace of this game have changed entirely. A lot of aggression off of BBL here, but it is subsided as they do drop back and respect Koi's presence. It's a 5-person stack. Camo aggressive, showstopper in hand. Can't find the shot, but switches to the Phantom in time and gets a double kill to open it up. Brave, different angle. Can he save the site? Can he isolate these kills? But Camo says a big no to that. Koi equalize on the final mark and end the half on a high.
What a way to hit the gas and change the pacing into that last round. Now, BBL, it's all up to them to respond onto the pistol. They found the first one in Split, but can they find another? Again, they're the ones that we're looking towards to start racking up those rounds early when Koi do have the comfort of being up a map right now in this best of 3.
Ash, I'm concerned about something, though.
Okay. Hit me with it.
Every time Koi have sort of failed on defense, they usually had a lead to work off of. That lead doesn't exist. It's 6-6, right? So BBL have a stellar chance on attack. They can feel most comfortable as well. They can control the pacing of the game and take us where they want to take us. So 6-6, it's anyone's game. As Koi lead the series, the pressure is on BBL to see if they can take us to the decider, take us to Icebox, get a little bit chilly in here. And with the extremity control here from BBL, it looks like they're heading towards this B site.
Just walking straight on up. Quite happy to play the retake over there. Very much so focusing their resources towards mid. Just gonna play it a little bit slow, but look how diligent BBL are as well. They're still positioned for a potential wrap back through that mid side coming out from Reezy. Expecting more of that flank to come through.
Dark cover does subside. Poison Cloud gets put in its place.
Great cycling.
So Koi are stuck on the outside looking in right now, but can't see much. Paranoia. Oh, you're right in saying this is great cycling, but this time the stun does miss the mark. There's one underneath them that has to fall victim to this push. Camo comes alive, even finds a kill with his paint shells. How is that even possible? 2 to the back of sight. But now Koi can play the numbers game all day, and they win that pistol round to start this defense on a good note.
Then you are also gonna have what? How many points now? 5 into the showstopper off the back of a pistol round here for Koi. Ooh, the way they were able to just completely flood back onto site there up against BBL, not really having the firepower. I mean, yeah, I feel like you also can't really do much there when the coordination was on top of it with the flashes going out for Shadow, for Camo to drop down. And then on top of that, I mean, the paint shells, it's just unlucky.
Yeah, the 4-round streak, I think, on attack gave a lot of confidence to Koi here, and it definitely showed on the pistol, a lot more dynamic where they're approaching. Camo is starting to frag.
Toxins going up.
Toxins up, but no pressure. I mean, other than the PC utility themselves, you can already see Koi, they expend one of those prowlers out to clear out towards A main. Nobody home. So you see the pull back on that A site, the rotation being called over towards B.
Paranoia lying in wait here for Gravino. Trailblazer. Kill. Off to the side though, picks one and still hasn't been traded. And this is a sideline coverage Koi can control all day long. But somehow, Reezy's turned it all around, makes it a fathomable stock. So wants to put those streams in the dirt. But goodness me, was that expensive for Koi, but a round they collect nevertheless.
Not just expensive for Koi, expensive for BBL as well. They forced into that round.
Yeah.
So at the very least, you can kind of frame it in the sense of, okay, at least BBL took down every other person but the last, so the bonus isn't too insane coming out from Koi. But that leaves them now with a lot to be desired in a round where you're going to be expecting them to actually have the weapons to overtake the bonus on the side of Koi.
I didn't even notice the weapons there. I didn't think BBL would have forced into it, but
It was a risky gamble.
big time. And they were like, trust me, guys, we've got this. Let's buy.
I mean, right down to the wire.
Oh, God. It could have gone so much worse, but they did lose the round, so now they're trailing behind and allowing Koi to put a lot of rounds together. And they do get the advantage in numbers as well.
Ooh. Losing out on Reezy, though, that's all of your reconnaissance on the side of BBL now out early. Really going to have to focus more on those set plays, the positioning. Elite finding one on the other side of the map, though. At the very least, able to equalize.
And these sheriffs from BBL can hurt, so you can tell Koi have to respect it. Have to drop back.
I mean, you can see the fact that they're not even... Not that sheriffs are a close-range weapon, but they are trying to play that longer angle.
One-shot range, yeah. And that one-shot range grabs Grabinho. Even though there's a trade in the making, Elite.
Oh, okay.
If he would have gotten a second there, I would bow down to him for the rest of VCT.
I would have walked off.
Yeah, that's it. We out of here. And so would BBL at this point. This Paranoia can catch both of them, and it is perfect, but he's close proximity with Camo, so it doesn't mean a thing. Koi do lose 3 rifles, but get the win and extend that lead even further.
BBL still keeping it close in those rounds, at the very least.
Yeah.
At least looking towards Koi right now. They're going to be able to afford into this round, but this is where all eyes are on BBL. If Koi can manage to shut down BBL once again, this series could very well be over.
Oh, it definitely could be over. I mean, you know, economical recession for BBL. Koi could definitely keep this momentum going. They feel best on the momentum swing. They are 7 consecutive rounds in right now. And that is massive. But look at Koi. They're going aggressive. Not only do they want to take space, but they want to push further. Scratch that, Grabinho just smoked it, so they're not pushing anymore.
I mean, it's just claiming the space is what's most important.
They baited me. I thought we were going to see more action there.
Hey, you live and you learn. You can hope. We'll see it later, eventually. Slowing things down, of course.
Well, with Kushner here pushing through vents, we might actually see a lot of action up against Shadow. It does seem Shadow is looking in that right direction.
They're waiting for the crunch. The thing is, Kushner's the only one towards mid vents right now.
And if Shadow gets the pick, he can turn his attention over to mid, towards main, I mean. Oh, might have to be playing a game of whack-a-mole, but for now, what Kushner just did is put pressure onto Shadow, and now he's got to help his teammate over to main, given that there's pressure coming in from that direction as well. He swings and gets a double! Shadow, insane impact! And Reezy tries to find his way in, but somehow Starkso hides out. Shadow quashed eventually. To BBL's relief. And they find themselves an equilibrium in a 3 versus 3 and Spike down, and they've got full heaven control.
Full heaven control, but you've also got the Seekers coming out now here as well. Camo has a showstopper, could make the difference.
Koi trailing behind, but Camo needs to find the player to make use of the showstopper. Does push through, it's very aggressive, but gets Kushner. There was nowhere for Kushner to hide on that one. Shados had to win that pick if Koi would have been in contention, but now with a Spike out into the open, it's really tough.
Not planning for heaven.
Can he do it? The 1-on-2 with Power swinging through. They've isolated it. Camo gets on the Spike, a bit premature. BBL on the board.
Great timing on that swing, knowing that the bait in that tap was going to come through once again. Closing the gap. Now 2 rounds for BBL to try and catch up to Koi. This was a momentous round that they needed, but Koi, their reads were really good into that round as well. You talked about how Shadow was able to shift his attention back over towards A main. That presence in towards mid was the green light for Starkso to even throw out the hunt, to check A main for that crunch, to delay that a little bit further. BBL, they've got to start getting ahead of these plays.
Yeah, and I think for BBL, this one, if they do get the Spike plant, this round could be guaranteed as well. Viper Spit available for Elite, and they've been really good with playing around with that one.
Especially with focus over towards that Breach ultimate. Shados the one to look to delay this push towards mid. Just wanted a little bit more time here for Koi.
BBL, left-hand side stacked. Keeping players busy towards the right with smoke thrown in that direction, but the Paranoia have seeked it all out. They figured out no one towards A main, which allows Koi to maintain a lot of pressure towards B. 4 defenders in the direction of that B main position. This is going to be a hard take for BBL to execute.
I mean, all thanks to Starkso, right? All the way walked up here. Then you have so much opportunity. Pora has all of his util, but Shadow, you can say the same. No stun at the very least.
Well, Paintshot will head towards the left-hand side. Nobody was covering that direction. Paranoia will delay the left of them, but Kushner wasn't affected by it, so he will get the pick. TP is red. Camo comes out on top as well as he joins the fight. It's a 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds to spare. BBL have a chance to get the spike down.
Look at how they're regrouping here on the side of Koi.
And Starks are going all the way around. Looking to try and find the crunch, but they're grouping up together. That's the first pick. Power didn't expect him to be there that quickly, and Kushner is left on the 1v2.
Playing for Hell? So low here.
That's an off angle. He's trying to catch them off guard with this one, but he won't be able to do it. Stark, so that's a bullet between the eyes, and Koi back into winning ways.
Okay, double digits here for Koi. BBL, I mean, things got tight there on that execution. Koi, they found so much space towards A. They thought, okay, for the side of BBL, we've done that conditioning over towards that A site. Just didn't expect Starks, though, to get so ahead of it. But we also saw the counter conditioning. The Prowlers going through, clearing out that toxic screen, not giving that the value that BBL are looking for.
Yeah, I think the problem for BBL in that one was that they walked into Alliance then, essentially there. You know, so many players present, hard to get out a favorable fight. Even if you throw your utility, someone won't get affected by it. So there's always somehow a crossfire set up. So a timeout, try to rethink this out. You're not too far away from Koi, but you can't then run away from you. You've stopped their momentum, right? Task number 1 successful, but you've got a long way to go. Economical troubles, round troubles, winning trades troubles.
I am curious to see if BBL do commit to the hero rifle that we see in the hands of Kushner right now. If they decide to force up like we saw them do for the bonus round or for the anti-eco round here in the second half, or if they're gonna play it safe because again, high risk, high reward. If they do make that decision to buy up, to force these weapons in hand, it's a must-need round for them. Else, Koi will have a very easy opening to try and close out this map. But it looks like it's just going to be the hero rifle. Kushner does also have the showstopper, but that also throws him off with the rest of the team. The balance there as we head into the one after this.
Here. Yeah, BBL don't want to leave this quickly from VCT EMEA. They want to stick around for a little bit longer. The showstopper comes out prematurely here from Kushner, gets met with paint. We'll chunk him down to 96, not too much taken off of him. But Koi now troubled. How is his B site going to be taken over? Gratinho's got an off position here, and he might get caught off, so he realizes the situation and backs off with the use of his ultimate, creates a flank. BBL have taken full B access, but Koi haven't traded anything from this. Nightfall onto the site, but everybody's hiding in the cubby at the back of it. But with full heaven control, Koi have got to use so much to even gain the smallest of control. Viper spit to the heaven side. Grabinho to the back end. In Garage doing so much damage, getting to the back line. But Koi need to cross, need to find their way through heaven. But no, they do elect to go through CT instead. A crossfire setup that Grabinho can deal with single-handedly, perhaps. Still, Starkso joins the fight and leaves Elite. Oh no, Elite to himself in the Viper Spit that he himself has to exit. And Koi get themselves on yet another round, 11. And timeout from BBL is for naught.
Hey, they're more than happy to play that retake protocol. They're expending 2 ultimates on the side of BBL as well into that round. Now, BBL, I guess they do still have that Rolling Thunder that they have the opportunity to work with, though. But Grabinho, close enough, but far back enough on that from the shadows that had come through to actually find that early opportunity to make it so uncomfortable for BBL to set up in that post plant.
I feel Barber knows he's on the camera all the time. I feel like he's doing this for us, our own entertainment. Or he's just loving this game too much. Maybe that's it.
We'll find out later.
Find out later. I hope we do. Rolling Thunder on both sides. But for now, Koi is going to be victims of it straight away and throw their own right back at them, denying the push. Starkso is there, but has to drop to his demise. And still, BBL haven't gained too much control. Now only moving it around, and there's Camo here to stop them.
Not even wanting to contest site. They're actually looking for a pivot back over towards mid, but with all of this A control in towards heaven, the spike's still lacking behind. Kushner the one to keep it towards A lobby.
And it takes so long for them to clear off Shadow. So if he holds onto that elbow position and that A site hit does come through, they'll be really well off here, Koi.
Well, I mean, look at the positioning from Grabinho as well. Koi, they have BBL stuck.
They're locked in.
Sardines, I mean, Grabinho with this positioning, if they do choose to make that rotation through spawn, BBL will be heard, but they're looking to just try and cut noise. But they just don't know that all of this mid control is in the hands of Koi right now.
Yeah, Koi have read it. It's perfect. Everything is in their hands right now. It's just down to BBL to try and win out these individual fights. 30 seconds and nothing much to spare.
30 seconds.
Kushner, aggressive, stun, it's good. It hits Kushner and there's no more momentum off of his speed. Shados trying to make his presence known and put pressure off of Camo here, but this is where Shadow comes into contention. Tries to keep himself alive for the rest to come in, but isn't able to do so. Reezy on the drop, gets the pick. Grabinho on the flank, he's a little bit too late to the party. And he will die as well. 3 kills for Reezy. He salvaged BBL from a poor situation, and that puts BBL right back in contention.
Hey, a must-need round coming out from BBL, and Koi, despite the read, BBL winning out when it got scrappy there on site. Looking forward, though, I mean, I think it's so difficult to say what adjustments could be expected, what adjustments need to be made here, because both teams reading into each other very well. The back and forth is so close.
Let's be fair, like, all these circumstances have become quite messy. And it's the team that is in the best position at that moment. But the heroics, individual heroics, are what allowing teams to entangle themselves from ugly moments.
By no means a clean game from either side.
Oh no, you can't say that. But still, it's a feisty one.
That's a lot more fun in my opinion.
Yeah.
Either way, sight lines denied here towards mid. Again, fully funneling on the extremities. Manages to dodge that Prowler that comes out from Starkso Elite. So regrouping now off of that information, but Koi, they still look to play forward positioning here.
Well, they want to avoid that Viper split altogether, that's for sure. But they are definitely aware of this push. This fault line from Shadow could be good, but it all comes down if Starkso is able to use it correctly. No, he dies even before he has a chance to get that sight line covered. Paint Shield do a little bit of damage to Reezy, but it's not enough. Camo has a nice corner. You don't expect Shadow to be holding a similar angle as that, but they still trade it out, and that's the important part for BBL. It's 3v2, and they're definitely in the lead on this one.
And one way denying the heaven angle here for Shados. 2v3 situation, looking towards the utility. Kushner does have the paint shell still available. Flash.
Ooh, that's a long distance fight. That Grabinho wins. Equilibrium, 2v2. But how does Shados and Grabinho play it? So far, it's Grabinho all to himself. And a triple kill to turn the whole round in Koi's favor and put them on map and series points.
BBL, they're trying to go down with a fight right now, but Koi looking so good in those retakes, especially they're down numbers in that situation. Just the lack of coordination, you can feel that maybe this match is starting to get to the players. They're not looking to swing together, they're looking for those individual heroics. Yeah. Otherwise, you would normally expect, okay, you swing as two, you call that to move together, but part of that is also the retake wall that is allowed on the side of Shados. Plays well for the defense, just to keep back sight to yourself, but also allows you to just walk up and deny those fights together from sight.
It's getting cleaner by the second for Koi, and for BBL, it's the exact opposite, falling under pressure and being their own enemies at this point, but they're up against 4 rounds that they need to pick up here consecutively to stay in contention, in conversation. Otherwise, it's goodbye for kickoff. I'll join Giant X to the bottom of the field as BBL starts to aggress towards Camo. He's been so good at hold out in his line. It's usually good for one, but this time around, instantly traded. Shados gets himself on the scoreboard as BBL still maintain this line. Haven't fully aggressed, but for Koi though, they've grouped together. They've buddied up, and Kushner being so low could be so easy to be picked up himself. I don't think he knows how close Grabinho is.
No,
they can both smell each other, but Grabinho releases the control key and is back out into the open as BBL move into this B site and content over Heaven. Koi don't want to lose any more players in that fight. They're grouping up for this retake.
3v3 into the retake. Plant to go down here safe from Powera. Swapping the guns over as well, knowing that Elite just has that little bit more of health to work with. Powera also has 2 flashes into this post plant to delay, but...
Oh my God, Power! Talk about
Whoa.
individual prowess. This is when he comes alive. The captain's trying to do it all by himself, but now he's blocked. He's towards that left-hand side, has to go for the peek, and that's where Shadow can pick him up. It's still 2v2, and this is where Koi started to move in. That was the only flash that Koi had available to them, though, so they're going to have to do this dry. Smoke, it's perfect from Brave, and the crossfire is even better. BBL remain in contention with 3 rounds to go to equalize his Koi score.
Could have been a different story if Power did not play for his life there. If he did play for his life there in that situation, I mean, who knows which way the round would have gotten, but the first pick to be able to push up with that confidence, that's kind of what we need to see from BBL. Yes, we do want more of that coordination, more of that synergy coming through from them, but we also want them to be able to play comfortably, feel confident in the shots that they are going to hit. As things get tight, though, time must be called here from Koi.
Oh, for sure. They want to make sure they have the right mindset to close out this map. We've known Koi to struggle on that so far this series. It's a new roster, we get it. It happens, right? But they need to rebuild their knowledge on how to close it out, be able to maintain their composure. They're knowledgeable players. They've won championships, some of them, right? Starks on Shados. They need to give that to the rest of the team. 12-9. BBL, a long way to go.
Not that long of a way to go at the same time, though. I mean, 3 rounds right now, Koi, they're facing up against an Eco coming in next. So that's the best chance BBL are going to get to find 10. But you also have the fact that, okay, sure, still Showstopper to look towards here for Camo. I feel like he's been on the money with that Raze ultimate today, too.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Often seems to be getting exactly what he needs out of it. But yeah, it's that conversation again. Starks on Shados, sorry. Time to relive your glory days. And you can only do that if you grab this round here or grab any of the 2 after it to get yourself back into contention with Team Liquid, get that rematch, and have a killer kickoff season. BBL, slow and steady out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, Koi, they tried to read into aggressive A take there. They push out.
And Elite wins off the first trade against Grubinho, and he's the one that's done so much damage the past few rounds. Kushner wins his own trade, and with BBL keep on doing that, this round is theirs.
Walking over towards Shados, though.
And Shados only got a classic, so he's going to close up the gap with right clicks to find some damage, but this is BBL's round for sure. Shadow, he's 3 orbs away from his Rolling Thunder, so he'll definitely try and find something to pad that up. Same with Stark, so he's 1 away.
I mean, knowing Shadow in those situations, he's usually good for 1, then he'll get taken down.
Stark's is good for nothing. He'll get his ult nevertheless because of his death. And Shadow gets 1, and because of his death, he's now only 1 orb away from getting the Rolling Thunder. But let's see if that does make a difference. BBL close up the gap yet again, so 2 away from Koi. This is becoming pressuring. But remember, Koi just took a timeout. It wasn't for their eco. Likely it was for this round right here. Setting up anticipation and what the game plan is going into this one.
Thing is, BBL, they have a lot to contest Koi with on that ultimate front, though. You're looking towards Showstopper for Showstopper, a Rolling Thunder for a Nightfall. The ability to go head-to-head in that situation with Shadow still on the cusp. Like you said, quick maths into a Rolling Thunder of his own.
Early that cover here for Koi to try and cover their ground towards Garage. But no, it's going to be
disrespected.
pushed for BBL, exactly. They push right past it. And for now, BBL, they put a lot of pressure on the B side. There's potential explosive push there that Grubinho has to deal all by himself. Camo's focused over in mid, so his reaction to it could be a little bit too late.
I mean, he could TP out if necessary.
And with that Rolling Thunder coming his way, he's just going to have to run the hell out of there. Showstopper enabled as well. That's 2 ultimates from BBL used up already, with a Nightfall coming right back up from Koi, meaning that they're not scared of amping up the pressure. Spike goes down, though, crucially enough for BBL, as Camo tries to put pressure onto Heaven.
Still have the Showstopper online here for Camo, like you had mentioned. The Flood coming in.
And here's the push. Stun is really good onto Kushner. They know where he is, and the Showstopper does his job. Camo drops and picks up Breezy. Keeping things equal, though. Breezy does so much himself. 3v2, BBL on the upper ground. It is Brave on an off angle. It's a crossfire setup for BBL, but Starkso is being mad right now. Wants to get right back on the stage where he left off a couple of years ago on the defuse this time around, and it's going to be stuck in. Shados puts some lead on Elite's face, and that's it for this game. Koi 13 and 10 close it out, 2 maps together, and that's going to be their win, their attention in kickoff. But that's goodbye to BBL.
Yeah, sad farewell over towards BBL, but looking towards Koi, this is a team, again, you have to remember, this squad very newly formed for those last 3 players that were picked up, and the fact that they're able to maintain these shifts, these adaptations day to day so early on, again, they had nothing to prove after last year's showing. Only way was to go up, and they are doing so.
Yeah, there are some smiles you do love to see from this Koi side. Obviously, it's good to see Shadow back in, you know, with some really started players, Starkso, Shados, and together with the rest of the Polish core, they've done an excellent job to keep themselves in kickoff here. It wasn't an easy one, right? BBL definitely challenged them. It wasn't a clean one, but it's a 2-0 series that will get them in winning ways. Take a bow, boys. A really important matchup here for them to collect. They're happy about that one for sure, but let's see what the analyst desk has to say about that series and break it all down.
Well, thank you very much there, Pavlos and Ash. Congratulations, Koi. They live to see another round of this tournament, but BBL, unfortunately, still. And Lothar, we've had to say goodbye to them, and it hurts as a BBL fan.
It does hurt.
It hurts.
It does hurt. I think I was most hurt yesterday after the Ascent match, you know, but we have seen a little bit of glimpses of some good play as well here on Split. There were rounds when they understood the macro or understood how to keep themselves in the game. So I have hopes for them in April.
Yeah, they looked a little bit better on Split than they did on their bind, but at the end of the day ends, so it's not really much you can do about that. I mean, when
you're holding back so much what you really want to say, I feel like.
Well, the thing, okay, so here, let me spin it this way. I think Koi's looked pretty decent. Like, we're seeing them only down here in this elimination game because they went up against Liquid on day 1, and they lost like 13-11, 13-10. So it's not like they're getting blown out of the waters. So, you know, them being able to take out BBL 2-0, that's looking pretty decent for them. And, you know, they'll have a rematch now, right?
Oh, yeah. How do you think that's going to go, Lothar?
This time I think Koi is taking it.
Against Liquid?
Yeah.
Why?
I think they're going to be able to learn from the previous match that we have seen, and I don't think Koi is going to be able to, again, pop off with 37 kills on the Icebox. I don't think that's repeatable. And
Prove him wrong, Kiko, yeah? Prove him wrong.
Well, if he gets 38, I'm going to shave my head.
Okay.
In one map, just so we're clear.
We have witnesses. We all know this is going to happen. I kind of want it to happen. But as we say goodbye to BBL, you know, I feel like, again, a very brutal format. I don't even feel like we managed to see everything maybe they had prepared. But let's end on a positive note. Anything you feel like could be something that if they really did work on over the next month, maybe when we come back for the next split, they're going to come out stronger?
Nice. Yeah. We know. I'll be honest with you, I think BBL, they know what they need to work on, you know, and I feel like in this case, the coaching staff, I think Epic was pretty upset in his room sitting there, but I think he knows exactly how to now tailor their defense towards the enemies.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them come back either. But for now, let's send this back down to Zoe, who's standing by with Starkso for an interview.
Thank you so much. Yeah, first things first, of course, congratulations to you and the team. It was an elimination match, and you guys are not out yet. Now, let's talk about what just happened, because quite frankly, BBL almost took you guys to map number 3. What do you think allowed them to claw themselves into that map?
Maybe not they took us to map 3. I think more like we took ourselves. We did some crucial mistakes that shouldn't happen. Obviously, it's our second official game together, so we try to do everything correctly, but not always it works. So I think all on us. We could have ended it way faster, and just happy about the win.
As you should be, as you should be. You just said second official match together, of course. The start yesterday looked phenomenal against Team Liquid, especially on that map number 1. You guys really showed up, and a lot of people, I think, you know, you guys were kind of flying under the radar. Obviously, a late roster announcement and whatnot contributed to that. If you're looking and reflecting back on that game against Liquid, what do you think made that so close? Because they will be your opponents again.
I mean, what made it so close is like we just did our job. We did what we've been practicing for the last month, and what made us lose is also some problems I will not talk about here because we already fixed them. That's why we won today. Like, we knew what mistakes were on the last game yesterday. We could have won that, but we didn't, and we're just gonna win it on Sunday.
All right, I hear the confidence. You are very confident that you're gonna take the W there. All right, all right. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That's how it should be. Now, of course, we are setting up for our next game. Thank you once more, and congratulations to you and the team.
Thank you so much.
Vitality and Fnatic will be coming up next after this.
Yo.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the
2023 was the year of Fnatic. They were the first ever to win back-to-back international trophies and started their dynasty. It could have been a perfect year, but they stumbled at the most crucial moment and failed once again to bring home the top prize from Champions. The question is, can they replicate their success in 2024? All of the teams around the world are cooking up a storm. We've experienced the weird and the wonderful, but Fnatic could just be that one outlier. They never changed a single comp in 2023. That's right, 6 maps, 6 comps. A Phoenix on Icebox? That is out of the question. So just how are they going to handle the risks everyone else in this league is currently taking?
Maybe, just maybe, there is a chance that Fnatic are willing to do something different this year. You know, I've been feeling a rift in the universe. Something, or more so someone, has been telling us that the time to see the other side of Fnatic has come. Some may say that madness has taken over. But over the last month, me and my team of investigators have uncovered the most upsetting truth about Fnatic. Screams of horror emerge from upstairs as Durke locks in Yoru.
Worry, I'm just dodging the flash, I'm not having a seizure. But we have some things to talk about. Durke might be the best Yoru in Europe, and he has a little bit of, gap to fill. We already have seen artists from Navi actually playing really well so far. But let's talk a little bit about context. What can we expect from the Fnatic on the Yoru? Those are the 4 maps that I think are the best ones for the Yoru to be used. And I hope we're gonna see him on the Lotus, on the Breeze. We already have seen Yoru on Breeze. We already have seen Yoru on Lotus as well in this VCT, and we've seen him on Icebox. The only map that we didn't see him is on Bind. But there's a lot of options when it comes to your compositions on Bind. So now when it comes to the expectations, I fully think that we're gonna see from Fnatic a Yoru composition on Lotus because he requires support, and that support can be given to him by potentially an Omen and Breach on that map. That is something we will most likely see, and there's a lot of potential Yoru lineups when it comes to the TPs that are able to be done for retakes, for flanking while attacking on their side. You can go A and have a TP towards C, you can go C, have a TP towards A, so there's a lot of potential confusion, and that's something that I think Fnatic is gonna do well. I have my expectations super high because I fully expect the Fnatic to cook up the best strats for Yoru possible. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Lothar. I really do hope we see the Yoru. I feel like we've been baited. They've been teasing it. You know, the war of tweets that you showed. Great work, by the way, the investigation. That was solid investigation.
Yes, a lot of triangles as well. But it would be so Fnatic to actually bait us into believing that this is finally going to happen.
And then
then nothing happens.
I mean, is that the answer, considering what everyone else has been doing in this league? Are they forced to adapt into the Yoru meta?
I think that this would have had a different effect if we would have seen Fnatic play on day one, because we'd be like, oh my god, I'm sure that these teams have played Fnatic on scrims and decided to change everything over. But I think that is going to bring a new frontier to the conversation, because many teams, even though they tried those things, are going to see something different in Fnatic.
Yeah, and as you guys can see on your screen, not Fnatic, by the way, this was Team Vitality. Of course, they brought in 2 young rookies. Lothar, Fnatic in the past do what Vitality have done. They like to find some younger players from other different leagues, bring them in, adapt them into a system, and make them into great players. So do you think Runner and Kicks could be maybe the similar kind of forces for Vitality?
Yeah, I think so. Although I have the different questions for Vitality in general, because it seems like they are swapping roles a lot. And we have seen Kicks actually, even though he was performing really well, there are still some Vitality, let's say, small nooks and crannies when it comes to the roles divided between them. But I do think Runner is a player that is incredibly consistent for this Vitality roster, and that's something that I really needed.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I feel like the pressure that's in him, also knowing that Safe is on your team, but you're going to be playing on the race. I know that you may want that energy, that kind of electricity that a young player brings, and definitely Runner has to be that for Vitality.
I'm glad you mentioned the compositions, but so let's have a look. On Lotus, of course, Fnatic, they didn't make any changes. Lotus is one of their favorite maps they like to play, so maybe we do see these two teams go up against each other on Lotus, but what do you make of this?
Well,
I mean, yeah, you go.
The thing is that I just wanted to talk about is like we have seen Destrian play on the Sentinels in his entire career. He played 6 times on Sentinels, and that's something that we didn't expect coming into this composition, right? Sorry, into this map. So that's something I'm going to look forward in the other maps as well. I feel like the compositions are good, but I would expect someone else like Safe play onto his more experienced roles instead of filling for another one.
I think that the other point of the compositions talk is the fact that they've keeping things very tamed, right? We were talking about the Euro and whatnot that Fnatic might bring onto the table, and definitely something that other teams have already tested. But for Vitality, it's same old, just bringing the Sky, nothing new, nothing of that, you know, bit of spice that you can add onto the compositions. They definitely, I think, are on the side of it's not that deep, you know, the changes do not affect the macro at all, they don't affect that in that level, so they decided to stick to what they already knew was working.
Yeah, and that's what you're saying is like we already seen consequences in previous matches for other teams that did get to use the Sky and paid the price for the lack of utility, paid the price for the lack of map control that they were using, that they had been using in the past, right? So there has, I feel like there has to be a need to be in the, there has to be a need to change the meta game, right? And we have seen this in the past so far because many teams already are playing so many different compositions.
I'm glad you mentioned Safe before because I'm with you, Lothar. You would think that if you picked up Safe, you're looking to bring some duelist prowess or maybe put him back on the Cypher Killjoy. But why on earth is Safe playing Omen when Destry is on their team? Do we want to speculate?
That's a very good question because we have absolutely no idea, and it's incredibly surprising to me because when I think about Safe, I'm thinking, first and foremost, I'm thinking about those explosive jet plays that he had been doing in the past. Incredibly accurate with his ultimate, incredible accuracy and then also confidence when making those plays. But then secondary role is a Sentinel, and somehow, well, Viper, okay, you can make an argument.
Yes,
it's a similar one. But for Omen,
I think that it has to do with the kind of responsibilities, and if you're, you know, like a hard locking aside or just, you know, in main control of certain areas of the map, I think that they want to see it that way and maybe not evolve in the sense of changing the compositions in that way, but actually changing the responsibilities that you want to see around. And probably, you know, maybe Safe was not comfortable in that position, even though, you know, he's a good player because you cannot deny that. Maybe he wasn't as comfortable in duelist as we thought he was.
I would never believe that. Nothing would ever make me believe that.
we can ask him.
Yeah.
And he will tell you that Omen is his favorite agent.
That's already surprising. But just remember also, officially, he was actually signed after Kix was signed to the team as well. So there was already a role filled, and then the team's, let's say, reaction to signing an initiator would be like, let's get Safe.
But he's an exceptional.
No.
He's an exceptional Cypher Killjoy player.
But
he could do that.
Runner was, I think, the first pickup of the entire off-season. So if you think about, you know, timeline, because of the unfortunate events that happened last year, I think that Runner was already in that runner-up position to join Team Vitality. And then after Champs was over, then Safe maybe become available, and then they decide to.
But Runner and Kix are not the issues here because they could just make Destrian play Smokes and Safe play Cypher Killjoy. And the world is right again.
Yeah, but then you also have Trex that will be joining in further on, and then you have to think who's taking which responsibility.
That doesn't matter. That wouldn't matter if they don't make it to Madrid, right?
Yeah.
They got to think about what matters now. And speaking of that, let's look at Sender, because I feel like Sender, we got a lot of fragging IGLs in the league right now. They are doing tremendously, and Sender is one of those players that has really, really stepped up. And of course, he's got to go up against Boaster, who has publicly, Lothar, put himself out there saying, I'm looking for an aiming coach. I want to improve my mechanics. So he's got to be able to run with the Boos and Senders of the league.
Look, I need to say this though. I don't ever thought about Boaster in a way where, oh, his aim is really bad. I think When he was playing back, 2 years ago, he had to micromanage the entire team, think about everything, communicate everything, and coordinate the entire team. And it's incredibly hard to be focused on your crosser and playing well when it comes to the shooting mechanics when you're doing all that. I feel like there was a natural progression when it comes to his performance because he is performing better nowadays, right? But it's because his team is now allowed more freedom when you compare it to the past Fnatic iterations. Thank you very much. So now I do expect him to perform better, but not because he's putting time into practicing it. It's more about his own just freedom that he has.
I think that it also has to do with all the rookies coming in, like this 18-year-olds are very fresh, they're very quick, they're not going to give you any time to react. And, I think that he also needs, we were talking about Frontiers, like for Cena, for this, for that. Fnatic with not making changes besides the coach, I think that you need to look for something for yourself to improve. And if Boaster thinks that in his case was the aim, I'm actually very happy that even him, in the position that he's in, decides to be like, yeah, I actually want to get better in every single
We have no excuses. We literally have no excuses. But I want to quickly take a look at this tweet that Team Vitality tweeted out. What do we make of this?
Well, at least the colors fit.
I think, honestly, G2 goes and did it better.
Oh, the guild? The guild stuff back in the day? I'm with you. I mean, if you want to dish it out, I feel like, and if they do win today, Lothar, I think they win the social media war as well.
Well, did Fnatic even fire back with anything?
Yeah, I think they fire back with their lock-in Masters trophy.
Oh yeah, well that's an easy one, right?
Yeah. Low-hanging fruit.
It has a lot of low-hanging.
Very low-hanging fruit. We are going to bring the boys out in just a minute, but I want to talk about map pool real quick because we've been having this talk of like, we don't know what teams' map pools are going to be like, they're new teams, but we do know what Fnatic map pool is. No Haven, no Fracture this year, so where would you like to see them go?
Pearl, I'm joking. I would like to see them in maps like you were mentioning. If they have been hyping up all this Euro, I want to see them trying out the Sunset, the Lotus of the map pool. I think that is where the juice is.
Icebox enjoys.
I mean, I feel like it's like not even a question to be asked, right? When you think about Fnatic, you think about all of those fantastic maps that they had, the comeback on Icebox. Those are the maps that kinda identify with Fnatic, at least for me. And I feel like you don't want to play against Fnatic on Icebox at all. And that's something that we have seen in the past. Many teams were banning Icebox, right? And now with the new iteration of Icebox, I feel like Fnatic could also adjust very well to how you play mid with the window now in Kitchen.
I think that no team wants to face Fnatic whatsoever. I think that
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it's so funny because they're
beatable.
Like the team to beat. The team to beat. Oh, you told us to Team Liquid.
I mean, you see what happened to Champions, right? Everybody thought they were going to do the 3P. It would have been an upset if they didn't. And the fashion in which they lost to Loud was concerning.
But I think that also has to do with factors outside of the game. We have to consider how the season, not the season, but how the year looked different from any other team to Fnatic. Like, we can understand that the burnout was definitely there, because if you want to keep a consistent training, like do this amount of hours into this, then go to every single international event, it's normal, and it's something that they need to address for this year, that the burnout is going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, Javon wanted to run back a little bit to the map pool, because if you think about how Fnatic always plays in new metagames, you expect them to innovate something. If you guys remember how Fracture was being brought to the map pool, we have seen the Astra, Raze, Breach combos that were being done by Fnatic, and that was completely showcasing something new being done in the game, right? And right now, we're coming into a metagame with a completely new map, with Sunset being in the pool, but also Lotus is completely reworked when it comes to the defensive side, and we also have Icebox changes. So preferably, if you're a team facing Fnatic, you don't want them to give the possibility of taking you off guard with something completely new. So those are the maps that I would like to avoid being played against Fnatic, but that is 3 out of 7, so you can't dodge all of them.
I'm actually more excited to see maps like Bind, like the maps that haven't had the Ascents, maps that haven't had changes, but you know, with the agent changes, maybe we see some adaptations either throughout the map, like when you are playing against them, but also if Fnatic, you know, is going to be, Yinsu, you were mentioning 6 maps, 6 comps, maybe something different, maybe something funky, something that
give me a number. Give me a number. How many agent changes they make? Quick.
Overall?
Yes. They made 0 last year, so give me a number.
I think
7.
it would be 4.
7 and 4. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. We will see, because the wait is over. There is just one team we have yet to see in the Riot Games arena. It's time to bring them out. Here is Fnatic taking on Team Vitality. Well, as I said, we have seen every other team take the stage. They've been cooking, they've been trying to define the meta, they've been trying to do something new. Fnatic are the last team in EMEA we haven't seen yet, and they happen to be the ones that don't like to change up their comps. So this is going to be very, very interesting. Of course, they have yet to face the new Team Vitality just yet. And a reminder, a win here sends you to playoffs, which means you are one step closer to Madrid. For Fnatic, Lothar, I feel like maybe expected, but for Vitality, it will be a huge boost.
Look, for Fnatic, it's gonna be back-to-back wins and go to Madrid. That's essentially what you expect them to have in the books, right? But for Vitality, if you ask people in the audience, I don't think many people will say that Fnatic are gonna lose this match. So this is gonna be a very, very hard battle for Vitality. But at the same time, I would rather be an underdog in this particular matchup than...
Also, a shout out to Elmer Putty.
Yeah,
first time we've seen him in the Riot Games arena. I think the first time Salah has ever had to look up maybe fist bumping Fnatic. So a new experience.
Where's
a new
Mini
experience. You didn't see Mini?
We missed you.
Yeah, I didn't see him.
Oh no, that was Mitch, my bad. Sorry. It's a long day. But let's talk about Vitality, because again, a newer team. They got their win already against Gentlemates.
Yes.
And Fnatic, they are beatable. It's not out of the question, but Kakuka, how do Vitality take this?
But here's the thing, Sue. You say that they're beatable. They were already a very hard team to beat last year. You cannot even imagine how this year it's going to be. Even on scrims, this has been the team to beat. Everybody wants to, score a win against it, but doing it on stage is a different feel, and of course a different outcome because of what you're saying about just getting that spot on playoffs. Now, Vitality, the other day, everything that they have prepped worked. I don't think they're going to be so sure about Fnatic, but let's see what the maps takes us.
Yeah, let's have a look. Fnatic, they're just going to ban out the Sunset. They don't want to go there. Yeah.
And that's the perma ban for 2024. Everybody taking notes. Coming
but we get Lotus
That is
first.
what they like to do. They pick Lotus. I mean, they have tape on Vitality. They know what Vitality did on Lotus against Gentlemates. So it could be a reason as to why at Lothar they're leaning towards it.
I feel like just full expectation for Lotus will be Fnatic just feels incredibly confident with the new stuff that they're gonna be most likely cooking here for the first map. So I'm very excited to see the Lotus being first, but then incredibly bored with the Vitality take of Ascent, the most basic map. But I guess it might be the best choice.
But then again, excited for the bind. You know what?
Yeah.
I want to pick your brain on this because Vitality decided to start on the defense first here on Lotus. And when we talk about preparation and all that micro stuff that we know Fnatic is great at, when it comes to Lotus and the potential Euro or whatever it's in the defense, it's going to be maybe even hard for Vitality to counter all that from the defense when it's always going to be Fnatic taking up the upper hand.
Yeah, and I just want to say, 17 times Fnatic has played Lotus. They have never changed their comp. Not one time, not one change. But Lothar, surely with the map changes, though, they have to adapt.
Well, the map changes are favoring the defense more than attack, so it's a little bit more balanced map still.
True.
It's attacking, it's easier on the attack than on the defense, but I fully expect the same kind of protocols we have seen in the past from Fnatic, so the Odin being used as a suppressing fire on the A long, but then if we will see the Yoru being picked for Fnatic, then I'm gonna assume we're gonna have a Breach and an Omen being used, and that will completely, just completely ruin defense. And if Vitality is picking defense first, they have to make a plan for it, right? So what, double Sentinel here is being the plan for Vitality?
I don't think so. We can see Fnatic now, of course, doing the stretches.
I missed it. Yeah, there we go.
Setting the tone for every player out there. Maybe Vitality, we have some teams, that have joined that, I was going to say celebration, but that stretching session before the game. And definitely, it's worked for Fnatic. Maybe Vitality should try it as well, as we're seeing the crowd. But, going back to the maps, going back to that Lotus, I want to see the effect that Elmer Putty has had on Fnatic. We understand that Mini, of course, is still on the team, but I think that the responsibility responsibilities have to be different, and this has to be, in a very specific way, a different Fnatic, but not a very different Fnatic.
I mean, like you guys said, Vitality, they're the underdogs here. They have nothing to lose. Nobody is going home. If they lose today, they will just have a match against Gentlemates in the lower bracket. But what are the win conditions as we take a look at the agent select? Because Fnatic have made, they made one change. They made a change. It counts. So
Lothar's crying, Sue, please.
Yeah, I'm
well, you said 7, you said 4. We're 1 on the board already. So Omen in Astral, what do we think?
Omen, I feel like Omen just gives you a little bit more punch in the attacking phase because of the paranoia being allowed to use on C, and now with the C being changed, with the pocket on the left side of the entrance when you're attacking, you're gonna be able to clear that very particular angle with that paranoia. That's very important. So I'm a fan of Omen in this map because it gives you a lot more potential one-ways as you go in the game.
You're thinking about the C side. I'm thinking about the A side. We know that, of course, as you were saying, the defense has been, you know, easier now to execute. I want to see how that control of that specific area of the map is going to go.
Well, true Fnatic fashion, they just made one change coming into this, but it could make all of the difference as we jump into Lotus and bring back your casters from earlier today. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thanks for remembering, Sue. Good to hear your voice and the rest of the desk all day long. Now, Tom, as we jump into this, I think without a doubt, the biggest fan reception so far has been for this Fnatic squad. How do you think Vitality feel walking out against that? Because this room, I don't know if you heard it at home, but it erupted for one team, a little quiet on the other.
I think they're going to have to re-employ the Golden Hornets to get back here, because it definitely does seem that a little bit quieter. But either way, the Fnatic fans are cheering, and well, this is their hometown. This is their map. We have been here many times. Only Loud has ever managed to beat them on this map, twice. Everyone else has suffered the same defeat. Chronicle already patiently waiting. The push-up from Vitality is spotted. 4 players already going aggressively. This puts a lot of pressure onto Kicks alone within that C site. And the B site for now, well, the only thing in their way is a little bit of utility, which looks like plant denial.
Chronicles evaded those players as well that were pushing down through middle and attempting to root him out after doing the damage early for Fnatic. They've got the space, and it looks like a plant coming through, a wall to cover their back, and most importantly, the door if any of Vitality were to decide to come that way. But we can see that it's all on site. That's where the presence is, a little shift up in where the orb is going. Viper Orb instead on site, but it hasn't landed in a great spot. It's not actually covering the spike itself. Oh, nice shots from Durka. Nade up top as well. The bounce is good. It's going to force the player out into the open, but around comes Kicks, and he has saved the day. Alpha left in a 1v3, Ghost in hand, and almost no chance to deny that defuse.
Yeah, solid start for Vitality. That's the thing with this team. Obviously, they're an exciting one for coming into this year for VCT EMEA. Like, their high expectations, bringing in Safe, I think, was a player that many wouldn't have expected them to be able to get. One of the best players in terms of duelists last year, probably second only to the man on the other side. So now this is like their litmus test. This is how good are they? It's early days in their roster's lifetime. You expect it to go for quite a while. But you are coming up against the best team in the world last year. What can you do? And for Fnatic, has anything changed? Are they just going to come back in and rock everybody once again? The fact is, it's not easy to get to the top, but it's easier to get to the top than it is to stay there.
Well, that's always going to be the thing. Look, everybody has in their mind a different target when they come into events. You might have a regional rivalry. There might be a team that has an ex-teammate of yours that you want to take down. We have plenty of those storylines here, but everybody wants to take down Fnatic. The accolade you get alongside that, you get added to a very short list of teams.
Safe and Leo make up that. And two of the most exciting players in terms of a rivalry, but I don't even feel like there is much of a rivalry. Maybe between Safe and Fnatic. He's mentioned that once or twice.
Yeah.
He wanted to go there with Leo. They made other choices. For now, at least. Are going to have Fnatic a bit of a weak bind. Now, one of the things they were always best at on this map is playing with those rotations. I think that was something that Boaster mastered very quickly and thus became an incredibly strong map for them. With the changes, we now kind of look at whether or not that defensive side is going to be better for a lot of teams, and Vitality have definitely proven they can hold it in that regard. For now, at least, though, the pressure again, looking like it's going to be on that C site. Safe does have his paranoia, so he'll at least be able to buy a bit of time, but he is almost completely alone.
Well, yeah, very much isolated. This is a man that can deliver, and there's a TP up top, but he hasn't seen it. Boaster's outplayed Safe with a shrouded step as well. Beautiful to see. Nade's going to deny plant for a second. 10 seconds left. Hey, you're counting down the seconds, but Runner won't really have a chance to double down on it and deny any further. That plant does come through. Damage is good. And with Chronicle, Durka, and Boaster so low, it really is Leo with the rifle to do the heavy lifting. In terms of utility, I mean, they have got a Snade to work with. The C's on Leo, the Nade on Durka. About the best that you can hope for. It has landed. Nade's a little short.
Yeah. So much still that would need to go wrong for Vitality. The weaponry so far in their favor. Boaster has found another one in Durka. He might just have the timing. The shot not connected, though. It's left all onto the IGL. Already half defused, and Destrian is not letting go of this one. Vitality are going to convert the second round, even if it got a little bit close.
It did. Look, it did get close. What it also got was costly for the side of Vitality. So many players lost to get back in there. And already we're seeing some of these plays that previously have been built on with like a paranoia going through and the TP up top from an Omen. Boaster did it dry, and it worked out. Just distraction play on Safe as he was a little too focused on the rest of the players making their way through. That'll work once for you. It'll get you the damage. Now they'll look to capitalize on the back of it and really punish. Vitality, you can see what they're buying.
Looks like
they're not going to have a lot to work with.
I think we're going to see a little bit of a mid-push into B. Just get that early information. It's been heavy C presence so far from Fnatic, so they're going hunting. Just going to break the turret. I don't think they'll get much more from it. And bear in mind, weaponry-wise, not a whole lot available for Vitality. So they have to basically rely on trap plays. If they can get someone caught, win an individual fight. For now, at least, though, it is just this slow presence being taken. And the defenders look like they're going to try and pincer onto C.
There.
Yeah, that's certainly being denied from the side of Fnatic. All the utility that came back at them, they give up the space, they pump the brakes, they wait, and they let Vitality get a little ahead of themselves. Hopefully, on the attacking side, you're hoping that that defensive side has rotated. They've gone to B, they've gone to A, they've seen that fake. Even with the orb being taken, this could very easily be a fake. Oh, and actually it is. Fnatic will just make a bit of noise. Look elsewhere. They've caught the push. They found the space taking, but this time Boaster doesn't win the duel.
No, and he has been somewhat of a lurk in the past, but now the time starts to become a real issue. Rotation from Kicks can get him back into the site. Paranoia is still available for Safe as well. Again, able to try and buy time. They're not in a bad position here at all, but the utility is going to make things that little bit more awkward. Denying the plant is not going to be easy, but Safe still going strong. A second for him already.
10 seconds left.
Fnatic are going to be getting that plant in, but now he can wait for the cavalry to arrive. There is a very real chance for Vitality in this round.
Oh, that shot as well onto Alpha, straight through the smoke. A big kill. They could double down even further. It's only Chronicle left. Just one man standing between them. He's already picked up the first, and he's on his way for the diffuser, but it's guarded by Destrian, who's got changing weapons, and the low HP makes it easy. Fnatic are on the board with a Red Bull clutch from Chronicle.
It's such a well-played round from Vitality. Like, it has to be said. Safe plays it to perfection. Constant repositions. Initial fight, falls back, has smokes to delay, wins another individual fight on the site. Spam through the smoke, couldn't have gone better. But Chronicle. And this is the thing. But whoever Fnatic seem to have, they have this depth of individual brilliance that can come out of nowhere. And well, all it took was 3 rounds for one of them to show what they've got.
I mean, he was fantastic on Lotus last time around, but that was a while ago.
Where's his Odin?
It will be coming out, I feel, eventually. With the way Vitality have been taking this space, they're actually very confident in this round just to leave the one player safe, alone on A. He's holding that control much deeper, and you've got to stack the rotations towards the left side of that mini-map, towards C. Spotting the turret outside, still online. There's the Killjoy. Okay, B lurk and C players, they know what's going on. Now they got to stop it.
So Durka had the showstopper there, but decides not to use it, just tries to almost seemingly make some sort of sneaky play through. Now bear in mind, because of how well Vitality did in the last round, even without the victory,
they managed to put Bosa down to a pistol. So one of the guns is now gone within the C site, and Durka lost the showstopper in the process. That looks like a bit of a mistake from Fnatic's part. And now with 40 seconds left, well, it's Jake up to his old tricks again, TPing through. Ooh, it's a surprise, but it's labored. Cinder will be alive on 2 HP. He just walked into the back. Oh no, that gives him a chance, but the fact is the cavalry has already arrived. Leo will be able to find one, putting things back into a competitive position again. The Fnatic players, when they're down and out, or seemingly so, they come alive, already spawning a player on the top of the site. Still somehow a chance in this scenario, but Safe stands strong once again. Vitality will bounce straight back and take themselves that lead a bit further.
A few big plays from Safe. Yeah, he's been able to get himself into that battle despite being on the other side of the map. And when you look at how this one went down, you know, thank God he was there on time. They can isolate one more fight, Fade ultimate online, and then it really would be a nightmare.
Nice!
Luckily, Safe is Salah's boy. He's able to get that round, extend it up to a 3-1 lead, and leave Fnatic without a lot to fall back on economically. Those credits are low, so the weapons are weak.
What is Durka about to, why has he got a Bucky?
With ult online.
Bucky FC returns, finally?
It could be. Long have we waited. And here we go. A chance for some plays of old to shine bright again. In goes the Boombot to find him. He's not going to chase. He is. He's gone in. He's cleared the corners. He's got himself some control. Boaster's fighting his own battles. His own demons miles away. Oh, what? They forced Alpha out of position. Just somehow he wins that fight. And look at the value from the bookie. This close angle could be absolutely massive. If they go towards it.
And Nightfall hasn't really connected onto anything. Some weird battles being taken. Fnatic taking 1v1s with much weaker. How has he got his second kill with a frenzy? And now Alpha's just styling on them. The trade coming out as well with the Stinger. This is not a round that Fnatic should even be competitive in. And, well, it looks won. It looks like the Vitality players are falling back, forced to save. It's ridiculous.
Well, we never would have seen this style of play if it wasn't for that Bucky on Durka being able to seize close control. That's going to...
Oh, yeah, that was definitely the plan. We'll send Durka in with the Bucky.
They've lost the Bucky, Tom.
Oh, no. And then Alfia would kill 2 people with a frenzy, one of them at range.
I think that was the play, right after he's been cleared out of the corner.
What was his second kill?
By an
okay, it's a bit more reasonable. I don't think Kicks will see it that way, but...
I think he was stood on the same spot of ground for both of those kills, so he was his own Killjoy turret. Fair play. And it's good to see Alpha getting off to a fiery start like that, even with a frenzy in hand. You felt pretty confident seeing a 3-1 lead with low economy for Fnatic. 3-2. Fnatic right back in the game, and they've got ultis to play around. That showstopper that Durka's had for 2 rounds.
Still didn't use it.
It's coming. It's on its way.
Maybe that'll be the flex. It just doesn't use it at all.
All game.
They have been farming orbs for it, so I would be a little bit frustrated. Now, one of the players they've struggled with so far has been Safe. He has caused Fnatic real issues with his repositioning, but also just individual skill, winning some of those 2v1 scenarios. The fact is, it's a good thing for Vitality that he's one of the players with a weapon. Viper's Pit available for Sender, but again, the way Fnatic play this attack is always patient. Maybe seeing if anybody's going to be going for some spams, and it seems like it's possible. Instead, though, they're going doubling back towards Sender, who does have one of the rifles.
It's the paranoia for Safe. This could be huge. There's the initiation. They're on their way through. Paranoia, but no peek. I thought that's where Sender was going to go swinging in to take the fight, but instead, it's used a delay. Yeah. Now he's pushed back. Is he going to use the ult? With a Guardian?
It's worth it.
It's not the best. These players are trapped, stuck in a hovel, and trying to fight their way out. Leo's at least done well. They've managed to punch through towards the A site, but they know Safe is still there. They know there's players on site, and they've only got 30 seconds to make a decision. There's that decision made. Finally, Viper's Pit comes into play from Chronicle, but remember, Sender has his own. He could try to pit back through this and make it a very awkward fight for both teams.
Thing is, it's the other side that will be more of a problem. There's actually access back into the site for the remaining defenders. A lot of this will be onto Alpha. If they clear him, it could get awkward, but never mind. Leo goes facing outside. Chronicle taking a little bit of damage, but that's his own teammate's molly. If anything, it just gives away a position he's not even going to be in. And now, with just one man standing Safe again, he just has to back off. There wasn't really an avenue back into the site. Fnatic, they are going to be able to convert this round, and Unfortunately for Vitality, again, it's closer than maybe it should have been with the weaponry they have, but it is still going to be 3-3.
Oh, you'd like Alpha to live. And as we can see from the kill feed, he did not. A rifle lost. Another reinvestment for Fnatic. I think that's sort of housekeeping for the side of Vitality. Being able to flick between and then keep that economy nice and low. Grab a couple of kills. Even in the rounds you're losing, you're making it costly for Fnatic. That's how they want it to go. They can see by the economy that the effect, it's not going to be felt in this round, but it will if Fnatic lose this. He'll give a streak to Vitality. Or Dirk would buy a bucky and win anyways.
Constant fight
Find you.
for this A side. Something that Vitality were constantly pressuring in their defensive side last time out.
Careful.
Sender did a fantastic job on their attack as well of holding onto this position and making aggressive pushes awkward. Also played a lot in towards this A site, right? He was just firing mollies and mowing people down with an Odin as they tried to run through it. Seems like they've switched things up a little bit for their defense of last time. Paranoia going to be going in onto safe, looking to put the pressure in. There goes that showstopper. He's made it into the side, but it doesn't matter. Bosa's already got the kill.
Yeah, again, we've seen this ult many times even today used just for that space taking, and that's exactly what it's doing. Crowd controlling this squad back and putting them on the back foot in any fight that they do take as the rest of the teammates spill in, guns ablazing. Sender still has that Viper ulti online, but the pit is hard to bring into play in this sort of scenario. Oh, Sender, good idea of where these players are. Flash through as we emerge from a different wall. It's the A site. That's quickly denied. No control for Vitality around there, and Sender's going to take his pit home. At least he's going to try to. Those steps are already heard. Dirk is close. He's got a buddy with him. Sender might be able to cut through both. If he does, he can save this weapon. But unfortunately, it's Leo on the other side. 4 rounds now for Fnatic, and the lead is in their hand. A slow path to recovery. Vitality haven't made it easy, but the pendulum's swinging the other way.
Yeah, I do still feel like that round with the Bucky, the Stinger, and the Frenzy might be something that kind of catches them in the back of their minds of like, that was a real opportunity for them to get clear in the early stages of this defensive side, and letting that one slip, giving Fnatic a little bit of an extra boost financially, and also just in terms of the scoreline, might come back to haunt them. Nonetheless, still a very long way to go in this map. Unfortunately for Vitality, that was sort of the last-ditch effort in terms of their economy. As you said, few ults online, so if this one gets a little bit close, it could be problematic. The Haunt, filthy spot, just catching out Runner. But again, after a lot of early C pushes, it seems like Fnatic have decided, okay, back to business, back to A. Let's take this control early in every single round. And each time, they're just farming the orb for Durka as well.
There's a bit of an early shift from Vitality. We've seen this before with C being left very wide open. Obviously much more willing to make this play when you've got pistols, mostly sheriffs to work with. Trying to play the numbers advantage. The A site will have the backup for now as they've seen the door open, the Viper wall go up. But there's no movement from Fnatic, not just yet. They're looking for a reaction, response. There's a flash. They know Sky is here.
Have the spike.
They're going to try to find a bit more information by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Face your fear!
Oh, I thought he was going to go through first, but instead it's right from the back. So they don't see any of these players.
It definitely makes things a bit misleading, but after already seeing so much off the back, that's the same Haunt they used just a couple of rounds ago. Up on the corner, gets them so much information. Nade doing work. The snake bite was sublime. And what was looking like a possibility. Leo just didn't get that kill, by the way.
Clean from Leo.
He didn't even get it.
Suppressing fire, you know, just make his aim a little shaky. That's make him worried.
Now, you know what? That's a great teammate because he was like, you know what? Durka's at the bottom of the board. I'll act as a distraction so that he can get the kill.
Leo does not mess around when it comes to the support role.
Of course,
you know, he is willing to lead with his utility.
It might
He'll
not
put
give
his
him an
body
assist,
on the line,
but he's willing to do it. Just
but he but that's it. Stats don't lie, but here they do. That is an assist. Well done. Well done, Leo. Yes. Big smile on his face. Happy to help. 5-3. Yeah, a really nice recovery from Fnatic. It's been 4 rounds in a row, and this is the problem. Once they get the ball rolling, finding solutions, is a very difficult thing. Boaster solo playing this side of the map and keeping 3 players. Usually Vitality have taken this as 3 and then just rotated, leaving Safe alone. Instead, it's bought them that extra 20-second window. Now they're destroying some utility on B, and for Vitality, this is just an uncomfortable start to the round as they get little bits of map control contested and taken away from them, but they're filling in to spill the gaps.
We saw something similar from Boo, where he would get this control quite regularly versus Carmine Corp.
Yeah.
The difference is Fnatic have been much more willing to fight for this, so I feel like Safe will be much quicker to fall off. This time out, though, it's perfect because they've got 3 players dedicated in, and Fnatic haven't actually fought for that control at all, so they can let this stack stick around.
But Safe having ultimate as well, he doesn't really need to fall back from Rubble. He can keep this aggressive control and use that as a get out of jail free, or use it to rotate when the push eventually does come through. So no need for Vitality to shift from this 3-man setup on C, and they've made the right call. There is so much presence here from the side of Fnatic. 30 seconds left. If they're going to go somewhere, that door needs to open now, and it looks like that window is closing, and they've taken it just in time, straight through the door, straight through B, and a TP used up by Boaster as well to get control over towards A. Nice shot onto Durka. He's dropped, but Spike making its way in now as a lockdown comes into play. The time's going to be a little tight, but they're getting it and getting out. How do they defend it from far away? I didn't see any nanos thrown down on it. This Spike could be cut in half.
Yeah, Boaster has to do quite a lot here. The rest of the team slowly making their way in, and actually, I think Alpha's just denied it.
He did.
Sender's gone down. There wasn't any cover
Not even
from
half.
one of the main angles. That seems like a bit of a misstep. The fact is, though, they still have a smoke, but now every single member of Fnatic has a keen eye on that Spike. Destrian still unable to help out with the defense of the player defusing, and while from that point onwards there was nothing they can do. It was looking shaky for Fnatic, but I'll be honest, they made that look kind of easy.
They did. And it's curious because the way that started out, I felt like it could have flipped either way. The fact that there's no smoke on the defuse first time around, big error from them.
How does Durka hit that?
Look at that. I mean, that's insane. I don't know, maybe the smoke was refreshing. I'm going to give Safe the benefit of the doubt. Add to that the fact that maybe he has to be taking that fight on the Boaster to cover the angle, so there's just no time. But that is an oversight that here cost them a lot.
I'm also kind of surprised that if one player's defusing, it looked like Destrian wasn't holding the one angle that was really...
All 3 players were looking at Boaster.
Yeah, so it's sort of like, yeah, Boaster is the immediate threat, but then you have to kind of clock back in and go, well, that guy can just insta-kill him if he swings the corner, which is exactly what they're going to do.
Having been pushed so far back by the KJ ult, you'd imagine they were running. So not only is that player peeking the angle, they're making a lot of steps on the way over, telling you, hey, I don't want you defusing that. And, well, it didn't look like they got much of a choice.
Yeah, no surprise. Salah always on top of everything. He's going to be picking apart what has just happened, trying to get his team back in this one, because 5 rounds in a row is not a pretty sight. And as said, Vitality started this one well. It basically just spiraled out of control after they lost that round to a Frenzy and a Bucky. Like that's what's happened. Since then, they haven't managed to win a round. Now, I'm looking at Alpha buying up an operator. Obviously, there's still some time left on the clock, but this could just be a counter just going, okay, they've been pushing aggressively up on A. I'm going to pick him out of the sky. But he's actually over towards the C side. So maybe just after a pause, kind of expecting some sort of aggression somewhere. So you guys go that way. I've got this side of the map.
Yeah, we've seen again.
He does. Destrian's dead immediately. He jiggle jump peeked that, and he just caught him out of the sky.
Pure chaos on this choke point as well towards A. It's going towards Vitality to start with, but these players are caught out, pushed up, and now the numbers advantage in the duel, 3 versus 1, as Runner goes down, leaving Sender alone in the 3 versus 1 of the round. At least he's got a Viper pit to play with. I feel like I've said that for a couple rounds now. And again, the issue is going to be getting into position to use it. Now, he has his wall down, but it's not in the best of positions. As you can see, Alpha was already well in front of it.
That was like a blink and you made it. Was like Alpha went, let me just shoot a shot while I'm just running away. Like, it's disgusting how quick he is. And that's the thing. I genuinely think that from what I can see on the map, Destrian just did the classic, I'm just going to jump, peek, and go back out.
Oh!
Yeah.
Stop it!
Yeah. That's what you get. Do we have his last kill as well? Was it as quick? I don't know if it was, but it seemed...
Okay. I thought Alpha was already ahead of the wall, but no. He just walked straight through it. That nade is good, but not good enough. 67 health left on Boaster, and Runner is out of the round. I mean, it only got himself to blame. That was his nade.
Sure, sure. I guess maybe
Should have known exactly where he tried to step to.
I thought maybe he'd probably move a little bit from the nade or something. No, just it's the headshot as he goes around the corner.
Reasonable.
Just as reasonable as getting owned by Alfie. Surprisingly, they didn't jump peek C that round. They did, however, try and peek B.
Kestrian again.
Safe has done well, but it's not enough. The trading from Fnatic has been sublime, and it is Sender trying to clutch this one out. Currently vulnerable. They know exactly where he is, and the spike's already made it to the site. But Leo, I think he's just going for the kill at this point. It just knows, you know, I don't even need to risk this. Let's just wait for the cover of my team. This time he gets him, though. That's the kill that gives him maybe a chance. They've used Nightfall just on him. And it doesn't connect.
Oh, he's looking the wrong way. That double swing is about to come through. Before it even can, Leo catches the angle. 8 rounds for the side of Fnatic. The attacking side. It is their map pick, granted. And clearly they've come in with an idea. I know I heard our desk talking about it a little bit. The fact that the opening matchup, we saw Vitality play Lotus, and you wonder how much have they investigated that. Again, it's the same play. He jumped peeked C, got caught on the elbow. Now he goes, I'll check B this round so he doesn't get me, and he's there.
I will say, like, the inner nerd in me, every time I see that little zoom thing comes
so
up,
cool.
it just makes me happy.
I'm so glad they showed it to us in rehearsals. If they didn't, I couldn't control my language.
You'd be doing
on the
like a little
broadcast.
giddy laugh, wouldn't you?
It was so cool. Still is.
It is.
But 8-3. As we said, Fnatic have been looking good now. I don't know if you guys know this. Sander actually has a Viper's Pit online. So
what?
Yeah. He got that online, you know, 6 rounds ago.
2 days ago.
He hasn't used it yet. But now, maybe not the best idea either, because Durka is coming in with a showstopper. And he has a way of rooting players out of that. Finally, the punish on Alpha.
That's a big stop because he has been causing them real issues. The problem is, okay, the one good thing about having that Viper's Pit here is they can use it to waterfall their way back through. The problem with it is where Boaster is currently playing. He's so aggressive that you can't even really use the Viper's Pit to waterfall out. That's the plan. And you know what? Sender's done well. It'll give them that extra bit of space. It'll clear out that back corner as well because the Fnatic players can't afford to sit there. Safe wrapping round timing is absolutely everything. Showstopper, he could get multiple kills. Instead, Safe's come from behind. He saved the players of Vitality and maybe just the round. Boaster still sitting back, manages to find himself one, and now he's the only one left standing. Just going to try and go for the diffuser, but Vitality have done well. The full retake works out just about, and they will have themselves their 4th round after a 7-round hiatus.
8-4 at the half. Look, considering how we started here, Tom, it's not the best. It was 3-1 at a certain point. And that point was quite a while ago.
Safe is 17-7, and they're losing by 4 rounds. The thing is, when they've actually run into him, he's been ridiculous. Like, I was a little bit skeptical seeing him play controller because, as I said, he was basically the 2nd best duelist in EMEA last year, and it's because the best one won 2 trophies. Like,
I also discussed a little bit about, you know, what does he want as a person, as a player, and that's it. He doesn't even want to be a duelist. From what I've heard, he's got his eyes, I won't give away too much, but on different roles, and not even the one he's playing right now. It's crazy.
He's also said in interviews that he thought he was meant to be a duelist, so I feel like he just plays everyone, if I'm being brutally honest.
That's safe. That's safe. Look, there's a lot of value to be cleaved from having players like that who will just say, what is it on this map? What do we need on this map? That's what I want to play.
Or more so just like playing with people. A bit like Angel. Just tells you whatever he thinks is funny at the time.
If I was to give advice to someone getting into the game, I'd say don't play like Angel. That would be the first thing I'd say, because you don't have his teammates. And, well, Boaster doesn't have many teammates now because they've already lost Durka and Chronicles. Pistol off to a flying start for Vitality. It's been a lifeline in the series, having the first one under their belt. We'll see if they can do the same here on the attack with a 4 versus 2. And an easy seize on Boaster. He had nowhere to go. Stunned up and gunned up. Leo, 74 health, 1v4. Good luck.
If there was any man, it would be this one.
Or Chronicle.
I've watched this man 1v5 with a Sheriff. I can't choose anyone else. But even still, this would have to be an absolute...
It's clean.
That's one. That's one. He's got a few more to go. A little bit wary of the flank, but the time is the main problem. He might be able to kill off every single member, but I think the clock will do the job at this point. Even throwing a nade onto the spike. It's another instant headshot, but Safe will survive. And Kix is going to make sure it doesn't go any further. Controlled from Vitality. Didn't give him a chance. Now they get the rewards. A potential second round conversion for the second time. And a chance to build into this attack half, which, as we've said, like, we've seen teams improve on the defensive side of this map, but ultimately we do still lean it in the attacker's favor.
And also lean it in the favor of players or teams who win both pistols. Big advantage to have, and you can see why. Even in a game where the buy rounds haven't worked, where Fnatic have found such a heavy streak of rounds, you're right back in the game, at least possibly. They can't come in and lose this round. Damage was done, but now I'm not so worried. Very quick kills from the side of Vitality. They should be able to retrieve that spike, and unless Leo's Classic has got a little bit of an upgrade to it, I think this one should be very much dead and
Somehow
buried.
I still believe he's going to do something.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
For a second there, Safe almost fell, but yeah, both are very far away. Hoping they would double back, but instead they seem like they're firmly set on heading their way into the C site. An almost inevitable conclusion of this round being that Vitality will get themselves into just a 2-round deficit. And going in with a bonus, that's the thing. If they can keep these 3 rifles up, still have the potential to buy up a couple more, they could be coming in with a really solid bonus. So if anything, they just don't want to lose anybody else, which is exactly what they will do.
Nice controlled one for Vitality. Plenty more to come. And look, for this attacking side, now they get to set the pace up against Fnatic. This is going to be a really interesting round with the bonuses, with the Bulldogs in play, the Guardian as well, the Light Shields. The only thing I want to see from Fnatic is an Outlaw. A lot of Light Shields, man. A lot of Light Shields.
Yeah, but they can't tell that, right? Oh, okay. Have you been feeding them information? I think...
Got my WhatsApp open,
clearly, Mitch needs to be investigated, but... Okay. Sender going for some spams.
He's doing the Chronicle.
Did a... Maybe a nick of damage? No, I think that's actually coming off the... Viper screen. Again, it's patient stuff coming out from Vitality. It's the same as what we've expected. Smoke going down, maybe hoping to try and destroy some of that utility. And they will do just that. Even still, though, falling back. In the meantime, though, Boaster has gone aggressively pushing up. It's exactly the same as what we saw from Safe in the first half. Having that TP to get yourself out of there will help out quite a bit. Still has another smoke available if he wants to use it, but this time I think he might just have to escape.
Cover going out.
Yeah, the smoke down just to make it a bit more annoying, but in actual fact, this rotation could benefit them. It's definitely towards the C side from what we're seeing. Viper wall in play for B and A. It's not going to be helping out. I'm not sure where the toxins are at for Chronicle, but I didn't see the wall go up, so Orb should be in play for this. Snake bite down, that's going to catch a few on the way through. Good damage done. Alpha at least good for one, and the backup is now on the site. Spray down from Chronicle. He's forced back into the smoke. His teammate dropped. I don't know if he can go for this anymore. Probably has to wait for a teammate. Spam just to try to deal the damage, but it's not happening. That's planted now, secured for Vitality. They can't really get out of the site. That's the only issue. The smoke isn't online for Safe just yet to help them on cross, but they'll stack up, take these fights together, and look to push it across the line. It's Chronicle up close that has to win that opening fight. Now, there's too many players. Way too many with Kix picking up 4.
Yeah, huge round from him. Really good take onto the site as well, being able to clear out Althea without too much difficulty, which is normally not an easy thing to do. And they've managed to convert that bonus round as well. That's the big thing about it. Getting themselves that little boost in. The only thing I will remind you of is they kind of managed to do that. Well, they won, I think it was round 4, and then they ended up losing to what was a weak purchase. Fnatic, they're going to take themselves their first pause, and first time for Elmer Putty to actually get a chance to vocalize within the VCT. Obviously, the one sort of change that we've seen within Fnatic is bringing that coach in.
Yeah, absolutely. He talked about the roster changes and how they hadn't had any. Well, Obviously, the behind the scenes has shifted somewhat. Not that Mini's not involved anymore, but he doesn't have to come down on the stage. Doesn't have to fist bump upwards to Salah. Understandable. And doesn't have to deal with Salah's mind games. That's a big part of it.
And doesn't have to deal with being insulted by Sue, which is something that you have to clearly deal with on a regular basis.
Yeah, yeah, I heard that earlier, Sue.
It's funny, I didn't have my headphones on, but I saw his face and I was like, Sue just said something mean, didn't she?
Every day, Tom. I deal with this every day. It's okay.
It's okay. Everyone loves a short king.
Oh, Sender. You know, we saw the Guardian bought up, right? The spam attempt that I was holding my breath the whole first half to see from Chronicle. He almost pioneered it, certainly at the top level. Pulling that Odin out attack side, denying the cross. Now, when you've got someone like Safe who's just going to shrouded step across, it's not the best. You know, typically you're denying Rays coming up and Neon sliding into the corner, things like that. Omen's a little bit more annoying for that. But Sender, well, he don't give a damn. He's saying if your Omen steps out, I'll tag him up, and Chronicle can't even spot the corner. He's losing HP. Now, obviously, it looks worse than it is initially due to that Viper wall, but he still gets tagged up pretty decently. 86. If he stood in that angle a second or two longer, he was gone.
Oh. It seems like they pinged on to Boaster. I think they know that he's there. And actually, the rest of Fnatic have started to make moves in this direction. This is the thing, though. It's the same with Vitality's attack size. If you watch them on Sunset, they're very happy to hit the brakes. Very controlled, not over-aggressive. And it seems like Sender has a real chokehold on this team in terms of taking their time. Like, he is making sure that they're meticulous in checking every single one of those angles, and they might just be about to reap the rewards. As of right now, the C site is completely empty. Just the alarm bot of Alpha to stop them, and doesn't even look like they're going to take the orb. They just want to get into that site.
It's not like there's a lot to deny them there. It's certainly going to be an easy way in. And holding on to it with the pistols. Oh no! Oh no! Leo's in the corner! He's not getting out of that corner, granted, but the damage is already done. Now Paranoia through. Kick's trying to hold tight. Well, the Seekers go out, but 12 seconds. 12 seconds. That has to be planted here and now. Kicks can't even get to the side. He's trying to jump up. He's missed the jump. 6 seconds, and he's down. 5 seconds. 4, and time is gone. They need to kill them. Fnatic are running for the hills, and they've won it. Playing against Fnatic is hard, but Vitality got beaten by the clock.
That's such a mistake. That's such a mistake. It seemed like they almost just forgot that they had to plant the spike.
And there's a safe place to plant the spike
they could just go back round.
They can't spam you. They can't do anything.
It's just an error. Got 2 tunnel visioned in on fighting the players. The same with the angle to begin with. Just 2 players going down just for not checking a corner. That's such a simple mistake. And while for Boaster, it's almost just going to be laughing his way to the bank. That is the second time that Vitality have had the chance to take the lead and build on a lead, and they've lost it to an eco.
And we point to so many players on Fnatic as being strong individuals. Boaster, 3 kills with a Sheriff in that round, buying so much time for his squad. Well played across the board. The rewards certainly reaped. As Fnatic on the defensive side, early on using some ultis to try and deny this B site. You can see why. Once that Viper's Pit comes up, it's so difficult to deal with it. And I'm curious to see what plans they have for getting back in there. There's so much utility used already.
Tried to deny the plant for as long as possible. A change of pace of Vitality. I said they've been slow thus far. Paranoia through. The spam's not bad, but Safe has got his teammates back. Runner also dropping Leo. This makes it look incredibly unlikely that there'll be a way back into this one for Fnatic. Durka will try his best. Already one. Alpha, he's just found 2 within. Still, the Viper's been stabbed, but Alpha's just going manic, taking over. Now Sender tries to do it all on his own, gets above the pit. He's throwing a snake bite down to delay them at least a little bit, but the time is not even remotely close to being enough. I don't know how Alpha manages to pull off rounds like this, but I feel silly for being surprised.
That's it, man. At a certain point, it's our fault for not expecting it. I was with you. That look down and out, fighting back into a Viper's Pit can be so difficult. And I was even going to say, you know what, in a round like this, Tom, they get on site, they plant, they pit. It is what it is.
My
Come
God.
on.
Okay, you can't even really blame them for that. It's like the first player, sure. The fact he quickly transfers to the second player and then gets a third, like, it must be nice to be a Fnatic fan, you know?
This guy's insane. This whole roster is insane, to be fair, but like Dirk is on the bottom of the scoreboard, and they're doing just fine.
Yeah.
Like, most teams, your duelist goes missing. Hell, we saw the Liquid game. You know what happens. It gets damn tough to even put up half the rounds. Oh, you're gone. Good night. Never mind.
He got seized. He got seized by Leo. I think that literally might have been the difference. He would have got that a little bit further. Chronicles brought that Odin back in, but again, they've got themselves the afterplan. This time they've left Destrian in the backlines, looking to try and hold them back, but also this time, Fnatic have themselves a lockdown. The remaining players can't really do too much about it, patiently waiting to see if there's aggression. Durka now goes down to safe. They pushed all the way back through, and just trying to deny a little bit more. Sender has thrown in some utility, but him being detained won't change too much.
Reflash, they're trying to put that presence on side as Vitality retake control over the side. They've got that off angle to fight from. No defuse possible. Denied completely. Vitality right back on the board. And it looked like they were calm, cool, and collected under pressure there, because that came down to the wire.
I really like the reposition, because that's the thing. A lot of teams, when they're having to leave because of the lockdown, will just, I'm outside the lockdown, I'll wait, and then I go back to where I was. That was not what Vitality were doing. They realized, okay, we've got players coming in towards Broken Door. Let's wrap back around, fight those players first, and then we'll head back in. So they used the time better. They also made sure nobody could get on the defusal by Sender taking a risk, getting detained, but putting a snake bite on the spike just beforehand. So I think they played that post-phone really, really well.
Clinical play from the Vitality squad. Not a lot to work with in terms of ult economy. But for the Fnatic side, that showstopper from Durka, it could help them fight back into a site. And a lot of the difficulty has been holding on in the first place. Vitality have got boots on the ground whenever they want. I think they're pushing and pulling the map decently well. Right now, presence across. It looks like a shift towards C. The success on C site has been questionable at times. That's why they're not going for it. Slowing it down. That was a wild spam. Straight through. He's caught Sender. I don't know if he saw anything to give it away.
The thing is with Chronicle, it might just genuinely, like, this man knows the inside and out of every monitor on the planet, so it might just be the most ridiculous thing that gave it away. Boaster is going to find one with a judge after a massively successful round. Vitality have 40 seconds to try and turn this one on its head.
Cover going out.
Outside the site. You already see Chronicles like, I don't need to fight this anymore. We got a showstopper for the retake.
30 seconds
They
left.
don't have anything to really help them in this afterplan. He's just trying to make sure that any re-aggression is going to be met
Spike planted.
by him.
There.
For now, though, you can see the rotation of the remainder. I feel like the one player that might be able to do a little bit of extra damage is going to be safe. He's been fantastic thus far, but also has a slightly more aggressive position. The fact is, though, Mitch, Fnatic are all coming from the same spot.
Yeah, oh, they're looking to death ball it like we've seen many times before, using Durka's showstopper to clear out the space that's already being taken with just safe, but insult to injury as the final rocket lands right at his feet. That's 11 rounds for Fnatic. 2 more to close this map out. This is their pick. They looked very good on their attack side. They streaked together, what, 6, 7 rounds? And now they're almost at the end of it. And it was indeed a wild spam straight through the wall. Of course it was. This is a man who likes to wall bang with Odins. You don't think, or you think he's above just spraying down angles? Playing the roulette wheel? No, no, no.
He'll tell
Every
you,
time.
he'll be like something like, it's like, oh no, the wind was blowing a certain way, and because of that, I knew exactly where he was standing. Like, trust me, nothing Chronicle does is random. That's what I've learned. There's always some reason. You just will see, he'll explain it to you, and you'll go, all right. I'm not sure whether you're the biggest nerd on the planet or you're just lying to me. It's one of the two. Vitality, though, they're going to take themselves a pause. The fact is, you come into a map of Lotus versus Fnatic, and I kind of expect you to just be out of it. But they have had a competitive match. They've had moments, they've had opportunities, and they've had big mistakes. And that's where this will probably be quite frustrating for them in post. 2 rounds that they've lost to, one was a Bucky, Stinger, Frenzy, the other one was a Stinger and a Sheriff, and not planting the spike. Those are 2 big rounds that they could have had that would completely change the scoreline here. The fact is, though, those are rounds that you just can't lose to Fnatic. You give them anything, they will take it with both hands. And that's why they're now sitting a couple of rounds to the good. And just 2 away from taking the first map and heading on to Ascent.
Well, that timeout's come to an end. And for Vitality, it's time to show up. Next map up is Ascent. They want this one to be close. And already, we're seeing a blitz out from this attacking side. They've come out of the pause punchy as they look to take control over A main. The site, though, well, it's very much secure. Plenty of utility to keep them back. The smoke, and of course, Chronicle waiting to see whether he wants to use this Viper's Pit. This could send them running the other way, but on a map like this, there's plenty of ways to shift direction.
Yeah, I think the main reason he hasn't used it is because of that. Because he heard them taking the orb, there's still that doubt of whether they're actually going to head in this direction yet, and doesn't want to just throw the ult out for no reason, especially because they could very easily surround him on that A site from either side. 3 players from Fnatic now sit within B. After hearing the door broken, their expectations, Runner in a decent position, but now they do head back towards Chronicle, and he's moved completely. Just finding that opener.
Good shot from Durka as well. Fnatic certainly got some fight left to them. That pit, though, not going to be baited out just yet. They know they've got plenty of time with angles like that held by Boaster. And he's safe, far, far away from that lockdown. That now, okay, it might get them to the site, but the counter pit to fight back in, the utility they'll have on their way through. Poison Orb still up for Chronicle. They need something more, and I understand then why you see this aggression from Sender. Great kill, but he's down to 11 HP. The price was paid in the end.
Still, at least made this round look plausible. Door being tapped, but it is being watched by Destrian. Timing on this is going to be everything. If he gets this kill, it's plausible now. Possible, in fact, for them to get this one through. Sender is just going to try and play within it. Perfectly timed onto Boaster. And looking for the kill onto Leo. He's still standing, though. I think he might have got the information wrong about how low Destrian is and is almost caught switching on the way back. Vitality win a 2v4 clutch, a huge round for them to take, and one that, well, Fnatic might be kicking themselves.
Oh, you have to commend Sender for going out to try and find that extra player. If he doesn't do that, this round does not go their way. Not with that pit online, not with the fact that they can use an orb to block off an angle, close the space, get the pit down, defuse, and it's done. We've seen those rounds a million times, but that right there changed the course of this altogether. The team had to worry about taking other angles, about clearing out. They split up. Sender was able to buy them all the space they needed. Gorgeous stuff.
And he's another one of the sort of new look. Oh.
Well, got one round where everything goes your way. You pay for it.
It's just not fair. It's just not fair. Like, it's just the perfect time to spam. But what I was going to say is he's one of the new look IGLs that still just seems to be up there in the fragging department. Like, we've hyped up Boo, also fellow Lithuanian in that, but Sender really is just, he's up there. 19 kills, only man above him is Safe. Well, Kicks, learning what it's like to play against Fnatic. They just wrecked at the beginning of the round. It hasn't changed the setup either. Slow walking in towards, still with the chance to go back, but with Safe TPing in, not so sure that's an option, and straight through the Poison Orb. Runner has died as well. That's the second kill straight through smoke. A little bit of karma, but no!
Oh! Get your gun out, Boaster, it's all right! In the end, he got there. And that's all we're gonna remember about this round. Another chance as well. He's got the Stinger, he knows there's a player there.
30 seconds
Doesn't
left.
want the upgrade, not willing to step out of his corner to get it. Just holding the control, boxing him in, and closing the lid. 12-9 for Fnatic. And they've gotten away with another, now on map point. Despite a very strong fight being put up by Vitality, they now need 3 in a row.
What a timing. It's just ridiculous. Like, okay, the smoke actually went up just afterwards. I thought he'd done 2 straight through, but even still, just alpha things. I imagine that was a surprise of Boaster's life. Just like, oh, hello. Check your corners, guys. Check your corners. 12-9. Fnatic, it might not have been the cleanest Valorant we've ever seen, but they are still looking like they're going to get the same result. Runner, ult online alongside Kicks. A decent combo. You can get the information, then the Showstopper can clear you out, but look at the difference. Think about how aggressive Alpha was last round. He was up, taking a random shot into the dark to try and get a kill. This time, he's at the back of the site. And it's because he knows what ults they have, and he does not want to face him.
It's worked out very nicely. Avoided the ult, baited it out early. Fnatic have their own to play back in with a Viper's Pit. And this isn't a site where it's very easy to play aggressive. Dirk is down, Boaster in trouble now. Isolated and dealt with. Viper's Pit definitely going to be needed to recover this round. But again, the problem is denying the space for him to put it down is very difficult to actually do. Chronicle can just get a couple steps closer or another bullet through. Kicks is on 5 health. If he even had a snake bite here, it could change the game. But they've delayed quite a bit of time now on the side of Vitality. And with still 5 players left, are Fnatic going to go for this?
I'd be surprised. They're not in the best position financially, but I guess they care more about taking weapons away. It wasn't really about getting out of there with a victory. It was more making sure their opponents didn't get out of there with guns. But with 2 guns being saved and 3 players, 4 players, I think, even with the ability to buy, it's not too much of a problem for Fnatic. I also don't think it's done that much damage to Vitality, though. They'll still be able to purchase him with the next round. The thing that worries me a bit for them is ults. Viper's Pit not too far, lockdown as well, but the Showstopper and the Seekers were utilized there just to get into the site.
Well, I think the Fnatic fans want Vitality to have 1 more round so we can get all of the rounds in regulation. Things I love to see. Or maybe they want Fnatic to take it. At 12-10, it's, well, they've got their choice of rounds to go for. We'll probably see a save if things do go a little bit awry, but considering the fact that Alpha and Chronicle have the ults, yeah, it's used very early on. I guess, again, noise is being heard outside of C, so why not?
It's more so, just look at the presence they've already taken over the A site. They have been going in this direction. It's been CLB, so they put Alfia with just the human turret to defend the B site. Quick rotations with how deep they are on A. And then just, okay, Chronicle, you just lock that off, and this is what I mean, just an instant kill immediately. Good trade, though. The C's holding them back at least a little bit more, and Leo not wanting to overcommit. Here goes Runner, just to take that initial space, get them in towards that site. Now the rest of the players yet to really get into position. Dirk is hoping for a miracle. He's seen what Alpha's been cooking and tries to do a little bit more himself. And with the lockdown in, that was after taking an orb and a kill. They've got a good opportunity. It's just perfect, though. Vitality landing every single shot. And as you mentioned, do they now save?
You'd almost think so, yeah. Those credits are too low. 2 players carrying rifles could give them a real fighting chance in the next. There's no real chance they end up taking this one. Shrouded Step was heard. They've heard those steps as well. Kicks had already pushed up close. They know where Boaster is. The impact of dropping this rifle, it could buy them an overtime. And there it is, another kill with just Chronicle seemingly quite safe on the other side of the map. There will be weaknesses to potentially be found on that Fnatic side. They've used up their Viper's Pit as well. Vitality seem to have done a lot of the hard work. Now they've just got to tip that last domino, the one that was missed, pushes to an overtime, and this map can still be theirs.
Yeah, I like the fact as well, the last few rounds have been a lot more direct. Back to basics, just playing as a unit. I think that's where Vitality have played some of their best. Valorant is just playing off of each other. My only worry, though, Fnatic have done some of their best work in this game with the stinkiest of buys. Like, you think about, as I said, the Sheriffs, the Frenzies, the Stingers. That's what's going to be coming in this round. I'm looking at a Spectre on Durka, who has been uncharacteristically quiet. Bottom in the hold server at the moment on that raise. Maybe he really has been practicing the Yoru just a little bit too much. But this also gives Salah the chance to talk through with Vitality. The fact that this one has been so competitive, so close, and right at the end they look like they could be about to bring this one to overtime. It's already a testament to how good a squad they have. Bear in mind that the expectations with the signing of Trex is that he'll be in this roster soon, a little bit of boost to firepower.
I loved when we went to the cams first, you saw the stress on Elma Putty's face. Something that towards the end of mini stint being that head coach, you didn't see.
Wait.
You saw him get pretty level-headed, pretty used to it. It's first time. That's what Devard's saying at home. Stressful games. That's what Fnatic are known for. That's what they deliver every single time. But Elma, the good thing
for Devard to start tweeting the skeletons. That's when you know it's been a stressful day.
But the thing is, Elma Putty, they get there in the end. Almost every single time, they get there in the end. And for Vitality, they've got to be that roadblock, stopping them here.
One round to head to overtime. Viper's Pit already secured. As said, the last few rounds, it's been a slow start, but then a fairly direct response early. And a lot of information garnered.
4 players.
But at the same time, surely Vitality will just grind to a halt. Wait this ultimate out. It's been used so early in the round that likely won't have too much of an effect. Still a couple of players on B. It's been a common theme with Vitality to make that move back to the B site. But it does seem like Leo and Chronicle are going to be the ones coming under pressure.
That paranoia has pushed them back. That might buy the space for the ultimate to go down. The Viper's Pit on its way to help out on site. It'll be needed. A spray through though. Damage being done. It's close. Kicks was almost down, but he'll get the spike in. Time now not an issue for the side of Vitality. But one big issue is the fact that there's a lockdown in play. And Alpha's just put that in. So they cannot sit inside the Viper's Pit. And in fact, they need to go very far away.
The thing is, I feel like the plan has been set up so that they can spam from afar. I think there were expectations that they were there. He tries to hold on just to make sure that that spike stays protected and they can spam from afar. Even with the Odin, this kicks to find a couple, leaving just Chronicle remaining. They know exactly where he is. Sender even looking to chase him down. 1 HP, obviously. From everything that's gone on, it doesn't matter. The time has gone. It's a perfect round from Vitality. And okay, sure, they'll lose a man at the end, but they ain't gonna care. Heading us through onto overtime. And a really nice adaptation from them. A switch of plant spot, which basically won them the round.
It's like an alt Ragnarok. The Odin saved the day. I'm happy to see that. 3 quick kills on the spray through. And one of the big dangers when you're playing inside that Viper's Pit is the Odin. And the Tracer is one thing, but on such a tight angle, you ain't firing back at that. Just look. It's so damn easy. Ping it up, spray it up, and have your teammates cover your sides. He is so smart. He's so goddamn smart. A beautiful play. And also to stay detained inside the pit. They didn't get to him because how could they? There's a line of bullets blocking them off unless they came from spawn.
But it's also just the other thing as well. Okay, sure, the Odin's still going to be very good in that scenario. But with all of them being 1 HP, it means you could just go left to right and you're going to insta-kill anybody anywhere near it. So that Viper's Pit plays a crucial part. Fnatic, though, back to the bread and butter. Onto the attack they go. This has been a showing of what Vitality can do. If they can take it over the line, they join an exclusive club with Loud. And it's a pretty good club to be in. As said, the only team to ever beat them on this map. So good they did it twice.
If you're a Fnatic fan, though, sit comfortable in that every other team's played games before. Fnatic are warming up.
Yeah, I think it's 15 wins to the 2 losses of Loud. Just to premise, if you're a Fnatic fan, you're probably feeling all right. Not a bad start, though, and not a bad player to take down. Alpha on the attack was devastating.
Taste of his own medicine with those opening duels alongside the operator. Oh, Sender just got caught. The TP throughs too much. Boaster, great play. He's around the corner faster than expected and kicks. Well, he's going to be kicking himself after that one. So is safe. Vitality have fallen to pieces in this round. The attack side for Fnatic looks good, but we've seen the 2v4 clutches. We've seen this one out by the weaker numbers for Runner and Destrian. Good players to have in this scenario, but Runner's got the op. He needs someone to swing. He needs someone to give him the advantage, and I just don't see how he's going to get that.
It seems impossible. The only piece of utility they have, and the second it leaves his hand, a bullet flies right back. Destrian trying to do something here, but it will be Fnatic to convert the round right back onto that attack, right back to success for Fnatic. But both teams were dominant on their attacking side, so no surprise. The Vitality now going back onto that favored position. We might just be able to turn it once again.
Well, that's it. Another chance to try and recover this. Now, both attacking sides have been pretty proactive, especially in default or in the regular rounds, regulation. They've been big fans of farming up those orbs, of taking control. I wonder if we'll see that here again. Snakebite down, and that's going to isolate Runner. He didn't have a teammate who's a little bit insane. Safe has gone Shrouded stepping through the wall to take a very aggressive spot.
They've instantly broken the door. Clearly Fnatic realizing that they want to fight this A site, so they're just stacking it up. Only Alpha on the other side of the map. The paranoia is sublime. They're just going to go swinging up the back of it. It is a complete mow down of the players of Vitality, and only Destrian stands in their way. Their record lives to fight another day. Only Loud has ever beaten Fnatic on this map, and only Loud will still have beaten them on this map. Vitality gave it a damn good go, Mitch. Wasn't enough this time.
No, it wasn't, to overtime in their opening map in EMEA, their opening map of this year as well. For Fnatic, they've shown that they can go the distance. They can roll with the punches. And now, they've only got one more map, Ascent or Bind. The next one up, Vitality's pick, right after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up, and there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
I happen to sit in the right corner because currently Fnatic are up 1-0. And this crowd here has been phenomenal. You guys have been screaming and chanting through thick and thin with Fnatic. Let's hear it. Let's make some noise. All right, all right.
Who are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Thank you!
And they're polite to top it all up. Now, you're sounding rough, my man. Have you been yelling all day? Are you losing your voice?
I'm slowly losing my voice, and the worst part is I have a job tomorrow.
I mean, does it require you to talk?
Unfortunately, yes.
Well, that's very unfortunate. Well, hey, but you did it for the best possible reason, and that's cheering on your boys. It was a really, really close game, all right? Like, we don't want to see any of that. Fnatic, supposedly the favorite of it all, right? Let's do some backseat coaching instead of backseat gaming. What do you want to see from them on the second map? What do they need to do to really pull ahead?
Let's try strat safe like this. We don't need them to know how we play. We just are too good for them. Let's go, guys! Yes, see? We love all of you guys. Especially Alpha for me, but...
We're not playing favorites, but there's a one clear favorite. Love the bling, love the bling. Is anyone else decked out? No more bling? Okay. It's really about the lights. You did that specifically for today, or do you just have that at home for any occasion?
I have it at home, like my decoration. Shout out to the Fnatic shop.
It's a good look, honestly. I'm considering to make that streetwear. You had one in front of there as well,
yes,
right? Okay. Well, let's hear it one last time before we're heading into map number 2. Who are you?
FNT!
That's it? Yeah, I was right. Just
Who are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Who are we? FNT! Who are we?
And off to map number 2.
Thank you!
You're welcome!
That's my favorite.
Oh my
bit.
God.
That
Guys,
is
you
my
are
favorite bit.
amazing. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, and I also love the Delulu Fnatic fans. Like, yeah, nothing's changed. We love you. Keep doing what you're doing. It was very, very, very close to call. But as we head on to Ascent, where Kukuka, it's not so strong for them. It's not been a huge fortress for Fnatic. They have shown weaknesses in the past.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, I think that when we talk about the surprise factor of the compositions that we wanted to dwell into, Ascent is not the map where you do that. And we would be surprised to even see changes coming into this map for either of both the teams.
Well, my question is, what does Safe play coming onto this one?
Yeah. So I think that if Safe is going to be playing on that more supportive role, I want to think of him not as in even Sentinel Smoke. I want to think of a flex support, you know, that he's taken that. So probably on the Sova, I think you have to combine it. It's not only what Safe is going to play, it's what Destruin is going to play as well. How are they going to be combining that looking ahead?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need one ways if you're fragging out the way that Safe was. I felt like he was kind of a final boss there for Vitality. But this is the thing, right? They were so close against Fnatic. I almost felt like if they just checked a corner, like maybe twice, it could have gone their way. They won both pistols and a bonus round.
Yeah, exactly. And they also gave us the first overtime that we're seeing in EMEA here at kickoff. And, you know, I think it has to do with that round that we saw. I think it was number 16. They had, you know, as you said, won the pistol, then go on to win the bonus. And then something happens on round 16. They push too deep onto C. And instead of retrieving themselves, going back and rethinking the plan, the consequences of just being very, of tunnel visioning into it makes them lose the round. And Fnatic, I think, goes back a little bit into what they were doing in the attack.
Well, let's see if they're gonna make a change here. Probably not. And it looks like Safe is playing KO. Sender's going Cypher and Destrion Omen.
I mean, personally, maybe I would have chosen to keep Sender in the smokes, but maybe he feels more comfortable calling from a perspective of just the Cypher, just giving that extra information and just giving the right calls. And Destrion, you know, is experienced with the Omen. He's going to be very comfortable. And again, Safe is is just playing for the support. I hope he keeps it up for the rest of the tournament. And I love the fact that we're seeing Kicks on something that is not Sky.
Yeah, and also Durka, not the best map on Lotus, but he's back on the Jet.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he was being shut down time and time. I think that the way that both teams were contesting both ends of the maps was actually very nice to watch. So there was a lot of depth to it, and maybe that's one of the reasons why Durka didn't have such a nice start. But hey, is Durka, is Jet, we need to see some nice flashy kills.
I can't wait. We had OT on map 1. I wouldn't be so sad to have OT on map 2 as well. So let's send this back into game with Mitch and Tom and see if it does indeed happen.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and our lovely analyst desk. Yes, is it going to be the 2-0 for Fnatic that many people expected coming into today? Or is what we saw from Vitality on map 1 going to be enough now that they're on home turf?
Wait and see, I'll be honest. I do think going into a map like an Ascent, it was a decent map last year, but of all the maps, I feel like it was where teams had opportunities to do some damage versus Fnatic, so I don't mind the choice of it for Vitality. I also like the roles that they've got for this one, but we'll have to talk about that later because Runner is already straight in towards the site. Leo under pressure. He does have a little bit of support coming in already, but he's got to try and do the heavy lifting himself and is left completely blind, praying for a bullet to connect. Boaster has managed to already make his way out into the site. Flash not going to catch him. He'll dodge that one and take back the control, more importantly, to allow for this retake to begin.
Yeah, he got tagged up a little bit before that fight, but he's got the teammates now to try and back him up. Chronicle and Alpha, well, if your back's ever against the wall, these are two reliable players to pull you out of that bad situation. The time, though, not necessarily against Fnatic just yet. That spike still has not been planted, and they are taking their time. It's not like they're going to go to a different site. Instead, hoping that there's going to be, first of all, an option to get a kill. Secondly, that they can't get spammed and overwhelmed when they do plant. That's eventually come through. Now the time starts to tick away, and someone's got to be the first to take this fight, take the big risk. Fnatic, though, need to decide exactly how they want to divvy up this play. Not really, they don't seem to be worried about anybody coming behind, so I have to assume they know all three players are on that site right now. Otherwise, you'd expect at least them to check main, the turret to watch behind. And, well, either way, it doesn't quite matter where they think they're coming from.
Very quickly.
Kicks and the flicks, nice shot.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to bring up about this sort of, the way that this composition has come out, because obviously we're seeing Vitality switch roles quite a bit. Huge fan of Safe playing the KO. I think it gives him a little bit more space to be a bit more aggressive and show off that flair that we know he has. It's the one sort of initiator that I really feel like you can play as a quasi-duelist and take space for the team alongside Runner. Runner being back on the Jet, obviously exciting, and I also think Destrian is fantastic when it comes to the way he sets up paranoias. That's something I want to look at throughout this, is how he's going to put those into place to make things that little bit more awkward. So I think that this is almost exactly where I'd like things to be. Obviously, Kicks is also a very good KO, so it could have gone either way with that, but for now, at least, Fnatic, well, they're not doing the best in the pistol rounds. 0-3. Not been able to get anything over the line in those. Vitality have clearly put the work in, but the problem they've had is normally Fnatic manage to get a cheeky response in a round they shouldn't. Otherwise, that first map very easily could have gone in their direction. Kicks is going to be looking for info to make sure they avoid a stack on this A site, which they might not do, because there are quite a few players there.
Still diving in, not deterred on the side of Vitality, hearing lots of classics fire away, but they've got the firepower to fight right back. Durka's going to use his dash to get out instead of further into the action. Cam on middle. I mean, it's a nasty spot from Sender. He can manage to find a kill or two here.
How has Durka got two? Like, he's just gone back into the site almost alone, manages 2 kills. Now they've cleared out Sender. This is the problem they had in the last map, was just unable to play against rounds where they should be winning them easily. Chronicle also setting up, he has a flash and a fragment to play with. They've got a dart as well to try and reveal these players. They're being forced forward! And this was almost a full eco! Fnatic had basically nothing!
Not only that, Vitality had their bases very much covered. Late lurk on mid, Cam to watch the walkout. You play up through short. That's enough disruption to probably win the round.
Like, look at Durka there. They had the majority of players fighting in mid, as you said. Durka basically goes into the site on his own and gets 2 kills with a classic.
With a classic. And
he's just giggling to himself. Of course he is.
The best part is he uses the dash at the start, doesn't get any options, dashes back. Now he's just a dude with a classic. He's not even Jet anymore, and he still just walks out and grabs a double. That's just Durka things. And considering the fact that last map was tough, did he finish? He did finish bottom of the server.
He's gone up in round 3.
This is confidence if ever I've seen it. And I like that. An immediate bounce back. We talked about how most teams, when you've got a duelist that's not showing up like that, especially someone like Durka who's been so consistent. Nice shock dart. You're going to end up in a pretty bad spot where your team just gets demolished most of the time. That's what we've seen from teams time and time again. The one thing they have on Fnatic is the ability to fall back on not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 players. There's always someone else who can pick up that flag and run it back to home base.
Luckily, the team that Vitality have been building over the last few months also fit that bill. They've got a lot of depth. Yeah, Kick's probably a little bit frustrated with that drone. Again, Chronicle's timing, it's always perfect. It always seems to be. Now, the investment here from Vitality is a hero rifle. A little bit of extra cash because 2 players didn't buy. He's got the light shields. Going to try and do some damage here. Counter Paranoia is the fragment, and Sender takes the bullet. A runner is the one to go in, and his teammate falls instead. The rifle has also been dropped to the deck as well. Safe going to try and retrieve it, and will do just that. They are now starting to run out of time, and you have to bear in mind, that is where the spike is. The spike was on the short push. They even know that there's players coming in from A main as well, and they don't have anything to play with. Chronicle looking to ace it, but Leo will steal that one away.
Replay of Chronicle's kills there, because I'm pretty sure on the 4th one, he also hit a shot through the wall. I mean, the guy is playing, just like the round and the Luthia, flawless. Every single one of his shots found its mark. I want to see this in the replay, because that's just insanely unlucky that he follows the Jet. That's a headshot. That's not.
What were you saying?
It was actually Leo, I think, that got a headshot through a wall. not on Kicks, but actually on one of the other players. You see how he just shoots him once and he dies? I thought it was him first. I saw the head flick up. Either way, 4 kills isn't bad for Chronicle. He's on his way towards his ultimate, and most importantly, they've claimed a very valuable upset early on. Vitality won, and they've been put 2-1 down.
It's now the 3rd and counting of rounds that Vitality 100% should have won and have lost to a low buy. That was definitely the lowest of the buys. Durka still going hunting, but look at the split. This is actually fantastic from Vitality. A pacey move, completely caught off guard, and now Alpha is completely isolated. Shouldn't really be able to get anything done from here. Love the switch up in pace from Vitality. Bosa's looking to try and find the timing here. Actually, one player reloading there. There is an opportunity. He couldn't have got that better. He's hit the dink as well. A chance for him to take this one over the line. 64 HP.
Blinding.
Chronicle down, safe tagged. Kicks can't even really peek from this angle because he is so desperately low on HP. It'd be too much of a risk to get that spike plant without it. It seems like Boaster at least has a rough read. This is such a ratty position to be in. He's expecting them to go looking for him because of the risk for Safe. Without that plant yet coming in, the flash over the top, it is going to catch Boaster completely blind. And it kind of gives away that Kicks has to be around this corner somewhere. The pop flash clearly used to get him back in. Is Boaster going to think about that close corner? He does not. And because of that, Kicks will be there to close out the round. A nice attempt from the Brit, but not this time.
Yeah, he took the option to try and let them beat themselves. Someone to step out wide, make a noise, make a mistake. It didn't happen. And at some point, he did have to move because Kicks could easily have wrapped all the way back around. Interesting, as you said, change of pace from the side of Vitality that's worked wonders for them. And I think you see why. The second things slow down for a second and you try to move towards the site, someone's on you. And this time it was Boaster. Next time, who knows?
Durka's still going to go for that operator. Hasn't had the most success so far. Bear in mind his kills are currently only with a classic and not in the pistol round. Just thought I'd throw that in. No shields this time either, so definitely getting a little bit low on the finances. Although saying that, the rest of the team have actually been able to buy comfortably and still have credits to buy for the next round. So I guess he's just decided to go with the... Because I feel like Chronicle could have dropped him. Well, we'll move on from that, but... just decided, you know what, if you're buying that, it's at your own risk. Leaves him solo on the A site, which is where the majority of the Vitality players are building up. A short push as well from Sender, which is where all of the utility currently lies. And of course, we know that the way this is going to go is a quick dash in and a TP from Destrian, but he meets the bullet of that operator.
That ult won't be back though. No dash online. Life or not, doesn't really matter. Having used it up, he'll wait for an opportunity to grab a few more kills while his teammates work mid control. Sender grabs one, but he doesn't think there's going to be 2, 3, or 4 players there. What a fool. No, of course, it's not exactly predictable. No smoke down for Boaster. He's caught in the middle of trying to throw it. Some utility now taken out of play. Leo is far enough away he could pop a recon, but Hunter's Fury used up from down below. Must have heard a step, and he's having absolutely none of it. In comes Boaster. Nice shot. He has been on fire today so far, and with the paranoia cocked and ready, it's gone in. Safe can't see a damn thing, but he has to fight inside the smoke. Oh, I think they went through in the wrong order, those pieces of utility, and Safe's still alive, dancing around the back of the site. He'll go down eventually, but he has bought just enough time for the side of Vitality, even eliminating Alpha with the spike. Very nicely played.
Yeah, that was good work from that. I think it was actually, correct me if I'm wrong, that was Boaster's smoke that he hides within.
He put the smoke and then the paranoia. The other way around, it goes completely differently.
Yeah, it just gave enough in that Red Bull clutch for Safe to hide within it, take him down, and the clock at that point was gone. Because that was the thing. The Hunter's Fury, you might look at it and go, okay, well, it didn't really kill anyone. But it did slow them down enough, and the same with Sender. It's like, that is something Fnatic are now having to actively deal with, that he is going to be lurking in mid. So they sent 4 players to deal with him, did it relatively quickly, but then the further time bought by Vitality's utility was enough to win them around. As said though, Fnatic still have enough to buy this time.
Yeah, pretty comfortably. A lockdown for Alpha, whether it's going to be used to clear out some space after noise is made or the full retakes, that's what we tend to see. Really one that you can push forward that defensive side with. For Vitality, another shift in play, 3 through short, but leaving the spike there. We've seen this before. It didn't go too well. It was Chronicle defending that time. Now they've got Durka, a different beast indeed. He's up top, looking for an opportunity. Not going to be able to use his dash. Will that deter him? It looks like it. Ah, he's staying way back, giving up control, giving up the plans, and that's because they've got the lockdown.
This is going to have to be a fight forward. In fact, Sender's already going. Bring around a Rosie running all the way back. The thing is, though, Durka is watching for this.
He heard it.
They've had the expectation. The players are going to be around this angle. The close corner just being sat on by the majority and no real push able to come through. Utility to hold them back. Defusal already being begun. The fragment will go on, but they've already managed to get it halfway and just getting mowed down as they attempt to try and get anything. Somebody has to get on it. The spam's just not quite connecting. And with only runner left, he's just going to try and hold on to the gun. A stellar retake from Fnatic. And the scoreline will be even once again.
The idea to leave Durka sitting on short the entire time, I think, does just come on the back of those steps being heard. You mentioned how early Sender was sprinting away. The fact that they had him close, that seemed to be the moment that Durka decided, I'm not moving from this corner. I am the short turret. And he found himself the kill.
Were you talking about the round?
Yeah,
or
no, I knew it. I heard myself say it. And I just knew you're going to clip
If someone was to like clip Mitch saying, I am the short turret, I would definitely add that as some sort of, soundboard item.
I'd appreciate it.
The thing is, I reckon Sue was on it the second you said it.
Yeah.
My ult's ready.
Yeah, I think I heard her laugh.
VCT and EMEA are going to be tweeting that out in a few minutes.
Right, good.
If not
Love
the
that.
VAR.
Remember. Oh, God, that's true.
It's a race against time, if anything.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Thanks a lot. Always rely on you. Well, you can always rely on Fnatic to put on a good show. And in this 7th round, their defensive side is going to be a nice slow approach on most of the map. On short, though, they want to get a little bit aggressive. The turret's pushed back to Durka. He's made his way to a similar position as we've seen before. But they're not convinced this is an A play. Shift back. Chronicle slowly making his way to B. If they do stick to this, Vitality might have a much easier time getting onto their target, because I don't know if you've seen this one before, Tom, but they're going for 3 split on short with 2 players up on A main. This time the spike is going A main.
Also, they don't have Chronicle sat on the angle. So that's the real danger, was he was just spamming. Being able to do so much. Nice entry from Runner. A big scalp to take. It does seem like Chronicle might be wanting to try and push that one back. No command utilized to take away the utility. He just popped him through the floor. Runner didn't stand a chance, didn't even see his opposition. Now bear in mind, the rest of the players have very little to play with. So any damage that can be done here for Vitality would be a big win, because everybody else is just playing with classics. It was only really the Blade Storm that could have done anything. And what looked like, for a moment, was dangerous will be 3 men standing for Fnatic.
Well, I'm expecting to see a shift in how Fnatic are holding this A site. There's a couple times now we've seen them just walk straight into the site. And previously, in the round before, there was a lockdown for Alpha. So playing retake makes perfect sense. This time, there's some weaknesses there. So you don't want to play close and take those fights. But I have to assume, as we move into this round, there's going to be more contention for short. They're going to be holding on to that control. Instead of just finding info and reacting, they're going to want to be the first ones to make that move. Play their own game, so to speak, as many players like to say. Vitality? I play my own game. Vitality had something that I was interested in, because I think Kix bought an Odin to start with, but he has decided to be a bit more sensible on the attack side A take. That said, you can spam heaven.
Yeah, I've seen you throw many games with your ideas of the Odin on attack.
And you've seen me win at least 2, so... That sounds like a win to me.
Right, okay. Well, the execution onto the A site. It seems to be where the majority of rounds have ended up for Vitality. Flashes over the top, drone through, a counter smoke to try and delay. I can tell you now, they're going straight through it. Runner leading the charge once again, but it's the same timing for Durka. He waits for that dash to go through, and then just peeks off the back of it. Happy to just play with that man advantage, and especially when you consider the ults available. There isn't a whole lot for Vitality right now. A single kill for safe could make all the difference.
Not even just in having the suppression, but being able to fight in the open, take those duels a little bit more, and a little bit more of a safe style. I think with that door broken, Splash coming through, it's time to dash on in. Durka, though, can't find anything. Nice cage. That's denied all information. But Boaster and Durka, they're firing up. That was a quick double from Boaster, and now they know exactly where safe is. No chance for an ulti. No chance for winning this round on Vitality. The time not quite low enough. Comes close. Down to the last couple of seconds. 5-3. And an Andalucia flawless for Fnatic, who are most certainly back in the game.
Yeah, and this is the moment, exactly right, for Vitality to take a pause. It's been 3 rounds in a row. Of course, we, again, with Ascent, normally have expectations of a strong defensive side from either team, so I don't think they're any way out of this map just yet, but not wanting to allow Fnatic to do exactly what they did on the last one and just sort of steamroll their way to a large victory in the first half, just put that extra pressure on, because that is the thing. Even though, like, you'll talk about the confidence of Salah and Vitality as a whole, there's always going to be that sort of mental block of, okay, we're up against the best team of last year. We have a point to prove. And I think that even in the last map, Vitality have already proven it. They are here to fight. They're here to battle with the best of the best. They've invested into this roster, and it has come through with dividends, but there's only 2 teams that go through here. Now, luckily for them, if they were to lose, they can't play Fnatic at the ladder stage playoffs, which, if anything, I think is the bigger win for any team.
Play him now. Play him in the double elimination. Hell yeah.
But the fact is, I still think that even going back up against Gentlemates is not an easy task. But the fact is, with at least Existence, without Data, he's dangerous.
He's good, yeah.
With Data, well, that's when that team always came up. Just look at their match versus Apex the first time around and second. They'd lost the first one, 3-0'd the next one. Sorry to bring that up.
I don't think you are, Tom, because you do bring it up a lot.
Time for a field test.
It's history.
It is.
It can set up.
Much as I want to deny it. Well, Vitality have done well. 3 rounds on the board, but Fnatic started to wake up. They've picked up a couple now. The streak is on. The ball is rolling for Vitality. Organization, no stranger to sitting down on that stage, but for some of these players, younger, untested, maybe the jitters get to them. You gotta hope not.
That's okay.
Free drone? Yeah. I like the disrespect to the ultimate. That's all it's good for.
Oh, you saying that again?
I'll challenge it.
Already off to a great start, though. Player caught on the cross. It almost gets a second as well. Still has that Nolkama might be better to go down and then just get picked back up again, at least get a little bit of extra health. But this has been the problem. When Fnatic have got this early kill, their retakes have been sublime. There's needed to be a hero each time for the side of Vitality, and there just hasn't been one in a while. Chronicle going to be on that operator. The reason for that is that Dirk is about to make his presence known into this site. Already spotting out the camera. You can still see Sender wary of his behind, and Boaster just isn't stopping. He's taking over, doing everything on his own. In fact, Dirk now comes through as well. That rifle into his hands has been valuable. And Runner on the other side has done his best. A couple of kills in response, but again, retake after retake, defuse after defuse. Fnatic continue to climb.
There was an attempt from Vitality, but not good enough this time. 6 on the board, a 3-round lead. And again, looking back at how this started out, it seemed like such a great sign with Vitality taking that pistol. But Fnatic, they've been pulling no punches as time has rolled on. We're seeing there's a lot of work to be done.
Is that 4 retakes in a row?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I almost feel like for Vitality, you got to be thinking, we're getting into the A site for free, we're getting a plant down, and then they're doing very well in retakes. But surely one of them they have to win, and the fact is it's not even been that close. One of them was Andalusia Flawless. It's just been very, very clean. And the problem is Fnatic have been getting the entry every single time, be it Durka, Bosa, or maybe Alpha yet.
Oh my. Well, he was great in the last map for opening duels, but usually just picked up 1 or 2 on that operator. Now,
guys,
he's already got 3 locked and loaded. A 4th one up for grabs, the 5th just around the corner, but he won't get it. Denied by kicks on the big old Odin. Boaster, the IGL will claim it for Alpha.
I feel like
proxy.
When he gets that 3rd kill, that's when the old like Turkish Valorant brain comes back. He's like, I'm running.
He's back on Jet.
I'm getting all the headshots. And now you almost have to think of your Vitality as like, well, at least the other rounds you were getting the spike down in an afterplant. I wonder if they almost go back, because that was just brutal. And the thing is, they've given Fnatic the...
Get him! He's complaining about the Odin, you know? Yeah, even some of the best players in the world, Tom, they don't know how to deal with it.
That might be one of the best mimes of the Odin I've ever seen.
It is beautiful. It was beautiful. Maybe we'll see it again. Vitality, 3 on the board. Been this way for quite a while. Durka wants to keep it that way. He might pay the price.
Only one up draw.
He's made it out. He's made it out. And I think the Hunter's Fury, a big factor in that, just displacing so many players.
He didn't even take that much damage. I don't know why. In my head, he'd been dropped to at least like 60, 70 HP. Nope. He was probably shot once.
He picked the right corner to hide in. I'll tell you that.
The completely wall-bangable box.
Yep. They'll never see it coming, Tom. They'll never see it coming.
On the other side of things, Safe has taken a lot of damage. Run has taken a lot of damage. Oh, and by the way, they don't have many weapons, so it's looking pretty bleak. The other problem is Durka's right back in the position where he's had an entry kill pretty much every single time. Both are going for a little bit of spam, but the main thing is whether or not Dirk hits the shot. No, he doesn't. That's something new. They do have a lockdown, though.
You get one of those, that's the problem. One time he'll miss the shot. This time I'm pretty sure he tagged Runner, but it's not good enough. TP out of Boaster. It's a player about to peek. I think he might get a chance on Descender to rip the head off. Won't take down that much, though. A trap wire at best. And on the side, we can see...
Nowhere to run!
Oh, okay. We're actually going to get the ult popped, but it's immediately countered out by Kix, who's just looking to destroy it on the Hunter's Fury. No ground taken, although they get the kills. The A retakes, you know, plan A and B don't work, but they're still storming the beach. At this point, though, it's being tapped, but it's not being stuck, and that could be the big problem. They're getting all the kills, but they need so much more. The time, really, if they can be denied by Safe, and it will be. At the last second, just about pulling it across the line. A 4th round for Vitality with 1 more to go.
It definitely seems they've
There's the LEC Vitality squad.
Oh, damn.
Pressure's on for the boys on the stage.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
It's one thing to play in front of the EMEA crowd, but you got the other team here on their home turf? Okay. I don't know if it's pressure or motivation.
I'd go with motivation. I think it's gone both ways. I've seen the Valorant guys. I'm pretty sure they went and watched the LEC as well. Luckily, they don't really have to go far. Maybe they just never left. They've just been chilling there. They've woken from their slumber. They've come up from under the floors somewhere, and now they get to watch some Valor.
That's where all the players are. Nice shot, Alpha. First, second, not again. Surely they'll finally shut him down. Durka tried to help, and he gets wall banged. It's Kicks taking that second kill. And Spike's already crossed the site. It can make its way in for the plant, or at least it thinks it can. You gotta watch out because sneaking onto the site is Chronicle, and they watched out. They found him, and they've rooted him from the round.
Spike planted.
Rotation from Boaster. He's coming up against Big Boy Kicks, and he's got a smoke out. This time, his opponent wasn't facing the wrong way, so it didn't quite go too well. Vitality with a late resurgence in this half. 5 rounds on the board really wouldn't be anything to shake a stick at. They've still got a deal with Leo, who is left completely blind and stuck in a corner, using the smoke to his advantage, at least for a second. But the thing is, he still has to clear Kicks, and he's not going to be able to. Kicks will get the 4K with the Odin.
With the Odin, Tom. With the Odin. Couldn't do that with a normal weapon, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you couldn't kill someone walking around a corner with a normal weapon.
I'm just saying, more than half his kills are from the Odin.
Yeah.
Kicks top fragging on his team.
He's killed Alpha twice, right, with the Odin, and Alpha has 20 kills. So, you know, it seems like a 20-2. That's a good trade.
You know, looking at this gameplay, Tom, I'm feeling pretty confident to say Kicks is doing nothing wrong. He's playing this perfect. His team are letting him down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know,
who in particular would you say?
With an Odin, I don't know. You know, we'd have to look back at the VOD,
but to pick someone out.
Oh, you know, anyone really. I think everyone. That's the point. You know, you should be guarding that. Protect the president. When you got the Odin out, and you're wall banging. Sometimes you get blindsided because your teammates ain't watching the angle. That's probably what's happening to Kicks all 9 times. Confident.
Right. Okay. A little bit of delusion from Mitchman, but here we go. On to the defensive side. Vitality, bear in mind, they have won every single pistol so far. Durka's looking to try and change that, and, well, he's taken down the player in some glass, almost loses his life for it. Okay, Alpha. Blink and you miss it. The head pops it safe, and a nice shot from Runner in the corner, keeping things even at least for now. Still plenty still to find, and Runner still thriving. It's now left all onto Chronicle. Now both players' positions are noted. He's actually going to double right back into the Cypher utility, manages to get past the player, but will be slowed down. Gives all the information away. However, he's still going to have his opportunity to try and clutch this one out.
Well, I saw him just a second ago. Taking out the reveal. They'll know that he was tapping it the first time, the second, but maybe not the third. Nice reaction from Chronicle. A quick kill and a swing to close it out. What a round! A Red Bull clutch for Chronicle. He couldn't have played that any better.
It only works if you have the cleanest aim in history.
This is ridiculous.
He literally fakes it twice, no one peeks. Is quick enough to react, letting go of the spike when he actually went to plant it, and then uses the knife as a fake, and for the split second his opponent is trying to shoot it. He shoots him in the face with a classic. Like, that's what it takes for Fnatic to win their first pistol.
And here's the thing, you know, he just played on the reactions of a player. Because let me ask you, in that situation, for Sender, his cam's destroyed, his trap's destroyed. Why does he give a damn if he's not? He doesn't. But you see it, you shoot it. That's the rule in Valorant. Your brain doesn't react as quickly as your hand does. And he's just used it there. He's fake flashed him almost. Just disgusting. And it's not like he didn't know he was already in the corner, you know what I mean? He had that information. Crazy play. 8-5. Fnatic, they're in the lead. But listen, it can always slip away. We've seen Vitality 14-12. They came back into it 3 in a row when they were 12-9 down, when ultis were online for Fnatic. They played it perfectly on the side of Vitality to bring it to an overtime. There, things did slip away. Hopefully, we're not still on that slope.
Here.
We've hit the plains.
3 players stacked up here.
With classics.
At the top, yeah. Not too much in terms of weaponry, but with the information, Paranoia through, left completely blind. Oh, Runner will at least be able to get one. Nice idea. Execution not bad. Unfortunately, the weaponry not quite enough. Kicks has also got Leo desperately low. Almost works out for Zender again. Stronger weaponry, that's perfect for them. But unfortunately, it wasn't quite to be. Rifles will be retrieved for Fnatic as well. And they're going to get themselves ever closer to a 2-0 victory. Just 4 rounds needed.
Oh, there was one for everybody on the orange side that time around. Fnatic able to find a team ace. Killing each player, an orb on each player. Nobody super close to popping anything game-changing, but the rifles that are in play and the economy that Fnatic have left puts them in a really good position. They can take pretty much any fight. Defensive side, well, Vitality have got Kicks. He's got an Odin. He stood next to a nice thin wall, and he's waiting for some noise to be made. I, for one, looking forward to seeing the conclusion of that battle.
Right here.
For now, though, it'll take a while. As I think for Fnatic, obviously it's wise. You don't just go rushing into a site. We've seen it from Vitality. It worked, but this is the buy round. Vitality should have an idea. Yeah. They should have some aggression somewhere. Also, Fnatic, find it.
For Fnatic, this bonus is less of a bonus. Like, they've got plenty to actually go in with here. Even buying down a little bit low on Durka and Chronicle, so it might hinder them a little bit for the next round, but they believe they can win it. He's got to be careful. There are Guardians on the other side, so although that Odin will do large damage, he's got to be careful that he's not just going to get popped straight through the wall. Hot flash to help out Durka, but he's also going to be suppressed, so no ability to dash. Save getting up close, ready to try and go through this, waiting on the other side with Chronicle, but they don't realize that Durka's already crossed. A bit of a misplay, caught out because of it. The side currently being defended by a runner. He's going to have to do some serious work. Does have a trip from his teammate to try and help him out, but the plant isn't going to be denied, and he just about takes Durka.
Does well to find that. They haven't stepped in the trip, but they've seen it. So that's going to be destroyed. No free kills on the wall bangs, unfortunately, this time around. And Kicks is trying the same. Alpha does well. Oh, he sees the tip of the bow. He wants to break that string, but instead it's Destrian swinging out to punish. He's traded. The numbers stay to Fnatic, and Leo hasn't yet been spotted or rooted from this corner. He's oh no, that's a terrible time to take your knife out. A misclick surely, and a mistake even more surely. Chronicle, last man alive, 1 HP on Kicks, and it's done. It's saved at the last second by the last man alive. A Red Bull clutch. I don't know what happened on short there, and I'm not sure I care to know. I want to forget about it.
You've just got to count yourself lucky that in every single clutch scenario you have Chronicle who just doesn't make those mistakes. He doesn't slip up.
I'm just saying, if you do that in a ranked game, reported by 9 players on the server.
I just wanted to inspect this knife.
Have you seen this animation, guys? Unlucky. But the fact that Chronicle resets instantly,
yeah,
that's all you need, man. All is someone else to follow
The shot to Kicks as well was just filthy. Like, so quick to react. Alpha as well is having an absurd performance. You always worry when a player gets a new contract for a long time. They're going to go, take it easy now. Not Alpha.
Yeah.
Not Alpha, no. Still at the top of the board, still carrying away. Goes, I get to do this for another 2 years. He has been ridiculous for Fnatic. Definitely one of the best signings we've ever seen. And I'm sure there's a lot of teams out there that are kicking themselves that it wasn't them. 10-5. Fnatic, as said, this is a map where in the past they've at least shown some vulnerabilities. Not quite like Lotus, where it was flawless every single time. Durka already picking off runner. They're taking their time. Again, it's a round where Vitality just don't really have much to play with.
Oh!
Would have needed to be a very good shot to kill someone from there. He did hit him. He did hit him, but for...
I like it, though. He jump spots it and then just goes, okay, I know where you are. He didn't see me. They've taken Sander. Do they expect another?
30
they do now.
Left.
He's stepping around. He's firing back. He's hoping to pick someone off. It's not buying any sort of time. The rest of his team are around middle. Drone even going to be committed here. I mean, it's a 3 versus 5. 2 Destrian and Kicks are both extremely low. Surprised they even burn up utility that costs credits. I mean, it's not like they haven't got money for the next, but every little helps.
Yeah, at this point, it really does just come down to either reducing the amount of orbs you're giving over to the opponents or gaining some yourself. Like, either you die to the spike or you just try and hold them. You're not going to be able to win this round with 5 players on Fnatic, still with a fair belt of utility to play with. I think Fnatic at this point will realize that, okay, we need to try and fight our way out of this one. Make sure we're not the ones going down to the spike. Kick still on this other side. There's a little bit of utility, and Safe does manage to get one. Again, making things at least a little bit more costly. But other than that, Well, Destrian's just going to go down to the spike again, make sure those orbs don't go over. But it is a very scary prospect now, because Fnatic are close on pretty much every single ultimate. And on the other side of things, it's the same, but the difference is Fnatic only need 2 rounds.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, Vitality have decided to call a pause. They've got a minute to discuss how this long stretch of rounds is going to go. Defensive side, Ascent, there's a ton that you can do. But to be this consistent against what is almost inarguably the best team in the world, I would be beyond impressed.
Definitely now. The one that could be in the argument doesn't exist anymore, so...
Hey, new season. It's been a while.
It is,
Fnatic
sure.
washed.
But, like, you got to look at the fact that even the EG team was ripped to pieces, so... The only one left is the Joggerbo. But, yeah, I think that realistically, they are the team to beat. Every team coming into this event knew they were the team to beat. And I like the fact that at least on map 1, Vitality have gone toe-to-toe with them. They've gone up against a comp that, as said, people weren't able to beat. Only Loud, no one in EMEA did it. Few teams came close, but every single time they run it back. Now they go on to Ascent, and wow, they've met Prime Alpha, which for a lot of these players, they will not have met before, and they will not want to meet again, because he has just been destroying them. And the fact is, even when they've got close in some of these rounds, you've had Chronicle pull off a couple of ridiculous 1v2s. So it really is trial by fire for Vitality, but that's the thing. That's the good thing about the group stage. Number 1, they get to go back and play a team they've already faced. Number 2, if they make it to the playoffs, they don't have to play them again.
Here we go. Steps heard, spray in. That's too much to the right, Kicks. You can't wallbang that part of the wall. An unlucky start. It could have been beautiful.
My ult is ready.
That's already Hunter's Fury online. As said, they had a lot of ults close. They're slowly building them up. Durka 1 away from Bladestorm, 2 away from a lockdown. They could have pretty much everything in this round. You can see the re-aggression coming through from Vitality, leaving Runner in an aggressive position. One that's been religiously checked by Fnatic if they go back in this direction. I don't think they'll be expecting an operator to be here. For now, though, the majority are looking to head up short.
So Leo's insane, but I love him. He's bought an Odin on the attack side. Didn't go for heavy spams back, but it's a good job. Kicks was stood slightly off center because he is tagged up, and it would be even worse if he was just crouched, ready to spam in the normal spot. Knife going through, a little bit too late. Durka's already crossed. He's in the corner. Runner, though, has managed to find himself a safe hole to fight from. Never mind. He stepped into Durka's crosshair, and he won't live to regret it. Neither will Safe with another clean click. Durka's on for an ace. Already 3 kills. Picks up close. Odin coming around the corner. He doesn't miss those shots. 4 now. And a 5th right there. Leo's stolen it. That is filthy. Sender wasn't even looking. How dare you? But it was with an Odin, so I commend it. Well done. Well done. Add to the stats.
Durka just, that's the thing. He's had a relatively quiet game for Durka standards so far.
Certainly
First map, yeah, didn't really see too much. Second map, he's been getting the odd kill with the operator, but this was just a Durka round. This is why people fear playing this man every time they step into the server. He has just run riot, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
That's I didn't hear that. I didn't. Did you? I didn't.
No.
No. It's all good.
Needed. No fine
that
needed.
Was, no, it's all good.
Okay.
Unlucky, man. I mean,
he was definitely speaking Swedish.
Yes.
You just don't understand what that means.
I think he was talking about plucking them apart, hair by hair, and they've certainly been doing that. Each strategy Vitality have looked to deploy has been met with not the best of results thus far. Fnatic now have 7 chances to close out this map, and if you're holding on hope for Vitality, I do apologize. It's probably not going to go too well, but maybe they can get a few more rounds in there, make it a bit more competitive. An OT on Fnatic's map pick, and here in Ascent, barely making it to T.
Pressure onto Runner. Already is actually almost the kill onto Sender in the backlines. Even still, they've managed to recover, fall back. It's going to be the peek up, and unfortunately, not quite the kill. Durka go kill still exists for a round.
Man, Kicks is fuming that he's mid
This
with
is
an
a fake. This is a lockdown fake. They've thrown it in, but they're actually going up mid. It will clear the side. He's in the right position. Again, I don't really know how some of these players are alive. And Chronicle peeks into the Odin spray and still survives.
Yeah, I mean, they had flashed before, but what a time to go swinging. Fnatic on their way to site, spams aren't hitting. Dirk is up close, 50 HP. Right click, and it's runner down. Man advantage now for them, but Durka can't get far. He's stuck up on the stairs. Now the info's there to play with, hat on the body. They know exactly where they're hiding, no abilities to play with, but they've already gotten the one-way smoke out. It narrows the angles from which Vitality can approach. They don't want to go sprinting into that and give Boaster a free kill. Flash to play on the right side, but safe's caught. Boaster's swung in, he's played aggressive, and the reward is there. A tap on from Sender only baits Boaster into the angle to take the final kill, 13-5. An impressive map too. And a good series from Vitality. Maybe they've got a chance in the lower bracket, but Fnatic, no surprise. They're going all the way.
Yeah, we've seen people do their tier lists, talk about teams to watch throughout the entirety of this year, and everybody will be saying, oh, I think this team's pretty good. They go better than Fnatic? No. But that's just the way things go. They were the best team of last year, and they've come in and they've started things off with a bang. A single match needed to take them through to the playoffs.
Damn.
Let's be honest, I think everybody's praying for RNG that puts them up against anyone but Fnatic.
Well, that's it. You're gonna tune in when it comes to playoff time. See that bracket draw and hope to God you don't get the instant loss that is facing this squad. Looking untouchable on map 2. But one hell of a battle from Vitality on the first map. In the end, though, it's the expected result at 2-0 to the best team in the world.
Yeah, an impressive performance, an enjoyable one, but Vitality still had some good things to show from it. Their Lotus looked strong, and I think that them versus Gentlemates is going to be another great series. But of course, as always, to the victors go the spoils. And for Fnatic, as said, the next time you'll see them, you'll need a little bit of a wait because they're going straight to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, I mean, they breezed straight through that second map. No signs of slowing in. For anybody who had questions about how they'd come into this season, how they'd do after the break, well, I think that's a pretty definitive answer. Fnatic are not going anywhere.
It's going to be an exciting match to see whoever they face. I think people are expecting it to be Na'Vi. I think just based on everything we know, but the fact is, there's only one man you want to be hearing from right now, and it's definitely not me. Over to Zoe and Boaster.
Aw, give yourself some credit. I want to hear from you, but also I want to hear from the man himself, Boaster. Congratulations. Little closer on the first map, right? But you know, you brought it home there in the second one. Let's talk about it though, because Vitality, heading into this game, they were talking the talk on social media. They posted a picture of themselves with a trash can with a Fnatic logo on it. So they talked the talk, couldn't walk the walk though. Now you just walk the walk. You want to talk the talk? What do you have to say to Vitality?
I'm a humble winner, so all I do is stick to my protocols. I got the AIM Labs grind right now, and obviously I'm trusting in my teammates. I can't flame Vitality after we beat them. However, if we play them next, maybe I can flame them before the game, if they're doing that. So.
That's right. You save it for later. Why not? It's a long season. Now, Boaster, obviously last year, you know, you were the team to beat. You're going to be expected to be that team again this year. Is that chip on your shoulder bothering you at all, or you don't even notice anymore?
Honestly, last year was just a learning curve for us. This year we're going for all three. So that's the goal. We had a bit of a slow start today, especially on the Lotus.
Yeah,
but
it's fine.
once we got comfortable, Ascent is actually looking quite strong for us somehow. But yeah, Lotus. I'm happy that it happened today. The mistakes. Because it was something that was in the back of my head. Like, I think there's something wrong with our defense, and I think now I can get cooking with Elmer and Mini, and we can start fixing that up.
Right, so people will be eating soon.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't wait. Now, one more question for you. Obviously, last year, there weren't so many teams which really pushed you to the limit. You were able to play your game. You were able to, you know, just play your agents, didn't have to play around much. With the shifting meta, did you guys feel compelled heading into your match today to maybe show us something a little out there, a little more creative?
I was asking the coach to play Deadlock. Not for me though, not for me. But we have done some testing on some agents. You know, we've seen that other teams are cooking, so we did try it. So you'll just have to wait and see what we have been cooking. However, first things first, I've been playing this game since it's been out, and I think like it's just about protocols and playing together And like, that's the macro. You know, teams, they change up their comps, they go cheesy comps, and they lose the macro. They're all over the place. One VOD review, they're anti-stratted, and it's just Jova. So yeah, I think we're more boring, unfortunately, but we try and make that up with our plays.
As long as it's a W, right? As long as it's a W. Thank you so much for taking the time. I'll let you go and celebrate with your team. Once more, give it up, of course, for Boaster
Thank you, everyone.
and Fnatic taking their first step, and that also means that they are in the playoffs. If you want to watch some more VCT EMEA, you have to wait a day. We will be back on Sunday, same time, same place. See you there.
Boys, big balls.
Mystic wants to fight Artis. It's a brave move, and one he might live to regret.
Na'Vi fans everywhere rejoicing. Artis is back. Na'Vi is back.
Starkso puts them all one by one into their grave. Nice. Elbow. And that's it for this game. Koi 13 and 10. Oh,
yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Get your gun out, Boaster, it's all right! A fourth one up for grabs, the fifth just around the corner, but he won't get it. Can take the final kill, 13-5.
Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.